Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 351, Locusts. The locusts all over the sky make it impossible for everyone to get out. In Chainan City at this time, in addition to the locusts in the sky, the remaining chickens and ducks wandered on the street, and from time to time they would bow their heads and pick them up and fall to the ground. The locusts took 2 bites of their picks, and then they flicked their bright feathers, pacing slowly in the street again. There are even pigs tied in the lanes, and cattle and sheep are wagging their tails and humming and eating locusts. Obviously, this thing is delicious, and the pig can't help but wag its tail. There are piles of saliva flowing down the corners of the mouth on the ground. Although no one has been fed for a long time, the belly of both pigs and cattle and sheep are rolling. This is what Chainan City looks like now. Some people go out and walk hurriedly with their heads down. The soldiers on patrol have burned a lot. Even if the market is open now, there is still no one to go to the market except for the patrolling soldiers who locked their necks and cursed the locusts. One rarely saw a living person. It's like a dead zone. But in Huitong Lane, it's an accident today. Everyone can smell an unpleasant smell in the house. Everyone frowns and sniffs their noses, but no one dares to go out and see. Because of this stuff, maybe it was vacated by the disaster that day. Whose house did you say was burned? But it's not like it. Look out along the crack of the door. Except for the locust. That is the locust. And this unpleasant smell comes from Jiang Feng's little tavern. At this time, Jiang Feng was squatting in the backyard of tavern. Piles of wormwood and musk were burning all around the courtyard wall. When all the locusts flew across the yard, they didn't wait for a moment. As if they were drunk, they fell to the ground slantingly. After that, I bounced on the ground a few times, and there was no movement. In the middle of the yard, a muddy thing as high as a stove. Jiang Feng is squatting on the ground, fanning the fan hard, and there is a foul smell, accompanied by billowing black smoke, slowly hovering, scattered all around by the impact of locusts. Although Jiang Feng is all over and sweating at this time, he is full of excitement when he looks at the burning red stove. Quickly, as long as the rubber is successfully refined, then you only need to tinker with a model made of sand to make a tire, and then you can Feng Zai, open the door. When Jiang Feng was dreaming about how to ride a tricycle, or when the bicycle was pretending to be slapped in front of Chen Sheniu and a few old Li. When will old he be in a hurry, pulling him back into reality? Jiang Feng hurriedly dealt with the simple and refined rubber things, and then hurried out and opened the door to old he. As soon as the door is opened, old he carried a huge sack and woke up in rough clothes, and even his sack and body were densely packed with locusts. Why? It took so long to open the door? Old he murmured, and took advantage of the flow of which one of the big sacks on his shoulders was unloaded in the backyard with a boom, and watched asked at the strange thing. Jiang Feng shrugged. Isn't it impossible to get out? This is a fun thing. Fun? Old he shook his head. You save some use of this bag of my anshaw. I finally got it for you from outside the city. Go. Jiang Feng rubbed his hands excitedly. Now, there is finally a mold for making tires. With a gesture of please, he asked old he to go to the front hall. Jiang Feng took advantage of the opportunity to fish out a few bottles of underwater fruits from the water tank, and then he reached the front hall. In ancient times, there were no tools for ice cold, and even if there were, Jiang Feng doesn't have the time to get it. All fruits and the like, if you want to refrigerate, either sink into the bottom of the well or put under the big water tank. Quickly tinkering with 3 dishes from the kitchen, old he has each minding their own business and drank it. Feng Zai, don't run around during this time. I just went out and listened to the city gate guard saying that when the city gate was closed last afternoon and evening, then Tibetan Tuihan's emissary here again. Oh, here again? What did you do? Jiang Feng asked. Old he each minding their own business drank wine and ate side dishes, and then said, who knows this? I guess it is probably related to this natural disaster. Didn't you hear it? The emissary who came this time was so poor that he didn't even have any decent gifts. Jiang Feng hearing this, An imperceptible smile flashed in his eyes. Is it finally here? It seems that I guessed right again. Their plague of locusts has reached the point where it is out of control. Oh, this money. Sometimes it's not good not to make money. Zhang Feng shook his head and said, then why can't I go out? Isn't it because you are too troublesome? This time I heard that Tibet wants to form an alliance with Great Tang, and it is possible that His Imperial Majesty will invite young Lady Jingxiu of Yanlai Building to play music. So you should weigh a little bit. If His Imperial Majesty at this time knows the trouble between you and Jingxiu, if His Imperial Majesty is angry, you will. Zhang Feng, hearing this, although his face looked a little ugly, he still shrugged and said, no, you can rest assured. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 352 Palace of Political Statement. Before attending the Imperial Court, but there was already a court eunuch. In the Palace of Political Statement, wormwood and sulfur were used to smoke the locusts in the house. Even this method is used on the way from the Vermilion Bird Bridge to the Palace of Political Statement, and even Honglu Temple at this time. And this method, which I don't know where His Imperial Majesty came from, can actually make all the locusts in the Imperial City disappear overnight. Now, on the glazed glass tiles of the Imperial City, on the ground of the Han White Jade, and on the lake of the Royal Gardens, all densely packed are the dead locust corpses. And His Imperial Majesty actually asked them to put up these disgusting chongtsai. This is what puzzles them most. But this is the imperial fate. They dare not defy it. We have to implement it obediently and honestly. The chimes of Maoshi. Finally, after everyone had sorted out the locust carcasses, they arrived slowly. Boom, boom, boom. As the bell rang, a group of purple, or red and some green robe officials, holding white jade, lined up into the locust. But today, everyone is shocked. First of all, the locusts all over the sky. The moment they step into the Imperial City, you can't see much anymore. Even the deeper the Imperial Palace, the crowd is a fly and a mosquito can't see it. Weird. This makes no sense. Through the grey dawn of the east, everyone turned around and looked at the city gate behind them. In the sky outside the city gate, there are still densely packed, bearing fangs and brandishing claws, locusts. But what is going on? The locusts dare not enter the Imperial City. This is the wrath descended from heaven. Still, everyone has entered the Palace of Political Statement in frightened and flustered. I have entered the Palace of Political Statement and I can smell a burst of aromatherapy. This smell is very strange. It has a floral fragrance, but there is also a slight musk and wormwood smell. This can't help but make everyone more puzzled. But when everyone looked around in doubt, trying to find a locust in the corner of the door, little guy's voice sounded behind the app's door. His Imperial Majesty is here. Kneel. Everyone hurriedly stopped and bowed in a hurry. This small official welcomes His Imperial Majesty. Free gift. Li Shimin is wearing the crown and the dragon walk tiger steps are on scaling heaven stairs. Waved his hand. Sit down. But before everyone sat down, some people hurriedly stepped forward and said, His Imperial Majesty, the minister has the original plan. Li Shimin glanced at the visitor. The visitor was from aristocratic families of Shandong. Li Shimin waved lightly. Speak. Initiated His Imperial Majesty. The minister investigated in Chainan City yesterday. All the people were panicked and people complained everywhere. It seemed to say, His Imperial Majesty, what did you do? It provokes anger and resentment. So the genius punishes. Fuck. Lord Sun, you dare to be above the Imperial Court, openly shouting, is this what a courtier should do? In an instant, Zhang Sun Wuji had a Buddha sleeve, scolded. His Imperial Majesty, this person dared to insult His Imperial Majesty on the Imperial Court. This is a capital crime. Lord Sun stood up straight and saw that His Imperial Majesty did not speak. He looked at Zhang Sun Wuji coldly and said, go to inquire, and check your Ministry of Justice documents. Look, where are there in the past dynasties? What can locusts wreak havoc in the Imperial City? You can inquire about it. This is something that the official and many people present have heard with their own ears. The official is explaining the facts. Isn't it above the Imperial Court? Did people tell the truth? Oh, Li Shimin waved his hand with a sneer and stopped Zhang Sunwuji from saying, then how can I be in this great imperial palace? Among them, I haven't seen a locust. How did I hear that this locust is the treasure that God gave me? Great Tang. Hearing this, all ministers all were shocked. Yes, in this imperial city today, not to mention a locust, even if it is a fly, it is really. Master Gu, you can see clearly. You can see clearly during the morning session yesterday, let alone anything else. This palace of political statement is full of locusts. What do you think this is? Question mark. Then, where did this locust go now? What method must be used to put the locusts are dispersed? Okay. Come. You come to show me Cheng Yojin to drive a locust away? How big is this imperial city? Who has the great ability to be able to overnight drive away all the locusts in the imperial palace? Taoist immortal will not succeed. Cheng Yojin became more angry as he talked about it. With his hands on his waist, pointing at the civil servants, he shouted, I think what you're fucking is the imperial court. I think you fucking just don't want to see His Imperial Majesty. It's a little bit better, isn't it? Hearing this, everyone in the military commander series was booing. Mother, this group of bitches, they just think about making money and getting promoted all day long. When something happens, they pour dirty water on His Imperial Majesty. You are still Great Tang. The courtiers? In my opinion, this locust must have been made by this group of civil officials. And the rumors of Chainan City are definitely made by this group of grandchildren. Otherwise, who is he? Will my mother do this kind of thing that cuts off children and grandchildren? You spit out. Impudent. Old man learns the Tao of Confucius and Mencius. How can you do that nasty thing? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 353. The civil servant is anxious. Never mind the gentleness in normally. Blushing. He quarreled with the person on the side of the military commander on the imperial court. From time to time, there are civilians who can't be beaten by the generals, so they knelt on the ground very angrily, while requesting His Imperial Majesty to punish the man. And on the other hand they cursed the generals for insulting gentlemen. But Li Shimin did not move. On the contrary, he looked at with a smile. This is a plot he planned. This group of civil servants, he has long wanted to get rid of them. Carrying the Tao of Confucius and Mencius all day. But what do you do when something happens? Don't let go of the fart. Once something happens, it's Li Shimin's fault. Okay. Can't you guys make noise? I will make you quarrel enough today. Not enough noise, no one is allowed to go to the imperial court. At this time, all the civilian officials saw Li Shimin ignore them, and they were anxious. What are they? That is a Confucian scholar who practices Confucian and Mencius methods. These big soldiers. Who are they? Who gave them the rights and dare to question the way of Confucius and Mencius? Lord Sun of Gwengalu Temple pointed at Cheng Yojin with trembling lips and roared, rugged man. You clumsy man, what do you do except for making two fists? A few days ago, the old man heard that you were outside the city, using the name of His Imperial Majesty to detain the rebellion, ignoring the safety of the people, forcibly arresting the people. And still in front of everyone, you said, yes, no, yes. Cheng Yojin clenched his fists and cracked. This group of rebels insulted His Imperial Majesty in public and wanted to assassinate Crown Prince. Such people, Lord Zhangsun, should they be guilty according to the Great Tang law? Zhang Sunwuji glanced at Cheng Yojin, indifferently said, insult His Imperial Majesty in public, assassinate Crown Prince, extend the clan. Zhang Sunwuji, old man, I just see you not pleasing to your eyes. What are you? Time to wear a pair of pants with Cheng Yojin, a reckless man. As the Ministry of Justice high official, you actually. Zhang Sunwuji didn't do it anymore. This fuck. If you scold you, just scold me. Why does this pull out you in? Sun Dahai, you dare to question my Ministry of Justice regulations? Do you want me to ask His Imperial Majesty to let you copy the Great Tang regulations 100 times? You. What are you? You Minister of Gwengalu Temple don't even read the Great Tang regulations? Then you minister of Gwengalu Temple is a bit dereliction of duty. Zhang Sanwuji took the opportunity to ask, and Sun Dahai was speechless. But at this time, the person from astrology supervisor jumped out again. Lord Zhangsun, the officer observed celestial phenomenon on this matter. It is Mars overlook the heart. You old liar, you take Mars overlook the heart again. Is it true? Old Cheng can still remember, last time, when was it, before the birthday of the retired emperor, you said that Mars overlooked the heart, the merchant's way by Guanlong. What happened in the end? Chainan City can't mess up, come here again. According to what you said, are there stars on that day? All the stars you said, Mars overlook the heart. You Cheng Yojin, the officer and the cow lacking hatred and enmity. Fuck your mother. Don't use Mars overlook the heart to trick you. If you do dare to talk about this, do you believe or not I should beat you brutally? Vulgar. When vulgar, His Imperial Majesty, you are saying something. The ministers are full of sincere heart. And now, in Chainan City, everyone is indeed rumoring this matter, and the Locust matter is also a fact. According to Cheng Yojin, speaking of, the locusts outside the city were fabricated out of thin air by the ministers. Lord Wei, come out and make a comment. Seeing His Imperial Majesty is still not regardless, the man hurriedly asked Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng glanced indifferently at all the ministers who knelt on the ground and asked him to come forward, and sighed faintly. Just now His Imperial Majesty said, "This is not a heavenly punishment. This is heaven. Lucky fortune is the auspiciousness that God gave me, great Tang. Don't you understand?" The people of the civil servants are hearing this, and even the breathing is stagnant in an instant. Is the auspicious sign descended from the heaven? What's the situation? Chancellor Wei also. Chancellor Wei. I don't know whether His Imperial Majesty and Chancellor Wei have listened to whose deceitful words to deceive the public. But this locust has been there since ancient times. It's the disaster star in the sky. Where is this auspicious? Not auspicious. Cheng Yojin he sneered. Sun Dahai, I remember, up to now, there are still a lot of locust insect eggs stored in your home. Dare you say you don't eat a catty every day? You Cheng Yojin. How can that thing compare with locusts? That is the item of great nourishment given to the small official by His Imperial Majesty, and His Imperial Majesty is all eating. How can this locust, such as a block, be able to compare? Hee ha 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 ha. Cheng Yojin and Zhang Sanwuji finally couldn't help laughing out loud. Sun Dahai, the old man doesn't know. Did you make up your head too much? Or if your brain is really not enough, let me ask you, what is a locust insect egg? Then what is a locust? This locust insect egg is, of course. At this point, Sun Dahai's voice suddenly stopped. Even on the palace of political statement, all the red-faced civilian court officials who were fighting with military generals suddenly stopped. What is a locust? What is a locust insect egg? This. Li Shimin also indifferently said, have you all noisy enough? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 354. Li Shimin really doesn't want to care about these people. But the current situation is enough. If the trouble continues, then there will be a situation out of control, which he does not want to see. With a faint glance at the crowd, Li Shimin leaned on the soft mink dragon throne and said, I started planning this matter a few months ago. At that time, have you all seen the benefits of the insect egg of locusts? I have here a copy of the locust insect egg, and the account book of the locust insect egg hoarding. While speaking, Li Shimin knocked on a roster on the table. At this time, the faces of all the civil servants could not help but whiten, not knowing what His Imperial Majesty wanted to do. Li Shimin waited for a while and continued, I think this is a good thing. It is a good thing, so I share it with Il. I just want Il to be able to get benefits and at the same time be able to keep fit. But I prepared something again today. While speaking, Li Shimin gave a faint wave of his hand. My sister-in-law looked at the crowd with contempt, and faintly shouted, come here, have breakfast. After a while, 2 rows of eunuch, one by one in their hands the exquisite white jade plate, with a fist-sized jade bowl above it, is entering the palace of political statement at a moderate pace. And everyone immediately gave way. Li Shimin waved his hand, and everyone was sitting on their futon, sniffing the alluring scent in the air. Everyone was a little confused, but Cheng Yojin looked anxiously at the bowls and salivated. He didn't catch up with the dinner last night, but he learned the beauty of this thing from the words of his eldest grandson. Eunuch first put the first one in front of Li Shimin, and then placed a bowl of light yellow squishy things for the ministers according to their respective ranks. Even little Gizzy was rewarded with a bowl by Li Shimin, holding the jade bowl with excitement and shaking all over. I know that you are all strange. Why, I will entertain you at this time, and it is just a bowl of slushy. This bowl of slushy has a lot of background. Everyone was hearing this, even Cheng Yojin, who was anxious, hurriedly put away his gluttony and listened carefully to his Imperial Majesty's next words. Li Shimin was holding the bowl, while stirring the mash in the bowl with a spoon. Ding ding dong dong, then gently scooped a spoon and put it in his mouth, savoring it carefully. After a while, Li Shimin opened his eyes with enjoyment. Now, the ministers are even more confused. In these few days, I have been blessed by God and got this treasure. This is the bone strengthening powder. What? Bone strengthening powder? What is it? Everyone was amazed. But Li Shimin got up, holding the bowl, walking down and eating while saying, "This thing was developed by one of my nobles. I think you wait for great Tang all day long." Many ministers are inconvenient for their legs and feet, even in the middle of the night. Some people have unbearable pain in their knees, waist and legs, especially those soldiers who opened up the country for great Tang. All the generals, when they heard this sentence, their eyes were sharp. It's all red. His Imperial Majesty, this is, don't forget us. This small official, etc. I would like to go through water and tread on fire for great Tang. Never give up. The generals held their bowls excitedly and shouted in unison. Roar! Li Shimin waved faintly and walked into the middle of the ministers. By the way, he sat cross-legged on the ground, but everyone was surprised and hurriedly followed his Imperial Majesty's appearance and sat cross-legged on the ground. Li Shimin just said, it has been a long time since I sat on knees like this. The effect of this bone-strengthening powder is to strengthen bones. I heard that a small bowl of this thing is equivalent to eating a pound of meat and drinking a large bowl of mutton soup. But the price is only 1/10,000th of that of mutton soup. Not even. Everyone looked at the yellow and scented thing in the bowl in amazement. This is so amazing. But when I saw His Imperial Majesty ate half a bowl, how dare everyone not believe it? Li Shimin saw everyone staring at the bowl, but they just didn't eat it. Then he waved his hand and said, "Eat, I will eat a little with me." After finishing talking, everyone, the minister then spent his whole life together, choked and ate with a bowl in his hand. Li Shimin said while eating, "This small bowl costs less than a penny. You believe or not? What? How is this possible?" Everyone was shocked. Before eating, everyone didn't feel anything. But although I only ate a little now, how can everyone forget the taste? The taste of pepper, table salt, are just these two, but it's hard to conceal the fresh taste among them. What is this? What exactly is it? Li Shimin waved his hand and motioned everyone to eat quickly. Li Shimin has already eaten the last bit, cautiously put the last bit of the bottom of the bowl into his mouth with a spoon. Li Shimin just wants to put the bowl down. If you can have such two small bowls every day, as long as you stick to it for a year, I believe that each of you can be a lot stronger. And even this thing can not only nourish the kidneys, strengthen the body, etc. After the next dynasty, no one will reward me with a pound of this thing. You will definitely feel the magic of this thing in 3 days. What? 3 catties? 3 catties per person? Everyone was dumbfounded. But everyone hurriedly put down their bowls and knelt on the ground shouting "Long live!" And Li Shimin hearing this is just a laugh. His goal has been achieved. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 355. Actually, Li Shimin didn't want to be like this, but the longer he stays with Jiang Feng, He can clearly feel the benefits of business governance. Everyone in this imperial court is a large number of fiefdoms. Everyone has their own business circle. From the money of these people tinkered by the cooperative last time, you can know that these are all that's very rich. Now, many Confucian officials in the imperial court have many pairs with him. Why? All for money. He just learned well. I learned a truth from Jiang Feng. Often, a soft knife, killing people, is more terrifying than using a knife to behead the head or even exterminate the clan. This is the result of Li Shimin's overnight negotiation with Empress Zhangsun. That is to fatten up this group of guys first. You have to pull them on the boat. Let them all have a rush. They will be willing to work hard for you. It's like Jiang Feng's method of dealing with Tibet. If you want to kill a wolf, you must at least fatten him so that he can't wield his paws. The effect of killing is always better than that of killing him when he is hungry. 100 times better. When the time comes, even a 10-year-old child can kill him with a single knife. This is the business model, a way to govern the country that Li Shimin learned from Jiang Feng. Thinking of this, Li Shimin suppressed the excitement in his heart and waved his hand. Ministers, I know, you all want to know what this is, right? His Imperial Majesty. What is this thing? Why is it so cheap? Is it really effective? Old official knee pain all the year round, after taking all the tonics. It's not good. This P. Li Shimin smiled and patted Sun Da on the shoulder. Minister, I give you a guarantee that if you insist on taking bone strengthening powder, within a year, your leg pain will get better. And, I have a secret. You can keep it secret to me. Everyone is hearing this, wishing to put their ears on the edge of Li Shimin's mouth. This thing can eat up to 2 large bowls a day. No matter how much, I am worried that you will hurt your body. Hurt your body? Ahem. His Imperial Majesty means, this thing is aphrodisiac. The old man tried it last night, and the effect was very short. Fang Xuanling coughed and whispered, but his voice is small. But everyone was horrified to hear it. Which one of them does not have 3 wives and 4 concubines? But as we grow older, everyone feels powerless. Since the last time I contacted the locust insect egg, everyone has received the supreme treasure. The locust insect egg, which was originally a few cents and a catty, was eaten directly. But the effect, I have nothing to say. Now, this thing is actually aphrodisiac? Everyone's eyes are red. Staring at the rest of the bowl, everyone gobbled it up. Some even covered it with sleeves and licked the bowl with their tongues. Li Shimin didn't stop, just looked at everyone with a smile. And Cheng Yojin was about to follow suit, but Fang Xuanling quietly knocked his arm down, and then he put down the bowl in a jealousy. After everyone had finished eating, Li Shimin said, this bone-strengthening powder is not only compatible with the effects of aphrodisiac and kidney, but also contains all the effects of the insect egg. It can be taken for a long time. Let you recover one's youthful vigor, but it can make your body stronger. Not only that, but also let you make a little contribution to the population of Great Tang. I am also willing to take this thing out and make a fortune with the ministers. ? Get rich? His Imperial Majesty is actually willing to offer such rare treasures and expensive things? Is this really a treasure given to us by God? Everyone is more excited and thankful. At this time, Li Shimin got up with the help of Wei Zheng and Cheng Yojin. After chatting with the officials again, Li Shimin said, I know, you really want to know what this thing is, right? His Imperial Majesty, what exactly is this? Li Shimin shook his head lightly. Wrong Zen cells a pass, and you go back and taste it. After seeing the effect in 3 days, I will naturally announce it when I go up early, and I can guarantee that this thing, as long as you wait and I work with a common purpose. Before March, if you wait for the mansion, you will definitely not be able to hold the money. The ministers were jealous. Before I said, His Imperial Majesty knew that everyone had an estate, but he didn't care about it. But what about now? His Imperial Majesty is actually willing to take out this sacred relic and share it with everyone. What is this? This is the prince of a generation of enlightened sovereign. There are some people who always think His Imperial Majesty is not pleasing to the eye. At this time, when they look at Li Shimin, they feel ashamed. And Guanlong, and the aristocratic families of Shandong, so that the people of 5 surnames 7 clans can't understand them at this time. Everyone looked at His Imperial Majesty suspiciously. I don't know what the hell is happening in Li Shimin. And Cheng Yojin is also anxious. If it were not for Wei Zheng and Fang Xuanling to hold him together, he would pounce on him now and ask His Imperial Majesty what exactly he was going to do. But at this moment, he heard a sentence from Zhang Sunyuji's spoken language. After retiring, His Imperial Majesty would like to please Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 356. Imperial Court Assembly retired. Amidst all the excitement, and doubt, the tide ebbs, but this time he retreated. Li Shimin felt different from the past. Why? Because, from the singing and shouting of everyone, he actually heard more loyalty. This feeling is very subtle. But Li Shimin knows that he feels right. Isn't that person covering up his own industry, for fear that His Imperial Majesty knows? But now, His Imperial Majesty not only does not blame, but also shares the way to make money with everyone. What is this? If you are working against His Imperial Majesty at this time, it will only hurt the nobles and the family. This His Imperial Majesty is obviously drawing people's hearts at this time. This is a great opportunity. The more Li Shimin thinks about it, the more he smiles at the corners of his mouth. He can imagine how excited everyone is on the road now. He has already taken the minds of these people to a halt. Li Shimin did not return to the Imperial Study Room. Instead, I entered Royal Gardens. Looking at the dying look of Royal Gardens, Li Shimin became infinitely emotional. Sitting in the lake pavilion, even he could feel that at this time was not as happy as before. It didn't take long. Wei Zheng, Zhang Sunwuji, Du Yui, Fang Xuanling and Cheng Yojin, 5 people came here in a hurry. Coming. Little Gizzy motioned for everyone to silence. But the sound of stepping on the dead leaves finally made Li Shimin sober. Come here. Sit down. After everyone sat down, Li Shimin said, there is no King Small here today. Official has only a few confidants. Little Gizzy, you sit too. Slave servant. Thanks His Imperial Majesty Ron. After sitting down, Li Shimin said, are you very confused? Why should I do this? His Imperial Majesty, it is true. If this is the case, wouldn't it be help increase 5 surnames 7 clans and aristocratic families of Shandong, and the arrogance of the Guanlong forces? Wei Zheng said solemnly. No. Li Shimin shook his head. You have also had a lot of contact with the Jiang Feng brother. Think about it. From the Jiang Feng brother's first water wheel plan, up to now, none of his plans are all in the slightest. Tibet, Tuhan, and Turkey are considered dead. How he did it, have you thought about it? The 6 people are puzzled. He glanced at it and shook his head at the same time. Li Shimin looked at the lake and said, I wanted to kill all the decay of the Imperial Court, but I suddenly gave the sudden enlightenment from the Jiang Feng brothers' behavior and experience last night. The thing that kills is nothing but a head nod. Ransacking the family is killing, but once you kill, then the Imperial Court will surely arouse more opposition, and even if one fails, it will all lose. But what if it is a soft knife? Have you ever thought about the principles of killing pigs and hunting? Head, tasting it carefully. Li Shimin said again, actually, don't think of yourself as your current self. Just think of yourself as your identity when you were with the Jiang Feng brother. You are a businessman, and we are merchants! Exclamation mark. Look at this again. Do you want to kill all the merchants and those who oppose you, or use Jiang Feng brothers' means to turn these people into you to make money? The tool man, for example, Tibet. The 6 people couldn't help but sounded a terrifying thunder. At this time, everything was incomprehensible. and everything was turned into a cloud. It turned out that His Imperial Majesty had already figured it all out. This plan, once it is implemented, then His Imperial Majesty really regarded these people as prey. But, His Imperial Majesty, what about Guanlong? Li Shimin waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about this, you just have to remember that when a group of wolves are rushing for food, there will inevitably be scramble, and we just need to do a good job as a hunter, watch the changes, and ignore everything else." I think, aristocratic families of Shandong is not justified. As long as they take the bone-strengthening powder back, they will naturally acknowledge allegiance and me. So now, this Guanlong and 5 surnames 7 clans are left. Don't you want to sit atop a mountain to watch the tigers fight? Everyone is terrified. This is Imperial Majesty. When did he think of such a ruthless countermeasure? Could it be this is the masterpiece of the Jiang Feng brother? Wait. What do you think of my method? Li Shimin got up, with his hands on his back, his clothes fluttering in the breeze. It's like immortal. 6 people can sit here and be valued by Li Shimin. Where are all idiots? At this time, the 6 people all knelt down and shouted excitedly, "His Imperial Majesty Enlightened Sovereign." On the other side, that is the Myriad Life, a palace in the depths of the Imperial Palace. This is the palace renovated for Li Yuan after Li Shimin and Li Yuan had conflicting contact. At this time, Li Yuan was lying on the swing suspiciously, looking at the sky, as if looking for something, but at this moment, the old court eunuch hurriedly reporting to retired Emperor, Astrology Master Gu from Supervisor, "Please see me, Master Gu." "No see." Li Yuan, hearing this, waved his hand and asked, "That's right, have you seen the Locusts? I still think I can play with everyone today." "The Locusts are gone today." "Go back to the retired Emperor. Last night, His Imperial Majesty ordered the eunuch and the people of the Ministry of Internal Affairs to stop the Locusts." "What? The Locusts are really controlled?" But at this moment, a discordant voice interrupted Li Yuan. "This small official astrology supervisor Gaboming, please see the retired Emperor." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 357. Li Yuan was shocked. This plague of locusts seems to be fiercer than before. He is still worried about how Li Shimin will manage the plague of locusts, but he got up early this morning and stopped it. This made Li Yuan even more puzzled. "But I feel relieved a little bit. He knows best what his son looks like. If the Imperial City can be managed well, then this method will definitely be used by the whole world. Otherwise he will not be Li Shimin." "But what the hell is that Gaboming?" Li Yuan glanced at the human who was kneeling on the ground slightly. "You have come to the wrong place. If you have anything to go to His Imperial Majesty, I don't care." "Retired Emperor, beg the retired Emperor to be the master." Now, Mars overlooks the heart. His Imperial Majesty is blinded by the demon, and he actually shares a magical thing with his officials. In other words, His Imperial Majesty wants to do the merchants. What's the matter? What magical thing? Li Yuan became interested in an instant. "Sit up and ask." Back to the retired Emperor. "It's a retired Emperor. Bone strengthening powder is here. You taste it." Currently, a coquettish voice that can make people's bones crisp instantly let Li Yuan put him down, holding a woman in revealing clothes excitedly. "Well, beauty, come and let me taste the difference in the bone-strengthening powder you made." Retired Emperor. "Absolutely not edible. This thing has not been appraised by the Imperial Physician Hospital, nor has it passed all." "Get out." "My son, I can eat the things I sent with His Imperial Majesty, and we have been eating them from last night to now. Nothing happened, and it must be on the Imperial Court today." "You have all eaten this stuff?" "What do you mean? Why are you disturbing my mood here?" Retired Emperor. See Li Yuan getting angry. Gaboming hurriedly knocked his head like garlic. "Retired Emperor, I don't know the raw materials of this thing until now, and the cost of this thing is heard from His Imperial Majesty saying that it only costs a penny. This kind of item, this small official has never seen it before, and now His Imperial Majesty, actually want to reward this thing to all small officials so that all the ministers can get rich together. This is a violation. Fuck off. Come on, give it to me, punch him out. Li Yuan was angry. But in fact, my heart has gradually become more solemn. Gaboming hurriedly begged for mercy when he saw this. Retired Emperor, His Imperial Majesty's move is not only cheaper for 5 surnames 7 clans, but also cheaper for Guanlong faction. If Guanlong takes the opportunity to grow bigger, then I am in danger of Great Tang. Li Yuan slightly frowned. Come here, beat him to death with a stick. Yes, Golden Armor Guard is hearing this, pulling out the double-edged saber from his waist. A scabbard hit Gaboming's body heavily. In an instant, there were countless Golden Armor Guard soldiers smashing fiercely. At this time, Li Yuan looked at the contents of the bowl, and lost his appetite. His face was terrifying gloomy. Wrong eunuch. What do you think His Imperial Majesty is doing? After deporting all the beauties and court eunuch and even the Golden Armor Guards, Li Yuan solemnly asked an old court eunuch beside him. Old court eunuch glanced at the dead body, and said, Retired Emperor, His Imperial Majesty is the one you watched to grow up. To put it a bit rebellious, the slave servant also watched His Imperial Majesty grow up. His Imperial Majesty's temperament presumably would not do something uncertain, but this matter, the slave servant is a bit unable to see through. I can't see through. Although Li Yuan said, he ignored the political affairs. But he is basically paying attention to the matters of the Imperial Court, especially last night, when Li Shimin offered this bone-strengthening powder. He already told him all the ingredients. It's locusts. And also he tasted deep-fried salt and pepper locusts together. That delicious taste. Whenever I think of it, Li Yuan salivates. However, he can also think of the value of these things. He actually wants to share these magical things with these people. Don't talk about others, just this Gaboming. Who are these people? If this is spread out, then he still won't be able to fall into the tongue. Li Yuan can't figure it out either. He couldn't see what Li Shimin was doing. I don't even know what his plan is. Seeing that Tibet and Tuitan's emissary are here now, then all of this is happening under the eyes of the enemy, and it will probably not take long for this to happen. Will spread to those people's ears. This, not only does it have no benefit to Great Tang, but it also puts Great Tang in a predicament. What does he think? Li Yuan looked at the alluring fragrance in the bowl, and at this moment he actually felt that it was not smelling. With a deep sigh, Li Yuan still feels that he should go to see Li Shimin. Otherwise, he has no bottom. Go, swing, and meet His Imperial Majesty. By the way, where is His Imperial Majesty now? Reporting back to Retired Emperor, I heard that I was talking to Chancellor Wei and the others are discussing matters in the Royal Gardens Huxin Pavilion. Okay, they happen to be there, so today I will simply solve this all at once. Go, swing. Yes. Li Yuan made up his mind. Since they are all there, then simply face to face to make the matter clear. He believes that without these guys, His Imperial Majesty would definitely not play like this. Or is there really an expert behind Li Shimin? But who is he? Unfortunately, Li Yuan remembered the jar of wine that had never been seen before. Who on earth are you? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 358. In Royal Gardens, Li Shimin and Wei Zheng and the others talked about various things about controlling the locust plague. While we were talking, I also twisted shiny locusts from a large plate on the stone table, threw them into my mouth, chewed them a bit, and took a bite. Wine, that kind of beauty, speaks for itself. Minister, do you mean that Tibet's disaster is more serious this time? Li Shimin took a sip of wine. After a long silence, he looked at Wei Zheng and asked. Wei Zheng thought for a while and put down the locust, nodded, which was just about to eat. It's like this. The news from Liang province, the man who arrived in the middle of the night last night, said that all the sages in Liang province are like fleeing, and they have returned from Tibet, And the minister also heard that there was also a problem on the Turkic border. All Turkic people gathered at the border. It seemed that they were wearing bad clothes and ragged clothes. So, that means Zhang Feng brother predicted very accurately. The current Great Tang Locust Plague is caused by Tibet and Tuihan. Li Shiman's detailed analysis. Fang Xuanling nodded, squinted his eyes and said, "That's true. I also checked the letters from various places. All the places where the locust plague broke out were close to these places. The rest of the place, basically there is no problem." Then tomorrow morning, then Tibet and Tuihan's emissary will meet him. His Imperial Majesty, the old official would like to ask if this matter will take place. Go to the Imperial Court to discuss. Or do the old official go to Honglu Temple privately to have a banquet and say at the banquet? Zhang Sunwuji frowned and looked at Li Shimin. Well, Li Shimin stroked the beard on his chin. After thinking for a while, I said, I still wait for the attending the Imperial Court tomorrow. I think those ministers will use bone strengthening powder aggressively today. So tomorrow there must be a decision. Isn't there a result in 3 days? Cheng Yojin dubiously grabbed a bunch of locusts and stuffed it into his mouth, and asked vaguely, "So, His Imperial Majesty, why don't you just boil them for a day? In this case, it will be more beneficial to our interests, and when the time comes Imperial Court, those guys, in 3 days, the ones you gave the food must be eaten, and when the time comes, they will crazily want this thing again." Wai Zheng squinted, his eyes flashing with conspiracy. Aphrodisiac, this is a fatal attraction for every old bastard. Stay with him for 2 days, His Imperial Majesty. Don't ask anything, don't say, wait the day after tomorrow. Those ministers will definitely not be able to survive. His Imperial Majesty will agree to whatever His Imperial Majesty said in terms of interests. Once the time comes is announced, there will be no lag in His Imperial Majesty's plan. As long as someone dares to oppose the question, there will be someone who doesn't have to ask. Go crazy against that person. His Imperial Majesty's plan, where did these old guys not know? This time is a big reshuffle. And also an opportunity to stand in the team. In the face of huge interests, all the previous gaps will be gone. They are all old oil. Who dares to stand in the way of money? And is it still the way for entire court civil and military to make money? But the money they make will eventually enter the pocket of His Imperial Majesty, and then turn into pieces of paper and fly back to their pockets. This is not so much money for them. It is better to say it is making money for His Imperial Majesty. Who would object to this horseman? Who dares to object? Okay. Li Shimin heard this, and said a good man in a big way, then raised his glass and said, in this case, then this matter is going well. In 2 days, just like the eagle trainer boiled the eagle, I will also boil them. All officials, raise a glass, let's have a drink together. All the plans now, including Zhang Feng before as well as the strategy that Li Shimin told Li Shimin yesterday, the locust plague in Tibet and other countries has been repeatedly clear, so it will take 3 days. After 3 days, what era will Great Tang enter at that time? However, when a few people were toasting, Li Yuan and the old court eunuch hurried over. They stopped everyone who wanted to report, and they stood not far from the Huxin pavilion and looked at Li Shimin. Several people. Li Yuan also heard the conversation just now, although they did not hear what they were discussing in a low voice. The last sentence made Li Yuan's anger no longer restrained. If this goes on, the Imperial Court can't become a place for good people. These rebellious officials and thieves. Li Yuan is angry. The evil spirits all over my body are skyrocketing. Just now, Li Yuan no longer hides behind the tree, striding towards the lake pavilion, and the old court eunuch who followed him was also at this time, screaming, "Retired Emperor is here." The few people who were drinking were hearing this, and couldn't help being surprised. Why did the retired Emperor come? But when he turned around, the retired Emperor rushed forward with his hands behind his back. Several people couldn't help but jumped at their brows and hurriedly bowed. The same is true of Li Shimin. The child and subject Chen pays homage to the retired Emperor. Li Yuan did not speak. Instead, He walked into the lake pavilion so angrily. Sit down on the stone bench that Li Shimin just sat on, staring coldly at a few people, indifferently said, Wai Zheng, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xuanling Du Yu Yui Cheng Yo Jin. Do you know the crime? P. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 359. Convicted? What crime? Several people are dumbfounded. And Li Shimin is even more confused. But after a little thought, I figured out a lot of things. Who must be this? Has gone to sue. Very good. Father Emperor, child and subject. I wonder why the Father Emperor is so angry. Isn't it? I have a very good life. So don't use those things to prevaricate me. I ask you, how are you going to solve the locust plague? Also, I heard that you want to turn the imperial court into a place for merchants, don't you? Don't quibble. I have heard your conversation just now. Why are you doing it like this? Isn't this imperial court making people laugh? My imperial court in Great Tang has become a merchant. What is it? This is a great shame. It turns out that the retired emperor is because of this. Li Shimin held his mind slightly, motioned for a few people to get up, and then sat opposite Li Shimin and said, Father Emperor, this is not as bad as you think. Specific things, listen to me. While speaking, Li Shimin whispered in Li Yuan's ear. Following Li Shimin's whisper, Li Yuan's expression sometimes frowned and thoughtful, sometimes suddenly brightened, and sometimes extremely angry. After a while, Li Yuan finally figured out the entire process of development, glanced at a few people, and waved faintly. You wait and leave first. I have something to say to His Imperial Majesty said. This small official, follow the order. Several people left in a hurry. But everyone saw from the gazes of His Imperial Majesty and retired Emperor that the retired Emperor should not be held accountable for this matter. Several people also relaxed, and hurriedly performed what they had said with His Imperial Majesty. But at this time, there are only Li Yuan and Li Shimin in Huxin Pavilion, and the atmosphere is a little more subtle. Li Yuan looked at the locust on the stone table with interest and said, You are so interested. Can you eat these things? Why not try the Father Emperor? Although this thing doesn't look good, it tastes good, and it's a good drink. But the kind of wine you gave me? Li Yuan smelled after smelling the remaining smell of wine in the air. He asked. Li Shimin did not speak, but beckons with the hand, letting people send a pair of bowls, chopsticks, wine and locusts again. I personally poured a cup for Li Yuan. Li Yuan then slowly squeezed a locust with his hands, first removed all the legs and tentacles of the locust, and then plucked its wings and belly, but after looking at it, he twisted it a few times. Only locust backed away, threw it into his mouth and chewed slowly. With chewing, Li Yuan glanced at the locust suspiciously, then picked up a complete one, and after seeing it, Li Shimin took a bite himself before putting it into his mouth. In an instant, the crispness after frying and the freshness of chewing made Li Yuan fall in love with this thing. Anyway, he has eaten the bone-strengthening powder made by locusts, let alone complete locusts, and the insect egg of the locust. He has been taking it. The effect is indeed okay. While eating and drinking a small wine, Li Yuan toasted and touched Li Shimin and said, You have figured it out clearly. Now go to war with Guanlong. Child and subject want to understand. Sometimes, a raised high butcher knife can't really kill the enemy, but it will make you lose even more. So child and subject think, that isn't Guanlong controlling Merchant's Way? Then I will fight him on Merchant's Way and knock him down where he is best, so that not only will everyone know that this is our Li family's world, and it can also make everyone understand that in this world, only one person has the final say. Child and subject cooperate with those in the imperial court, which is also as a last resort. Business is also the same as this. The cooperative is the prerequisite for this. Put all the money in our own pockets. They, in turn, are fighting for the old Li family. For this kind of thing, Everyone has sharpened their heads and drilled in. Who dares to back up? Then someone will kill them without me taking action. Li Shimin carefully and Li Yuan talked about his plan. Even after explaining how to deal with locusts and bone-strengthening powder and Tibet and the others' solution, Li Yuan sighed deeply. Governing the country in the merchant's way has never happened before, but at this time, Great Tang and all living things to recover really need this, and there is still a locust plague at this critical moment. If this disaster can really be turned into an opportunity, then the world will be really peaceful. Father Emperor brilliant. Li Shimin timely take a flattery. But Li Yuan sighed slightly and said, brilliant shit, this is all your credit, Imperial Court matters, I just ask. Gaboming went to me today, and I killed him. Astrology supervisor needs to change to a reliable person. By the way, you have to pay attention to the Imperial College of Supreme Learning. During this period of time, my eunuch court eunuch often meets those people who seem to be in contact with the surname Gu. You be careful. Thank Father Emperor for reminding that Imperial College of Supreme Learning child and subject noticed that they are from 5 surnames 7 clans. For the time being, child and subject are not going to conflict with them. At this time, the bone-strengthening powder matter appeared, so the child and subject wanted Guanlong and 5 surnames 7 clans to have a dog bite. What do you think? Li Yuan carefully tasted it. Fan, then said, wrong eunuch, come and help me back to the palace. While speaking, Li Yuan lightly saying, I won't bother about this matter anymore. But when will you get me a locust? Here comes the cook. Child and subject, follow the order. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 360. 3 days have passed in a flash. But these 3 days have been a torment for the emissary of Tibet and Tui Han, and the civil and military officials of entire court. Basically, the gates of Zhangsan Wuji, Cheng Yojin and Fang Xuanling Du Yui were all broken. For nothing else, I just want to ask what this bone-strengthening powder is. And why does no one go to Wei Zheng's house? It was the person whose head was pinched, that he dared to go to Wei Zheng's house and ask bone-strengthening powder. Are you even courting death? Who is Wei Zheng? Once you know that you are inquiring about something that His Imperial Majesty would not want to say, a memorial will definitely send you to His Imperial Majesty and let you have a big stick of fried meat. These few days, Cheng Yojin and the others' complexion no longer looks puffy. Instead, the face is full of red light, the meat is eaten less, and the appetite is less. Normally, at least 10 jins are needed for a mansion, noodles, but now, since everyone in the house has eaten bone-strengthening powder, it only needs 5 catties. Even Cheng Yojin, known as the big rice bucket, has changed from a bowl like a wash basin to a bowl the size of a fist in the past few days. I can't even finish a bowl. This couldn't help but shock the visiting guests. Everyone thought that Cheng Yojin must have got the bone-strengthening powder much better than everyone else. Cheng Yojin is gone. Send Cheng Chumo to see His Imperial Majesty. After getting permission, Cheng Yojin waved his hand. You want bone-strengthening powder, right? Good. 100 pennies per catty. But even so, he couldn't help it anymore. Looking at the copper coins piled up in a house, as well as silver ingots and gold ingots, he froze. Hurry into the palace overnight. But I don't know if I don't enter the palace. I only found out that the matter was serious when I entered the palace. Except for Wei Zheng, almost all of their houses have encountered the same thing. Even if the whole family is dispatched, even the locusts that were secretly transported from the imperial city last time are not enough. Those ministers are more dark-hearted than one. Fucking, each of them is a few hundred stones or even hundreds of thousands of stones, and there are a lot of people, and they still give the money first, whether you have it or not. First, damn it, for you to put the money away, now you have to give it if you don't give it. Looking at the money in the house and the massive orders, the few people didn't have a trace of joy, but they were even more sad. How is this good? Even if there are Cheng Chumo Waishui who have been secretly collecting locusts these days, it will not help. Numerous officials basically all came. How to deal with this? Looking at the people on the Million Bird Bridge, several people glanced at each other. From the initial display of force, to now, everyone is tired. Old Cheng, have you also encountered such a thing? You plan to shit. This matter is too big. Such a matter must be reported in person. Go up. These grandchildren. Normally the ball is crying poor, but this time, the money deposited into the government treasury is his mother. I guess only a fraction of them will not be there. So, Lord Zhangsun, what do you say? The three could not help but look towards Zhangsun Wuji, who said nothing. Zhangsun Wuji, where can he find a way? Slammed into the depths of the Imperial Palace. Let's go. Only His Imperial Majesty can decide on this matter. The arrival of several people was not notified in advance, but His Imperial Majesty seemed to know they were coming, and ordered them down early. So the few people entering the palace were basically unimpeded. Entered the Imperial Study Room. I saw His Imperial Majesty looking at several memorials at his desk. This small official waits for pay respects to His Imperial Majesty. Get up. Li Shimin put down the things in his hands and asked, this on the third day, when you waited for the list of statistics personnel. I read it, and this is really beyond my expectation. You tell me, if you go up early tomorrow morning, this thing is made by locusts. What kind of reaction would they be? Li Shimin asked with a strange look on his face. This, I think, I still have to prepare a pot for them in advance, and then give them this delicacy first. When the time comes, His Imperial Majesty, if it is an announcement, I think things will be more perfect. Cheng Yojin's voice fell. Everyone looked at him with weird faces, but this is enough, because doing so is the most memorable. Moreover, the benefits of this locust can also be remembered by them. Okay. Li Shimin got up, slapped the papers presented by several people, and said, how do you guys feel about this? His Imperial Majesty, Old Cheng said so wonderfully. I also agree with General Cheng's opinion. The insect egg last time, each of them earned he was bloody, and this time I actually asked the minister to inquire about His Imperial Majesty. It's time for them to suffer. Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xuanling Dunui didn't even think about it. I agreed with Cheng Yojin's words. Nothing else. This group of pedantic people, it's time for them to suffer. Only after suffering this pain, can they understand the value and meaning of this thing more clearly? Will the rumors of Chainan and all the rumors of Great Tang still be a problem now? When the time comes, there is no need for His Imperial Majesty to be in the exit. Naturally someone will handle this matter perfectly. Then, in that case, I will allow it. Waiting for tomorrow morning. This small official wait for congratulations to His Imperial Majesty. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 361. Boom, boom, boom. The morning bell of Moshi rang melodiously. But this time when the bell rang for the first time, all the numerous officials waiting on the Million Bird Bridge rushed out as if they could not wait. No longer longing for the usual, immortal, even Wei Zheng and the others, who had been walking in front of everyone, fell behind them. This scene made Wei Zheng stunned. Lord Fang, what does this mean? Wei Zheng looked at Fang Xuanling with squinting eyes and smiling beard. Fang Xuanling's mental head looks very good at this time, even the folds on his face are gone, and his face is as ruddy as a baby. Ha ha ha. Chancellor Wei, let me sell it here, and you will know it later. Yes, Chancellor Wei, wait and remember to stand far away. Ha ha ha. Several people who know the inside story laughed and patted Wei Zheng on the shoulder one after another. Only then took a leisurely pace and moved forward slowly. Wei Zheng is even more confused. But who is he? I wanted to understand the way in a flash. Slightly smiled and shook his head, and no longer paid attention to the people who were struggling to move forward slowly. In the palace of political statement, the noise pressure at this time could not be suppressed, and even caught up with the vegetable market, and all the ministers were surrounded by a few people with good relations. The circle of shook his fingers to calculate something, and there was even a faint arguing, or a hearty laughter. But Wei Zheng doesn't bother to care about all this. Zhang Sun Wuji, who is in charge of the criminal law, just smiled and watched the crowd getting more and more noisy. If it were placed in the past, all his dams would have been dragged out to play the board, but this time, they don't care. Even His Imperial Majesty is late today. Until the noise turned into a loud roar, little Gizzy held a gong fiercely in front of Dragon Throne with a dark face and began to beat fiercely. Boom. Quiet. I don't know how much little Gizzy screamed, which made everyone slow down, slowly quieted down. This is the Palace of Political Statement. What should be the crime of such a quarrel? Little Gizzy also broke out. After the evil fiercely scolded everyone for unity, fiercely said, His Imperial Majesty is angry. After you wait for the next court, everyone will go to the Ministry of Justice to receive 10 Zhang. If you don't go, Zhang Sunwuji, you can go directly to this person's mansion to serve you, according to the order. Zhang Sunwuji returned with a smile. At this time, everyone looked at little Gizzy with a pale face. Dong. Little Gizzy lost the gong and then roared in an angry voice. What are you doing? His Imperial Majesty is here. Kneel, welcome. This time I did not say respectfully welcome, but knelt. Obviously, everyone's hearts couldn't help but bulge. Is His Imperial Majesty really angry? Everyone knelt down in horror and shouted, This small official waits for His Imperial Majesty, long live. Li Shimin came out of the apse slowly with his hands behind his back. But as soon as he came out, Li Shimin looked at everyone in amazement as if he didn't know it, and said, What is this, minister? Quick, get up. Thanks His Imperial Majesty. Little Gizzy, the boards have been cancelled, so are you. A little thing, why do you want to make trouble? So, Li Shimin stepped on the scaling heaven stairs and sat on the dragon throne and said again, By the way, you are so noisy just now. Why? Speaking out makes me happy too. Chancellor, why say it? Back to His Imperial Majesty. Wai Zheng took a step forward, holding the white jade and said, Just now, the adults are discussing the bone-strengthening powders business. What? Li Shimin slightly frowned. This is the Palace of Political Statement. Why did we discuss this in the early days? What is the meaning of this? And it is also with the numerous officials. What kind of formality is this? If it is to be known, isn't it necessary? Sneer at my great Tang. Sneer at my inability to govern the country? Ministry of Rights High Official. Li Shimin's face was slightly unhappy, and he waved his hand. An old official trembling with fear appeared in an instant. This small official is here. Wait and cooperate with Lord Zhang Sun to record the list of people who have just participated in the uproar. Everyone will go back and copy the official system. I want one by one. It seems that punishment is free. Everyone was hearing this, sighed in relief deeply, and some even quietly wiped the cold sweat on their foreheads. Kneeling down again, thanks His Imperial Majesty. It's okay. Li Shimin's mood, then calm and elated. This is what monarch of the entire country does. In fact, he had already come just now, but he just didn't come out. He was waiting, and just now he was betting that Wai Zheng and the others would not say anything to stop him, and then let little Gizzy do a double act, and then fiercely suppressed these guys whose tails were all flying up to the sky, as a descendant of Confucius and Mencius, all day long. But what are you doing now? At this time, the civilian court officials also felt guilty. No one dared to ask about bone-strengthening powder, and no one even mentioned all the bad news caused by the locust plague. After handling some things logically, the Imperial Court Assembly is basically over. Li Shimin just waved his hand and said, I look at her Deng's face, it seems to be very ruddy, not bad. This is the appearance that my great Tang courtier should have. Like before, you all, it's a disheveled look. Those who don't know think that I'm treating you badly. You all tell me, why is this? Why do you all have a rosy face? But what baby have you got? This can't help but mumble in my heart. This is not the bone-strengthening powder you gave to His Imperial Majesty. But now, everyone is smart and afraid to make a head start. But this silence did not last long. I don't know which of the hapless guys was kicked on the buttocks fiercely and fell on the ground. White jade in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. Li Shimin took a look and was happy. Imperial College of Supreme Learning Surveillance. Master Kui, Let's talk about it. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 362. Kui Feng reminded me sadly. I looked back quietly, but I didn't see who kicked me. But now His Imperial Majesty has spoken. He can only roar fiercely in the heart. Mother, if I let Lao Tzu know who is kicking Lao Tzu will fight you desperately. But I want to return. Now is not the time to complain. And hurriedly said, back to His Imperial Majesty. This is the effect of His Imperial Majesty rewarding ministers and other bone-strengthening powder. This small official waited to visit the general yesterday. Cheng found out that General Cheng was also using this thing. Everyone knew that General Cheng's appetite was 10 times that of the ministers. But the ministers discovered yesterday that General Cheng actually abandoned the basin and switched to fist-sized ones. Rice bowl. The same goes for the ministers and others. Before, the ministers felt that there was a problem with his body, but after seeing General Cheng and visiting some other ministers here, he knew this is true for all adults who have eaten the bone-strengthening powder rewarded by His Imperial Majesty. And this small official thinks, although the appetite is small, but the strength is more than before. The minister can't lift a bucket of water, but now, it's effortless to raise one hand. The minister is 50 or 3 this year. Oh, Li Shimin is happy. So did you wait? This small official waits. Thank you, Lord, for your grand grace. How dare everyone say anything? Bow down quickly, worship. Although Cheng Yojin said that his face was a little weird, he still stood up and said, this is indeed the role of His Imperial Majesty's bone-strengthening powder. The old official has been fighting all the year round in his early years. At night or sunny and rainy, my waist and legs hurt badly, but after taking bone-strengthening powder, my back pain is getting better, and the sex is even worse at night. Like him 10 years younger. Ha ha ha. Everyone couldn't help laughing, and Li Shimin hearing this, also laughed. Good, good. It seems that you all use this bone-strengthening powder well, but does anyone think it is strange? Li Shimin took the opportunity to ask, but no one opposed it. Li Shimin was nodded and waved his hand. If this is the case, this bone-strengthening powder, I will tell him to all officials today, hoping that all officials can work with me to make Great Tang better. Good. This small official waits for compliance. All officials, please have breakfast with me, and the rest will be discussed later. While speaking, Li Shimin and Little Gizzy looked at each other. After getting a definite reply, Li Shimin left the Palace of Political Statement in strides, and all ministers followed Li Shimin eagerly out of the Palace of Political Statement. I don't know when, in the huge square between the Palace of Political Statement and Hanyuan Hall, there are already densely packed tables, chairs and benches, and these tables are covered with red silk. On the cloth, there is only a plate covered with red cloth, a glass of wine, a chopstick, a bowl of steaming bone-strengthening powder, nothing more. But the weird thing is that there is a brown jar beside each table, and there is an eunuch beside the jar. Everyone looked at bone-strengthening powder and their eyes looked like immortality medicine. Where would they pay attention to such details? Leave aside, in the past few days, a few people finally let those resentful women in the family experience a majesty. How can this not make everyone crazy? Come on, all officials, take a seat. Thanks His Imperial Majesty. After everyone worshipped, Li Shimin again stepped into his position in the order of official ranks, and at this time, in front of Li Shimin, court eunuch also hurriedly placed something exactly like everyone else, but without the brown jar. Li Shimin took the seat, and everyone sat down. Come on, all officials, you will surely wonder what is under this red cloth. Are you? You wait and smell. What is the fragrance? I will tell you now. This is the manufacturer. This bone, the raw material of strengthening powder, is similar to the insect egg of the locust. I have been eating it with retired emperor and the others during this time. It is a rare good product for drinking. Come, follow me to open the red cloth. The effect has been achieved. The ministers have long been waiting in a hurry. The attractive scent, as well as the rich flavor of pepper and oil mixed, have long made everyone's mouth water. But everyone was dumbfounded after the red cloth was opened. Isn't this there? Locust. This is the raw material of bone strengthening powder. Finally, everyone understands. Everyone is holding back, retching, looking pale at the bowl of bone strengthening powder exuding an alluring fragrance. This is bone strengthening powder. Everyone only feels that the sky is spinning. The stomach is overwhelming. I couldn't help but. Everyone looked at it quietly, and saw that His Imperial Majesty was eating with keen interest, pleasure, and Wei Zheng was sitting on the bench while eating and drinking. Even Cheng Yojin, as if he had never eaten a meal. A lot of them were stuffed in his mouth and he kept urging eunuch to give him another pot. Is it really that delicious? But now everyone eats His Imperial Majesty. Can they not eat it? Everyone resisted the surge in their hearts, picking up a locust leg, stuffing it into their mouth, and closing their eyes and swallowing it forcibly. And just now, Li Shimin glanced at the crowd and raised his glass. Come on, all officials. You are waiting for this glass of wine. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 363. What can everyone say? His Imperial Majesty all raised their glasses. Everyone had to get up in a hurry and drink with His Imperial Majesty. But at the next moment, everyone's looks couldn't help but change. Looking at the little liquid left in the wine glass, and then at the jade pot, I couldn't help but show an astonished expression. They must drink some of this wine every day, even if the amount of alcohol is good. They usually drink a large jar every day, but this wine is just a small glass. It was like swallowing a ball of fire. The hot temperature runs down the throat and then flows into the abdomen. This wine. My God. What kind of wine is this? Is this a tribute to Cambodia? It's too strong, isn't it? But this wine is enjoyable. Ha ha ha. Li Shimin heard the exclamation among the ministers below, laughed heartily. All officials, how about this wine? This wine is of course Jiang Feng's, but Li Shimin has also learned shrewdly, and as long as he has been to Little Tavern and drank a few times, are shrewd, knowing that this wine has the so-called degree. These wines were what Li Shimin sent Wai Shui to Little Tavern last night. 10 jars of low-degree wine, and 10 jars of 72-degree wine. Of course, Li Shimin and Wai Zheng and the others drink the lowest alcohol, but the rest are the others. That must be 72% wine. This is what Li Shimin set up. Li Shimin did not dare to ask Jiang Feng for ethyl alcohol after all. Even if he did, Jiang Feng's temper would not give it. When Li Shimin's voice fell, those old drunkards couldn't sit still. His Imperial Majesty, is this fine wine a tribute from Cambodia? Impossible. His Imperial Majesty, this small official thinks, this wine is sweet and spicy, although it enters the throat like a knife, but it preserves the essence of the grain. Is this wine made from wheat? But for this wheat, this Western regions doesn't have it. Don't guess. Li Shimin waved his hand. A faint glance at Zhang Sanwuji. Immediately, Zhang Sanwuji got up and said, this wine is brewed by a great Tang expert, but because the expert lives in the high mountain geography environment known, so this wine is not much. 1 year there are only 10 altars, and now, His Imperial Majesty reluctantly took out these 10 altars of fine wine to reward you and urge him to drink freely. What are you waiting for? Why don't you thank you? What? This wine is expert brewed, and there are only these 10 altars? In other words, His Imperial Majesty wanted to make these fine wines. Everyone could not help but burst into hot rays of light in their eyes. Let's not talk about how the locust tastes. But His Imperial Majesty can eat it, so the taste must not be that bad, and the locust insect eggs are all eaten. Are you afraid of a hammer? But, if everyone can think about it, they hurriedly bowed down to thank you, then hurriedly got up and re-examined the yellow locust in the plate. Then, some people followed the appearance of Wai Zheng and the others, twisted a piece cautiously, and threw it into their mouth with closed eyes. However, like all the people who love you in the cycle who ate this thing for the first time, Everyone has a wonderful expression on their faces instantly after the latecometh thing. As long as the person who ate the first bite, basically no one can resist the charm of this thing. A mouthful of locusts and a mouthful of wine. This taste. Even if they are asked to resign now, these things are waiting for them every day. That is for Taoist immortal to not change them. The key point is that after eating this food for 3 days, they clearly felt refreshed. Although the appetite has decreased, everyone's energy level has improved, and the waist and legs are not sore. Even the bones are stronger. What is this? You can't change it for much money. But now, His Imperial Majesty actually gave me something like the magic medicine of divine pill. Here, isn't the locust plague really a punishment from heaven, but the nectar from heaven? Everyone was confused. More people are excited. This fucking hundreds of years ago. How many good things did bastard waste? These sacred relics can carry forward in their own hands, so surely, they will surely endure forever. The more I think about it, the more excited the ministers become. Even at the end, where are those Confucian officials, still gentle in the past? Everyone is crazy, grabbing the locusts and stuffing them into their mouths, then grabbing the hip flask with the other hand and pouring them into their mouths. Such a crazy scene. Seeing that the eunuch is covered. Is this the devil? Numerous officials' collective demon? Li Shimin smiled. Looking at this crazy scene, laughed with Wei Zheng and the others. This is the effect he wants. Once such an effect comes out, are all the rumors in Chainan City and Great Tang still a problem? And now I don't have to say anything by Li Shimin, just in this scene. What else does he need to say? Everyone here is old greasy oil. When you calculate the bills, it's all clear. They have tasted the benefits of this bone-strengthening powder. Once they accept this locust, everything will be fine. Nailed it. After all, compared to him, when starting a business, these ministers are smarter than the other. Thinking of this, Li Shimin got up and raised his glass flatly and said, "All officials, come and come. Let's drink this glass and drink it for the Great Tang period of prosperity." Everyone, how dare to make times? Hurry up and respectfully raise the glass of wine, shouting excitedly, "May Great Tang period of prosperity Yongchen." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 364. Compared to Li Shimin's pleasure. Now Zhang Feng is crazy. In the courtyard, at this time, it was filled with iron pieces with shiny black hair. If there are modern people, after seeing these things, they will definitely startled, because each of these parts is a part of a bicycle. And Zhang Feng is squatting on the ground, fiddling with something like a bicycle chain. The chain must not be as precise as the previous life. The current craftsman does not have that ability yet, but Zhang Feng has also put a lot of effort into making the three-wheel bicycle gears linkage, and connecting to the gear was replaced with a chain like a chain buckle. For something like this, he quarreled with the old blacksmith south of Chainan City on the street for an hour. And finally the matter was finalized. And now Zhang Feng is using melted molten iron. One by one, the chain buckles the gaps, burns red with fire, and then pours the molten iron. In this way, the thing can be made into a hole. After he solidified, he burned the whole body, and used a hammer to strike him in one direction. In this way, the chain was formed as a whole. Feng Tsai, are you there? Feng Tsai. While Zhang Feng is preparing to assemble the tricycle in a hurry, the voice of old scholar suddenly rang outside the door. Zhang Feng had to hurriedly put everything soaked and covered him with the linen cloth that had been prepared, and then hurriedly went to the front hall and opened the tavern door. I saw old scholar wrapped in a headscarf, with only a pair of eyes exposed on his head. When I saw this dress, Zhang Feng was happy. I said, "Old scholar, did you go as a thief? Get lost." Old scholar stared at Zhang angrily. Feng glanced at the door, and then took off all the clothes on his body. He looked at Zhang Feng's tavern curiously, and asked, "How come I enter the door, let alone locusts, not even a fly?" What did you use?" "No, that's it. The wormwood plus the yellow ox ribs burned." Zhang Feng pointed to the corner of the wall. Old scholar couldn't help but become curious. "This thing can drive away locusts?" "Yes. Don't believe me? You will know when the time comes, and you will bring some when you go. Keep your yard and not see a locust. By the way, you are here?" Jiang Feng curiously asked. "It's okay. It's just that there is no alcohol to drink." "Old scholar is not pretentious," Blunt said. Hearing this, Jiang Feng didn't talk nonsense. He took out a jar of good wine from the counter, and then went to the back kitchen to find a bowl of bone-strengthening powder and a plate of side dishes. He originally wanted to put the oil the locust brought it, but after thinking about it, I was afraid that old scholar would burp directly when he saw the thing, so he hesitated for a few seconds. He still gave up pretending to be forced. In case of hiccups, he will have fun. Moreover, the academy opened, but his old scholar is the #1 main force. Nuo, old scholar, this is a good thing, named bone strengthening powder. You came just right, and I am still thinking about when I will send it to you. While speaking, Jiang Feng placed a large bowl of bone strengthening powder in front of old scholar. Old scholar put down the wine bowl, moved his nose, and looked at the mush in the bowl with surprise on his face. This is bone strengthening powder. As the name suggests, you can strengthen your bones and your body. Old scholar hearing this, holding the bowl in both hands, and not too hot, silly snorts, feeling the taste in his mouth, slowly closing his eyes, and groaning like enjoyment. "Wonderful! What is this made of? How is it so delicious?" "This, old scholar, please introduce me. Let me tell you later." Jiang Feng laughed, filled the old scholar with wine, and said, "I know that your old scholar does not go to the Sanbao Hall for everything, so just say it. Which little wife do you have a fancy?" "Nonsense. Is old man you bastard youngster?" Old scholar quit in an instant. Jiang Feng glared at him. This slowly said, "Isn't this just after the Dragon Boat Festival?" Originally there was a Dragon Boat Festival this year, but because of this damn locust, this event was cancelled, but the poem meeting still exists. I think, with your ability, and to build momentum for the future academy, you still have to go for. Don't go. Does not wait for old. After scholar finished speaking, Jiang Feng rolled the eyes and refused directly. "Just kidding, who is he? He is just a copywriter. Let him go and compare poems with those great people." Although poetry was not very popular in the early Tang dynasty, it does not mean that there is no such thing. Similar to the silver bills, he only prospered when he saw the Song dynasty in the historical records, but whoever thought, this great Tang already existed. Although the scale is not very large, the users very few, but at least this thing evolved from great Tang? And that Li Bei. Although it hasn't been born yet, there are still some great people at this time. At this time, if you meet them, isn't that courting death? So, Jiang Feng decisively refused. Furthermore, the academy is open. Who the hell said to teach everyone? He doesn't want this time. He will fight the Imperial College of Supreme Learning and the Imperial Court. The things he teaches are basically incompatible with the things in this world. He just wants to keep a low profile and don't want the literature, great Confucian, and Imperial Court officials to know his name. Once they know it, good luck and have a good baby in your next life. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 365. But, where is old scholar willing to rely on him? Threw away something directly. "I know you don't want to go, but do you know that your little concubine is going to go this time, and she is still the protagonist? You don't want to support your little concubine? Do you want people to say you is it pimp? You must know that you broke the young lady Jing Shu's vow and that tune. Every year on Dragon Boat Festival, Mid-Autumn Festival, Jing Shu will be in Yanlai Building, which is the Imperial at the poem meeting held by family. I played the second song. Now this song is broken. You can weigh the consequences yourself. Is you wanting people to point to your back spine? Or you want to use it? Your talents have made them completely utterly rid of their thoughts. Let's weigh it." While speaking, old scholar related drinking bone strengthening powder, eating side dishes and drinking fine wine, does not pay attention to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's face is very ugly now. He wants to hit someone. He wants to play Chen Sheniu, if you can. This grandson, If it weren't for him, how could I have a concubine so unfathomable mystery? Although Jingxiu is really beautiful, but now he just wants to tinker with himself and prepare to enter the imperial court in the future. At this time, it is married again, and concubine. Is it better for him? He didn't dare to try it again because of the suffering of his last life. In his last life, he listened to other people's nonsense, and he first got married and then started his career. Okay. I didn't wait for the school flower, I waited for a pretty good girl, and got married in a daze. I originally thought that after marriage, it was the same as before marriage. But, damn. I don't have to drink wine. There is no way to play the game. Even the postgraduate entrance examination was messed up. From time to time, he still has to turn in all the money, and he has to handle all the oil, salt, sauce, vinegar and tea. This marriage at home has ruined his studies. Finally, his mother got divorced. He doesn't want to experience such a fucking thing once. But this Jingxiu, he is impossible not to go for a while. After all, she is now her nominal concubine, and it is something the whole city knows. If I back down at this time, with the arrogance of a Chainan woman, she will definitely jump into the river or hang herself. This trouble, things that have been suppressed, maybe they will be tinkering with them. At that time, his fun was really great. Furthermore, why is this Jingxiu so similar to the schoolgirl he secretly loved in the past life? Fuck it. Okay, dang, isn't it okay? Zhang Feng compromised. Old scholar just smiled. That's right. A 7-foot man should have his own responsibility. A man who doesn't even care about his own woman is not worthy of being called a man. Zhang Feng twitched his lips. Ignore old scholar. Anyway, now what people say is what they say. Just do it. After 3 rounds of wine, old scholar then got up in hindsight and picked up 2 large jars of wine with more than 40 degrees from the counter raise upwards, and said, Fengzi, do you have anything like this? It tastes very good. I will bring some back to taste. Go, I've already prepared it for you. While speaking, Zhang Feng took out a 3-pound oil paper bag from the counter and said, Old scholar, although this thing is good, you can't eat more. Although the tonic is good, if you eat too much, it will be fatal. At most 2 bowls a day. Don't eat too much. It's best to eat with corn. Have you heard? Come on, right, tomorrow night's poem meeting, you must go on time. Go on. Zhang Feng took out a package of wormwood from the corner of the door and stuffed it into the arms of old scholar. The old scholar walked away crookedly. Zhang Feng rubbed his forehead before he lay down on the recliner and worried. For everything else, he can perfectly clear, but for the blind date, and the concubine who appeared in confusion, he really didn't have any preparation. Although he does have a good opinion of Jingxiu, he has only seen it once and said it twice. Is this love? Does not count. It's a bet at most. Behind Jingxiu, there are too many troubles. If one doesn't handle it well, he will get into endless trouble every minute. The best way is to mix a full-time official and a half-time job. When the time comes, who dares to oppose? But Jingxiu is not a problem. The biggest problem is the Zhang family's relationship. Now old scholar doesn't mention it at all. It seems that he has forgotten about it a long time ago, but I know that this matter is still there. And this is the biggest trouble. According to the customs of Great Tang, the troublesome thing of getting married is not only tedious, but the woman of the great family, especially a little learner, is a master who is not easy to fool. You said she was a little stupid, or she didn't understand these things, that's all. But from the letter brought by the courier maid last time, he only saw shrewdness. Furthermore, after marriage, Zhang Feng was absolutely afraid to try it at this time. Everything has to be delayed. Involved. Zhang Feng suddenly felt that whether it was modern or ancient, this man too difficult. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 366 Palace of Political Statement. Li Shimin is sitting in danger, and all ministers are also like this at this time. Everyone's backs are straight, and even the generals have been on the boat for a long time, and they even carried weapons to the palace. When is this? This is when showing the great power of Great Tang. To put it in a bad way, it is to pretend to be the Congress. Li Shimin sat on dragon throne with a majestic look. After Jinwu guards outside the temple signaled that Tibetan Tuihan's emissary had arrived, Li Shimin waved his hand, announced Tibet emissary and Tuihan emissary go to the temple! His Imperial Majesty has a purpose. Declare Tibetan Tuihan emissary to go to the palace. His Imperial Majesty has a purpose. Declare Tibetan Tuihan emissary to meet. Announce. With the sound of 3 Jinwu guards' shouts, I saw 2 wearing animal skin skirts, with various beads hanging on their bodies, and playing with a string of sky in their hands. The 2 people from Zhou respectfully entered the palace of political statement. This time, Tibet didn't let Xu or Yang come, but it looks like it seems that Tibet sent a remarkable person this time. This person has a big belly and a round waist. He is not tall, but he has a red brandy nose. He squinted his eyes to observe the civil and military officials all around from time to time, but he was not at all comfortable. Look back at Tuihan's emissary. Although he is dressed similarly to Tibet emissary, the thin and tall man is like a bamboo pole. After seeing Cheng Yojin and the others wearing this weapon, he couldn't help but look slightly solemn, with a stilted mustache at the corner of his mouth. All seemed to be trembling, because, at this time, when he was watching the generals, all the generals showed their most powerful side. Everyone's hand is on the handle of the knife, even the axe held by Cheng Yojin in his arms, gently tapping the blade of the axe. The eyes of every military commander are like a handle, knife-like, watching the 2 of them. And which one of the people on the Great Hall, that is, Li Shimin in the yellow dragon robe, didn't even dare to look at it. Come here, stop. When the 2 were about to surpass Wei Zheng, who was sitting in the first place, little Gizzy drank indifferently. The 2 stopped then and hurriedly bowed to the ground. Tibet emissary, Badalgan, meet King of Tang His Majesty. Tuihan emissary, meet King of Tang His Majesty. You may rise. Li Shimin's majestic wave of his sleeves. Then he said, give a seat. For a moment, a little court eunuch took 2 futons and put them beside them. At this time, the 2 thanked Li Shimin, just sat down. Li Shimin was observing the 2 of them as soon as they entered the door. He also saw from the eyes and expressions of the 2 of them that the role this time was definitely not as simple as the last time! Although Nairaj seems to be trembling with fear, but who is Li Shimin? From the indifferent eyes of the other party, you can see that this is what he pretended. These 2 people are not easy to deal with. 2 people, come here from afar. Why? Go back to King of Tang His Majesty. Badar clasped his fists together. He stood up and said, I came to Great Tang this time to ask for help. Oh? As far as I know, the drought in Tibet has stopped. Huh? What are you asking for? Badar's eyes flashed and said, back to King of Tang. King of Tang didn't know anything. Just 15 days ago, the Locust plague broke out in Tibet. Out of control, the crops and seedlings just saved became the rations of the Locusts. So my king Songtsen Gampo came here to ask for help from the brave King of Tang His Majesty. But his servants are coming to Great before Tang. He thought that Great Tang could manage the drought in Longiu Road, and the Locust plague would surely be managed, but his subordinates... Badar did not finish what he said, but let all civilian. The court official was angry. Without waiting for them to speak, Li Shimin waved his hand lightly, pressing them down. Ask with a smile, then, what is the purpose of your coming here? Originally, when I came to Great Tang, I downloaded this small official thinks. This time, the Locust plague, it is a punishment from God. Even the strong Great Tang is unmatched. It also shows that this Locust plague is really invincible. So the minister originally wanted to ask Great Tang for help and buy some food. Impossible. Impudent. In an instant, the minister was angry. But Badagan ignored the people inside. But 3 days ago, the subordinates in Honglu Temple suddenly discovered that in the entire Great Tang's imperial city, originally the locusts flying all over the sky unexpectedly disappeared, and it happened overnight. This incident was quite touched by the subordinates, so I prayed to God at Honglu Temple, and finally learned that it was King of Tang. His Majesty's bravery and brilliance made the heavenly punishment bypass the imperial city. Therefore, the subordinate now wants to ask your Majesty, Emperor of Great Tang, can you save all the people in Tibet? I think the benevolent King of Tang, His Majesty, must not want to see a loss of life. But his words are very round. He did not cover his thoughts, but directly said came out, and then held a handful of Li Shimin. This move is vicious. Too vicious. This is the killing. Li Shimin smiled faintly, looking at our Raj, and asked, then, Tui Hun's emissary, what is your purpose? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 367. Going back to King of Tang, His Majesty. The purpose of subordinates is the same as Berdagan emissary. Our three countries have always helped each other and helped each other. It is with support that we have today's period of prosperity, and my king also hopes that we can establish a brotherhood with King of Tang, His Majesty, for a century. Sure enough, these two people, there is no good thing. Li Shimin couldn't help but sighed secretly in his heart. This mouthful of brotherhood, one smashing. This time it is difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, Li Shimin's gaze turned to the group of civilian court officials. What can you do if you wait? High official of the Ministry of Agriculture, Minister of Agriculture, what good strategy do you have for waiting? Let's talk about it. After Li Shimin finished speaking, he stopped speaking, and the high official of the Ministry of Agriculture and the Secretary of Agriculture hurriedly got up and saluted them. Then they looked at them and said, Great Tang, although I do have this method to control the locust plague! But you have also seen that we have spent a lot of manpower, material and financial resources for this matter, and I don't have much food in Great Tang. You also know that my Great Tang has just settled down, and all the people are still hungry, so I think it's better to discuss this matter later. His high official, Budal, clasped his fists dryly. Seeing that Li Shimin closed his eyes slightly, it seemed that he didn't intend to care about it. Slightly warm and angry, said, according to the subordinates, now the village of Chainan city government treasury cannot hold enough grain. You and our two countries are diplomatic relations, so I hope Master High Official can lend a hand. Help the allies. Master High Official, Budalgan emissary, said yes. As far as I know, this locust plague is a full-scale outbreak. If you don't control it from the source, when the time once the locusts come out in full force, all of us will be the ones who lose. Great Tang has a saying, under the nest, are there any eggs? I still hope the adults think about it. High official slightly frowned of the Ministry of Agriculture, took a look at the Minister of Agriculture beside him, and asked, Lord Jiang, how is the harvest of all my Great Tang farmland this year? Ministry of Agriculture frowned and thought about it. Back to high official, this year is the drought in the north and floods in the south. Basically, my Great Tang's harvest this year is negative. High official, hearing this, spread your hands, embarrassed. Two emissary adults, you have also seen it. It's not that I, Great Tang, is unwilling to help. It's because I don't have enough food in Great Tang, isn't it? Before Great Tang used the drought control water wheel to get a huge amount of food from Tibet and Tuihan. Don't you guys want to help me wait? Get angry. Is this eating and cleaning and not acknowledging it? When I think of that many food, it flows into Great Tang's pocket, and his heart is dripping blood. Now Tibet's situation is at stake. Fortunately, there were a little bit of weeds and leaves to eat. Now, the locust plague broke out, most of the cattle and sheep starved to death, and the number of people starved to death is also increasing. If this is delayed, wouldn't it mean the country will perish? Does he Great Tang know this? But what does he mean now? Is this waiting to see me destroy the country? This Lord Emissary. By the way, Budal, Lord Emissary, don't be impatient. When it was just right, Zhang Sunwuji stood up with a smile and slowly said, your situation, we also know. But, you have seen this locust plague. This is a full-scale outbreak, and I, Great Tang, is also suffering from the locust plague at this time. Although the source is your Tibetan Tuat Han. But now let's not talk about it. Let's talk about this time. Once the locust plague breaks out, the humans and animals will basically be hungry. My great Tang is no exception. So, I have a suggestion here. Can you two listen to it? Oh, Minister? What good ideas do you have to tell me quickly? Li Shimin's just right fill-up made the two of them have no chance to refute. Zhang Sun Wuji bowed and thanked Li Shimin. Then he said, submitting the report to your majesty. When the two emissaries arrived in Chainan, the minister was thinking about it until there was just a hint of it. This small official method is like this. Now that both Great Tang and Tibet Tuat Han are short of food, then the locust plague is breaking out at the same time. This is a difficult problem. If you don't save it, people in the world will say His Imperial Majesty is unkind. But if you save it, then Great Tang shouldn't I be hungry? Li Shimin frowned, pretending to be wrong. What does minister mean? So the minister thinks that we have to help now. But it is not paid, otherwise, my Great Tang soldiers and civilians will not accept it. So the minister boldly thought of a countermeasure. Now Tibetan Tuat Han, according to the minister's understanding, most of their cattle, sheep, cattle, and even chickens, ducks, pigs, etc. have starved to death. If this is the case, we can extend a helping hand, only they need to take the pigs, and cattle. If the sheep, chickens, ducks and other livestock are exchanged, especially cattle, sheep, horses, then my Great Tang people will be convinced. His Imperial Majesty, what do you think? What? This? My lord, you ... Are you bully intolerably doing this? But before they finished talking, palace of the minister in the political statement was praised in unison. What is bully intolerably? This is the fairest deal. Yes. Are you saving people or what do you do? The old official thinks Lord Zhangsun's strategy is wonderful. This small official thinks this counts for a long time. His Imperial Majesty, the ministers think that this plan is the only way to solve the locust plague of the three kingdoms. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 368. Origen Badar are impatient. What does this mean? Isn't this a discussion? Doesn't this need our opinion? Is this set? When did I agree to exchange our cattle, sheep and horses for food? In this case, when the locust plague control is over, what is left in our country? Without a horse, without a cow, do I have to wait to die? At this moment, Li Shimin listened to everyone's words, and kept nodded and said, I also think this method is the best. Not only can my Great Tang people be convinced, but also I can end this locust plague in the shortest possible time. You too. What do you think of this plan? If it is possible, I will now declare that tomorrow I will have 30,000 stones of food, starting from Long Yu Road and entering your two countries. Slow, Emperor His Majesty. This matter has to be discussed. Budal was impatient. He hurriedly stopped, and said to Iraj, this method is not good. If this is the case, although the food problem can be solved, the root cause of the locust plague has not been solved. And once this matter is over, then all the livestock in my country are gone. This. Li Shimin was slightly displeased. Then what do you mean? How do you stop the people of Great Tang from being so leisurely? This matter, Zhang Sun Wuji, Wei Zheng and all officials are listening, today, in this palace of political statement, you wait for the matter to be discussed, and I will wait for your final decision in the Imperial Study Room. After speaking, Li Shimin walked Frosty up. Congratulations to His Imperial Majesty. Everyone was surprised at hearing this. His Imperial Majesty is so angry. But Li Shimin smiled immediately after entering the apps. At this time, these two people have entered the game. As for the result, he doesn't need to watch it again. And in the Palace of Political Statement, Badagan and Iraj were dumbfounded. What does your Majesty, Emperor of Great Tang mean? Will you leave like this? But when the Emperor His Majesty said that the matter could be finalized today, the two did not think much about it. This is what they want. The two of them can come to Great Tang this time, which is one of the very best negotiation expert in their home country. As for the point where we can talk about it, now the Emperor His Majesty has not directly refused, so it means that there is still talk about this matter. Involuntarily, Badar shouted in grief, "My lords, this plague of locusts is not trivial. Take a look at Chainan City. Would you like to see a lesson like my Tibet? I hope you all can, Master Emissary." "Don't worry, since His Imperial Majesty has said this, let's talk about it slowly." "So why don't we talk about it slowly?" "I'll sort it out for you." Zhang Sun Wuji patted Badar's shoulder and said, "I know your mood, and I, Great Tang, don't want your beasts. We know whether it is in order to reassure my people of Great Tang. Don't let them worry about that's all." "Then if this is the case, we pay. How about we pay for it?" Auride squinted his eyes and said, "Master Emissary, what you said is wrong." At this moment, when he spoke, the civilian court officials couldn't sit still. "Look at my Great Tang and Yuan and Tibet are diplomatic relations to govern the country. How can we ask for your money? Even if we helped you manage the drought before, we didn't collect money. So this time it hurts feelings to talk about money. And now, it's useless for us to ask for money. Think about it, everyone is short of food, isn't it? And we are helping you to keep you in captivity after this year. After the beginning of spring next year, we will return your cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens and ducks intact. How good is that?" Civilian court official all said. At this time, Badalgan also broke out, pointing to the old official Whitebeard in front of him and shouting, "I believe you a ghost, you old fogey are so bad. Do you think I don't know? These animals are in your hands. We still have to come back?" The old man was not angry, but patiently explained, "Master Emissary, you think too much. My Great Tang vast territory and abundant resources, just as big as Yuan, the horses, cattle and sheep are not even enough for my Long EU road production. Do you think I would like Great Tang? His Imperial Majesty has said it. This is to reassure people. Think about it. The current food is life-saving. You take the food back. Is it for the people, or for these animals? And now the locusts are gnawing everywhere. What do you feed?" Badr seriously suspect that these people are cursing. But he suffers from no evidence. But this thing is clear to him. Even if the entire Tibet has 1,000 cows, 10,000 horses, 10,000 sheep and pigs, those chickens and ducks are not counted. In 1 year, 500 cows and 3,000 cubs. Horses and cubs, who are these? When the time comes, they desperately squeeze these animals to produce. When the time comes, even if they are sent back next year, they are all old, weak, sick and disabled. Isn't this a free gift to Great Tang? Years of free labor? Are they stupid? Furthermore, how to control the locust plague has not been mentioned yet. They are really so sure that they can control the locust plague? Thinking of this, Badar suddenly roared, "No! It's absolutely impossible to exchange livestock for food. Let's talk about the control of locust plague first, and then talk about it. Let this matter." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 369. Yesterday, Li Shimin hosted a banquet for everyone. I discussed with the ministers how to deal with the locust plague, and once again stated the method Zhang Feng said without reservation. The establishment of the bone strengthening powder factory and how to collect locusts were all mentioned together. In fact, governance is very simple. That is to launch the tactics of the sea of people, and the role of medicine, top-pronged, to buy the locusts. But now I have encountered Tibet and Yuan, then this matter has to be discussed in the long term. This plan can be applied to Great Tang. What is it? That is to generate income for Great Tang, stimulate consumption, and also make everyone make a lot of money. But once this method is spread, then Great Tang will still make money, no more. So these ministers are not stupid. Therefore, everyone uses their imagination beyond the ordinary. After having lunch at the Imperial Palace yesterday, a set of targeted policies was negotiated. That is internal, using such a trick. What about Tibet? Medicine, I have it. But I grind it into powder, you come to buy it. Then, This medicine is not as mild as the great Tang insecticide, as long as it can kill the locusts. As for the others, then it depends on their own destiny. Moreover, there is the most important point. That is the planned army of chickens, ducks and pigs. Great Tang is impossible to collect so many chickens and ducks from all over the world in a short time, and it is also time-consuming and energy-consuming. It is better to get local materials. Didn't you Tibet come to beg me? Good. Show your sincerity. I will help you breed these things for free. Then these things, I have to contribute to me. Needless to say, let's talk about this chicken, duck and pig. Someone has some statistics. Add the two countries together, plus Jianan Road, Longyu Road, U Prefecture's original chickens, ducks, pigs, etc. If you can make up tens of millions, use insecticide to put these things together. Xun fainted, and then dispatched a large army of people to capture, collect, and then dispatch these beasts to eat. Not only can it be done in one go, it can also allow chickens, ducks and pigs to search for food automatically without feeding, and it can also get countless eggs and ducks every day. What is this? This is another kind of income generation, and these all are here in vain. And that pig, he will always give birth to piglets. Right? The piggy born is his own. This group of civilian court officials are playing thieves by borrowing chickens and eggs. That's why Li Shimin didn't worry about this, and he was relieved to leave it to them to toss. In the face of huge interests, these ministers were also exceptionally united. What about cattle, sheep, horses and fodder? No, the locusts are ground into powder, not only for humans, but also for cattle. When the time comes, stay strong, and change him for the old, weak and sick. I don't want your cattle, sheep and horses. 1. You give me one at this time 10 million, when I give it back to you, as long as it is enough, I will tell you whether you are old ma or what, as long as it is 4 hooves. Everyone in the palace of political statement knows this. At this time, everyone was arguing about this matter. Even Buddha's throat became dumb when he was working on Airaj. However, I was alone, and in the end I could only swallow the aggrieved heart, signed this treaty with Zhang Sunwuji, and got a red slap stamp. Afterwards, Cheng Yojin personally escorted this thing to Li Shimin, and the ministers were just as if they had won a battle. They smiled without seeing their teeth. Brother, you made money for this. Zhang Sunwuji patted Badagan and Airaj on the shoulders, almost caused the two to beat Zhang Sunwuji violently. Too fucking shameless. Speaking of these words, Zhang Sunwuji pretended to be invisible, and said slowly, come on, I will calculate it for you and you will understand. Look, this food, now I am giving you free of charge, right? You don't need to pay a penny. We also help you raise livestock for free. Otherwise, when your locust plague is over, then you think that under hunger, the crazy people will slaughter the belly of livestock, right? Look again. The control of locusts is extremely complicated and the price is extremely high. Things are also costly. As I said before, I will charge you $1 of gold and a pound of medicine powder. Isn't it expensive? Budalgan and Aorijigyang endured the suffocation in their hearts. But what can be done now? If there are other ways, they would have helped India or Turkey a long time ago, but the relationship with India has always been very delicate. It is easy to lead wolves into the house, and Turkey is also suffering from such a thing. No trick. Then only Great Tang is left. Although all this seems to be very safe, the two of them always feel faintly uncomfortable. And when they came back, they were already predicting it. Gold. They were plentiful. At worst the locust plague ended. After a few years of desperate digging, the money came back. But the only thing that hurts is the livestock. The only thing I don't understand is why Great Tang is so kind this time. The two looked at each other with a wry smile. Then he arched his hands weakly. This is all set. I won't be bothering you anymore. I also hope Lord Zhangsun, and you all, can have a few words in front of Emperor His Majesty. When the time comes, I will be very grateful. Good, good. Everything is easy to say. By the way, walk around. It's noon. It's time for dinner. The officer held a banquet in Yanlai building, If the two of you don't dislike it, please move step Yanlai building. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 370. How is it? Once Cheng Yojin entered the Imperial Study Room, Li Shimin asked. Fortunately, everything is in the plan. Good. Order to go down and start a public opinion offensive immediately, and there must be no mistakes in the comprehensive control of locusts. At the same time, spread the bone-strengthening powder matter first. Tell Zhang Sanwuji about this matter, let him do it, and you will go to Longyu as soon as possible. He said, closely monitor Turkic's situation, and the news of changing food for livestock at all costs must be transmitted to Turkic. Remember? Cheng Yojin hearing this, hurriedly Nekni kneels authentic, I will follow the decree at the end. When Cheng Yojin left, Wei Zheng came in a hurry. As soon as I entered the Imperial Study Room, I ran into Li Shimin who was walking out. Li Shimin and Wei Zheng walked along and asked, Minister, what's the matter? The old official is worried about young lady Jingxiu, His Imperial Majesty. You also know what happened between young lady Jingxiu and Jiang Feng brother, but is it appropriate for Yanlai building to entertain Tibet emissary? Hearing this, Li Shimin slightly frowned. This Yanlai building is divided into inner and outer courtyards. The outer courtyard is the one open to Chainan, and the inner courtyard is the women with magical skills collected in Chainan and even in Great Tang. For example, people who play musical instruments, or brimming over with talent, or those official prostitutes, or women dedicated to Great Tang from foreign nations, are basically included here. And Jingxiu is special. She herself was demoted as an official prostitute, but because of some things, she became a prostitute, and because she mastered a magical zither tune, coupled with her original beauty, she instantly became Chainan the first strange woman. And Li Shimin also deliberately introduced her to Jiang Feng. In his opinion, if these two people can succeed, it would be wonderful. And this Jiang Feng hadn't asked him to say that he wanted to marry the most beautiful woman. That's why Cheng Chumo took Jiang Feng to Yanlai building at night. But Li Shimin also forgot about this. Basically every time a foreign emissary is hosted, there will be Jingxiu. This time, these numerous officials will go there. If they say something, doesn't it mean, will I cheat Jiang Feng brother? It's okay not to think about it. But after such consideration, Li Shimin also feels a little bit bad. In this way, Minister, you immediately send the decree to Zhang Sanwuji to change the place of the banquet to Imperial Palace Royal Gardens. This His Imperial Majesty, of this specification the banquet, isn't it a bit wrong? Li Shimin shook the head. Forget it, now is not the time to think about this. Jingxiu's matter will be passed on. From now on, it will be assumed that she does not exist. No one can take the initiative to mention it. If someone asks, they will say they don't know. Official obeys the royal decree. Wei Zheng hurriedly clasped his fists and was about to leave. But it seemed that something came to mind, and I hurriedly stopped. His Imperial Majesty, the minister has one more thing to do. It is about to go to the Dragon Boat Festival poetry meet. Jiang Feng brother, will you go? Li Shimin was also stunned. The poem meeting was set long ago. Jingxiu will definitely be there, and will announce the vague things last time. That's all. You cut it. Take care of this matter first. After this matter, whether it is you or your eldest grandson, go to the Jiang Feng brother in person, ask and talk about it. If it doesn't work, just cancel this poem meeting. Yes. Wei Zheng is gone. But before I walked out of the Vermilion Bird Gate, I saw Du Yui sitting at the entrance of the Vermilion Bird Gate. We couldn't help but Wei Zheng stepped forward and told him at this time. Chancellor Wei, do you mean, let Dang N. The sooner this matter, the better. You can't let Jiang the Feng brother's identity is exposed. Once his reputation comes out, it will definitely attract Guanlong's attention, which is very bad for him. Then okay. I am here too, waiting for you. Du Yui hearing this, clicked nodded. But Wei Zheng was dumbfounded. What are you waiting for me? Du Yui gave a wry smile. Do you still remember the formula that Jiang Feng brother gave to my son? I don't know the magic of this thing. My unfilial son hides in the house and recites this thing all day. After studying it, this thing is indeed very esoteric and obscure. So I want to meet my Jiang Feng brother. At the same time, I also copied this to you. It's okay, you can study it too. While speaking, Du Yui took out a copy from his arms. Duga handed it to Wei Zheng the arithmetic division table, and then said, "Actually, I wanted to visit the Jiang Feng brother a long time ago, but I have been unable to spare the time, and now the locust plague has been resolved, so do you want to be together?" Wei Zheng looked at the thing in his hand in astonishment. In fact, he used this thing on his Imperial Majesty's bookcase. I have seen it, but it can make Dougal addicted. And now it is said that Crown Prince is also addicted to it. Is it really that amazing? But facing Du Yui's invitation, Wei Zheng shook his head and said, "I won't go for the time being, I have something else." "What's the matter, Jingxiu?" "Oh?" Du Yui suddenly thought of something and stopped talking nonsense. After all, this is not a place to talk. And both of them are. It is a savvy person who understands everything by just saying it. The two arched their hands, and then hurried away. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 371. Jiang Feng is very excited because, soon, he will be able to have 3 rounds of bungee rides. In the crucible, the molten iron is boiling, and the sweat on Jiang Feng's face is also flowing like rain. However, he is happy. There are no screws now, but can this be a rare opportunity for Jiang Feng? No. He thought of a wonderful thing, that is the tenon and tenon joint. Melt it with molten iron, then pour it into tenon and tenon joints, then burn it with firepower, pass through the place where screws need to be fixed, and smash it with a hammer. Although the effect is a little worse, but fair enough. At least it won't fall apart. But at this moment, the door of his tavern was knocked again. This makes Jiang Feng very speechless. Although the other parts of the tricycle are hidden, this small crucible is still very conspicuous. Simply, if someone doesn't understand this thing, he really can't understand it. Unless he is a transmigrator, otherwise, who can know this number? There is another kind of person, that is, the carpenter, or a blacksmith. But Jiang Feng's intuition is that the person is either old scholar, old he or Guzi. But it's strange to say that since Guzi Zuzi and the others heard from the drunk old scholar that they were going to open the academy, they basically didn't come. It seems to be what Zuzi father meant. However, Jiang Feng the past few days was also busy and didn't have time to ask. This matter can only be discussed after the academy opens. Dong dong dong. Jiang Feng dared to put out the crucible, and the knock on the door rang again. Jiang Feng hurriedly got up and shouted as he walked, "Come, here, the door is unlocked, just push it open." However, no one spoke. This can't help but make Jiang Feng a little puzzled. "Open the door." I finally understood. What is the reason? "Old Du, why are you here? Come in." The visitor is Du Yui wearing a plain suit. Seeing Jiang Feng opening the door, he instinctively clasped his fists, but Jiang Feng pulled in, and then closed the door again. But in just a short time, there were at least 30 locusts. Flew into tavern, greeting to Du Yui to sit down. Jiang Feng asked suspiciously, "Old Du, are you here today?" "It's not because of the bastard of Darbing in my house," Du Yui said angrily. "What happened to Darbing?" Jiang Feng was surprised. Is this guy stunned by the research of division formula? For others, he is really not worried, but this bookworm Du Darbing, he is really worried. At the beginning, it was because this product was too damn verbose, so Jiang Feng gave him this thing, and deliberately said that when he can calculate the division within 3 digits in 1 byte, it is considered a finished apprenticeship. This product shouldn't. "Old Du, Darbing, are you okay?" "Oh, all day long I heard him in the room saying what counts as division or something. So, I'm here to ask, see if you have any good solutions. It's not a way to go on like this." "Brother Jiang Feng, can you show me?" Well, Jiang Feng is a little confused. This is a good thing. You know this thing, After several decades, it will be a new gadget that will be popular in Great Tang. Is this bad? Although there were fewer than 20 students at the Imperial College of Supreme Learning in Diao at that time, what does this mean? But these 20 people, in the end, that one is the elite of the elite, basically creating the legacy of Zhengwen, as well as the period of prosperity in Wu Zishan's hands, and even the period of prosperity in the later Kai Yuan period, laid a foundation that cannot be ignored. This is a group of guys with a brain speed of up to 75%, under the leadership of an emperor who knows how to appreciate them, and create a prosperous scene. Without these people, would you Great Tang want a prosperous finance, a country rich and a strong people? No, no, no. At that time, the pit was going to be pitted to death. Let's not say that many glare like a tiger watching his prey. Great Tang, not to mention that Great Tang only needs one ship. The ship, a banner, is something that makes people tremble. Without the existence of these people, perhaps, the influence of Great Tang's Kai Yuan period of prosperity may be possible, but it is impossible to have such a brilliant glory, and even affect the whole world. Why? Dozens of people don't do anything every day, so they just think about it. Have you ever done it? That's weird. Mathematics. This not only includes addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. The windings here include military coordination, geographical distance division, and so on. Think of this. Zhang Feng mysteriously hit Du Yui with his elbow and said, "Old Du, I want to ask you something." Say, look at your son Darbing, who is so obsessed with this. Do you think he will become a monster in 5 years? Du Yui said with a black face. Zhang Feng brother, this ... old man, even if he came for this thing today, that man, didn't he think about guard home, defend the country and serve the country? You've been stunned all day long, so don't be ridiculing me. No, no, no. Zhang Feng waved his hands again and again, in not sarcasm. Seriously, I believe you saw the division. I asked you, what would happen if this thing was used in commercial computing? What if it is used elsewhere? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 372. Du Yui is a little confused. He has understood this arithmetic before. Because Duga became obsessed with this, he wanted to see what is fascinating about this thing, so he went to study it seriously. Although this thing is very complicated, it contains things that cannot be learned elsewhere. Du Yui believes that if this thing is really unfolded, it will definitely be there are very incomprehensible effects in application, business, people, and so on. After all, this thing was something that Emperor Yang of Sui Yanguan did not get until after suffering untold hardship. Although the Sui dynasty was extinct, this thing has been preserved. Nothing else, just because this thing is really useful. But, whenever he thinks of Dugu, he likes to delve into these weird things, and he is afraid that he will work tirelessly on these things all day. What is wrong with Gu? For example, Mozhao. Zhang Feng brother, I know what you mean. I only worry about whether my son will fall into the trap because of this. It shouldn't be, right? Zhang Feng touched the chin. Not sure. This product is just a stubborn donkey. Once you get in, you will definitely study it to death. He is somewhat guilty. The division table was given to him last time, on the one hand to pretend to be forced, on the other hand it was also because it was too damn annoying. Or ... This way, I will give you something later, and you will tell Darbing when you go back that this is another algorithm for division, called multiplication. In this case, will he make him even more? No. Zhang Feng shook his head. I found it personally, and I gave this thing to Duga last time because of pretense. This fuck, if something goes wrong, he really can't say it. Now the multiplication table was given to him, although he was a little bit reluctant, but it was a matter of time. Anyway, Du Darbing when the time comes is a free teacher. It is only a matter of time before and after his research. Moreover, this thing, except for his death, if he can study it at the same time. Then Zhang Feng didn't say anything. The one who can only prostrate oneself in admiration give him a thumbs up, and then ask Chen Sheniu to throw this idiot into the Wai River for a bath. and then ask him to calculate why people can float. Sometimes the surface of the water is something that can't be done sometimes. Zhang Feng has 10,000 ways to deal with this kind of nerd. Seeing that Du Yue wanted to ask about the multiplication table, Zhang Feng hurriedly changed the subject, because he knew that if this was for him, if you don't have one day, you shouldn't ask about it. Make it clear to him. By the way, old Du, you are here this time, presumably because of the bone strengthening powder, right? Zhang Feng's look. Don't want to lie to me. From time to time take a look at Du Yue's ruddy face. Du Yue sighed slightly. Actually, this is indeed the case, but do you know about Tibet emissary? I know. What about old Du? I can't. Are you sure? I'll just say, how could His Imperial Majesty not think of this? Why? Didn't old Li act one step ahead? Zhang Feng patted Du Yue on the shoulder to show off. You have tasted the sweetness of this thing, and you also know how terrifying the profit of this thing is. Among you, I will think that you are the most honest and most like a businessman. Look at that old Li, the whole looks like a patriarch. How does he understand these twists and turns? I'm talking about old son. This guy is cunning. I advise you to avoid contact with him in the future, but if you form a business alliance, you know what old son is suitable for, you know. As for old Y, this dam is an official, and old Fang, this is the right thing. Isn't he not a son? Before, what Du Yue heard was called a cool one, who doesn't want to be flattered. Also, are you a stranger like Zhang Feng? But the more I talked about it, Du Yue felt something was wrong. This guy is asking about the details of a few people. Hurry up, he said with a smile. Well, old Fang's son has always been in Longyu, knowing how to manage things. Frankly, we have indeed become Chamber of Commerce a long time ago, otherwise, where can I compete with others? And there is Guanlong, you know. Where is Fang Yi? Of course it's done at the back. As one of the 4 great demon kings of Chainan, can he do well? But Cheng Chumo and Dugazang Sanchong and the others have all surfaced. If no one wipes their buttocks behind, it will be exposed long ago. Although Du Yue knows this matter, it can't be kept for a long time, but at least it is now impossible to have a showdown with Zhang Feng. At least, before His Imperial Majesty personally said it, if anyone dares to say it, then he is the enemy of His Imperial Majesty. His Imperial Majesty's brother, the only brother who can be remembered in the heart by His Imperial Majesty. Once the relationship is showdown, who can guarantee to be a brother? So, before His Imperial Majesty said nothing, none of them dared. Every time they come out, Fang Yi is like a big enemy. Thousands of embroidered uniform guards are thrown out. Once they know a few people, they will be invited to have a cup of tea every minute. As for what tea? That's all because of Fang Yi, the Demon King's preference. Imperial franchise? That's no joke. Who dares to talk too much when the small card flashes? Even if you are a prince and your legs are discounted, you have nowhere to cry. By the way, Zhang Feng brother, when I say this, I heard that you are going to the waiting meeting. Du Yue hurriedly changed the subject and didn't dare to talk about this topic going down. Zhang Feng is amazing. He has experienced it. A little carelessness will lead you into the ditch. Zhang Feng, hearing this, instantly frowned. It's okay if you don't say that. I kind of want to punch someone. Damn bastard. The grandson Chen Sheniu, what the past few days are doing. Why haven't you seen him here? And those bastards, what did they do? If it wasn't because of their scams last time, would I be like this? Du Yue's corner of mouth twitching. You also don't say this. Didn't I hear that you are going to run an academy? This is a good thing. And if you win the first prize, then young lady Jingxiu will be yours just as it should be. Chang and all talented scholars dare not say anything. You have to know that Jingxiu is the signboard of Yanlai Building. You know what Yanlai Building is. And this time, you are not only why not be able to win the beauty back, but also make the academy famous. As for Chen Sheniu, the past few days are a bit busy. When Du Yue said this, he couldn't help but secretly sighed. He picked up the wine bowl and drank. Although Zhang Feng knows this, he also understands that this poem meeting is a must, but when he thinks about the past few days' ghost shadow, he can't see it. He wants to get angry, there is nowhere to post it, which is a bit panicked. But when I saw Do Yui like this, I couldn't help but feel confused. Old Do, what's wrong with you? It's nothing, but I think that now family property is getting bigger and bigger. Not only is it connected with the Cambodian parties, here, we are the Union Chamber of Commerce. You know everything about it. There are many people, and this mouth is not only mixed, but also this person. Once you see the benefits, there is no control or restriction. This trouble is coming. Zhang Feng understands. This product has encountered the shortcomings of the family business. That is, there are more people eating idle meals, and fewer people who can serve children involved. Zhang Feng smiled. I thought something happened to you, old Do. This is it? You, just put your heart in your stomach. Since you are here today, then as a brother, I will give you some tips on your affairs, and I will guarantee you old Do will be used for the rest of your life. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 373. Really? Do Yui was excited. He is very old this year. Despite his hard work, His Imperial Majesty has never lost him, but he is still a little dissatisfied. He did not do a vigorous thing. The longer I have been in contact with Zhang Feng, and under the influence of Zhang Feng's calligraphy at home, Du Yui is eager to produce something that can be inherited. He doesn't know what this thing is, but he has this kind of impulse. Not only him, but also everyone who has come into contact with Zhang Feng. Don't talk about anything else. Just talk about the one thing Zhang Feng said, one thing that he did, and that one thing isn't that kind of thing that shakes the world. At this time, seeing Zhang Feng like this, he couldn't help but burst into tears. Although Dugu is also working hard, but nobody understands one's son better than his father. Dugu and several of them are destined to assist Crown Prince in the throne in the future and become important members of the next generation of leadership. But he also knows that Dugu's temperament is it disappointed Crown Prince and the others. Nothing else, but Dugu is too real. And it's the kind of person who admits to death. He is no better than Wei Zheng. Li Chenqian is no better than Li Shimin. Who knows, if they and old guys pass away, can the Du family carry forward in the hands of Dugu? But since knowing that Zhang Feng passed on to them, and each of them had something different, Du Yui became enthusiastic. He wants the Du family to be safe and stable. On the one hand, it is to see the future fortune of Dugu, and on the other hand, to see if he can create a name for the Du family 100 years ago. Something that will keep the Du family from withering for at least 100 years. And this thing has made Du Yui worry about it during this period of time, especially after seeing the great cause of these locusts, and after the division table. He became more urgent. Old Du. Although we have very few chances to meet, Zhang Feng thinks that it is quite accurate to see people. From what you just said, I actually saw it a long time ago, so when Iron Ox came to me, I actually understood it, not to mention you. In fact, old Li had already thought of this a long time ago. If you want to extend your children and grandchildren, then Merchant's Way must not be the end, but how you can use this relationship to your advantage, so that your descendants can enter the official career. So, how many of them did you have to master a skill? Du Yui asked. Zhang Feng nodded. This is inevitable. To be honest, I didn't think about that many in the beginning, but in this feudal era, eldest son must be the successive family property heir, but the second son, when you are here, maybe everything will not be wrong, but have you thought about it? Once you retreat behind the scenes, their brother will be because of interest, where will it go? So, I also saw Iron Ox's dreams from the people, so I also said casually, didn't expect these grandchildren. It's really not built. They are not stupid, they have their own ideals, but they wander around because they are not recognized, want to prove their existence, or I want to use this method to numb myself and get your attention. Du Yui's face changed a little. In these years, it's true that they always demand their son harshly. But he knows what Dugu likes. What does he like? He who is a father doesn't even know at all. Zhang Feng brother. Du Yui feels a little guilty. He sighed heavily. Thank you. This is not what you should do when you are a brother. Actually, these all are behind things. At least they have to wait until they graduate from the academy before they can really take charge of some things, or enter the dynasty, etc. The current things are actually still very obvious. In the case of a big family and a big business, there must be some problems. People are actually quite contradictory. I always want to be understood, but I am afraid of others to see through. Jiang Feng sighed, but there will always be many things that are not understood in life, or on the way forward. So if you care too much about other people's opinions, then your life will become a loincloth. What do others fart? You have to go on and go around. This. Du Yui was shocked. Although these things seem to be easy to understand and a bit vulgar, if you taste them carefully, you will find that there are actually a lot of truthful sayings in them. Jiang Feng, brother, what are you teached? Du Yui was full of excitement, swinging. He has very few words. Not that he has nothing to say, but in the imperial court, often a word will plunge himself into the abyss, and the big dive out of the imperial court makes him care too much about what others say. What's wrong? But now think about it, suddenly, Du Yui has a feeling of enlightenment. As Jiang Feng brother said, if everyone cares too much about what others say and how others feel, then what is the difference with a loincloth? No difference. Unfortunately, Du Yui got up excitedly, gave a Confucian scholar salute, and said, today, I can get the Jiang Feng brother to solve the puzzle. Old Du, I really am. Come on, you are a lot of age, don't come to worship me. Do you still want to give me a tablet? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 374. Jiang Feng is speechless. The most annoying is their group of scholars. Scholar is half-hearted, and if you do business, you are also half-hearted. Fortunately, go ahead and pick it up. Everything is the Confucian scholar gift. You thought you were great Confucian. Are you sour? Okay, just remember what I said. As for the others, it's up to you. Old Du, I ask you, then bone strengthening, have you done anything about powder? I can wait for the money. Du Yui is speechless. A moment ago, I was still talking about business. Why are these three sentences inseparable from the vulgar thing of money? Don't really want money, just say it. I believe that as long as His Imperial Majesty hears, he has to give you as much as you want, right? As for it's like falling into the eyes of money, it's okay. Things are being tested in Longyu, and the effect is still very good for the time being, so Iron Knox and others have gone to help. And you also know those goods, all it's the swingers of Chainan City. Let them go. It must be better than the old guys of us. Jiang Feng nodded. Yes, this method is good. But if this matter is left in Chainan, would it be better? Why do you want to let it be in Longyu? Oh. Du Yui sighed. You don't know something. The benefits in this matter are too terrifying. And Longyu is the base camp of some of our old guys. Last time in the case of Locust insect egg, some personal connections have been established, and it will not be as powerful as Chainan. Therefore, we have no choice but to put it on the Longyu road. Du Yui told Jiang Feng about the matter after discussing the fish His Imperial Majesty. Jiang Feng could not help but also heard something from it. This is a good Chainan. No. I have to go to Longyu and other places where wolves are waiting. This is a big problem. Old Du, tell me obediently and honestly, did you have any trouble? Oh. Du Yui meet Jiang Feng finally got to the point and sighed. Brother, elder brother, my heart is bitter. This matter, I originally said that I was sorry, but since you have asked about brother, let's do it again. It's hard not to say. So ... Oh. Jiang Feng twitched his lips. Then don't say it. As for you, as soon as you enter the door, you show me a worried look. I made Lao Tzu ponder for a long time. Old Du, we are brother. Therefore, Mania knows our temperament and character. If you have anything to do, please tell me directly. If you can help, I will definitely help. But let's say it first. If you are offended His Imperial Majesty, or did some murder and arson, I immediately sent you to the government 1 inch. Du Yui waved his hand. Look at me like a murderer and arson, huh? It's just that, since this has been linked with Zhang Sun Wuji and some people in the imperial court, this is not, these things must be reported, so only they thought I sent some bone strengthening powder to go up. But this time, the trouble is big. Basically, all the names that Chanan can call are here, in a room in the old Chen family. They are all piled up with copper coins. You say ... this. If they just want to make money, that's a good thing, but this fucking has to get their people in. What is this? No, I don't want to eat anything left. I don't want to offend it. I want to get rid of it, and it's not easy to get rid of people. So for this matter, we have all the hair in these songs of old brother during this time. I'm so sad. Jiang Feng was speechless. This is it? Yes. No. Jiang Feng brother, what are we all about? Do you still think things are not big enough? Jiang Feng shrugged and asked in disbelief. I thought it was such a big deal. It turned out that it was such a mess. Are you embarrassed? We are almost a year old this year. If you put your ears up when you are drinking here, you won't do such a silly thing. Go. Jiang Feng slapped his head with a slap. If it was someone else, he could really say something. But old Chen did it. Furthermore, Jiang Feng pondered this matter for a second, and only old Chen could do it. This naive one. How dare you collect any money? Jiang Feng is speechless. Swear old Chen? He dare not. My son slapped him on his back with a slap. If he scolded old Chen face to face and behind his back, would I still slap out your way? Come on, tell old Chen back, don't collect any money, be careful when the time comes to earn some money and give it to others, we can't get a penny. Oh, I know it. Du Yui nodded like pecking rice. The thing he asked was of course not on Merchant's Way. It's the entire court, civil and military. These people are like falling into the eyes of money. He is worried that these guys are crazy about money, and they have done anything extraordinary, and they are not doing anything at the Imperial Court. This time, Du Yui is also for this. Someone has done other things, and they are all doing well, but he, the Ministry of Appointments high official, and Fang Xuanling together to assist His Imperial Majesty in the affairs of the court, at this time because of the Locust, everything was left to him. But this Imperial Court order gave him a very headache. I haven't even participated in His Imperial Majesty's discussions about Locust plague management in the past few days. It is not that he does not want to, but the operation of the Imperial Court. At this time, both Du Yui and Jiang Feng were silent. Du Yui is waiting for Jiang Feng to give him an idea. But Jiang Feng is different. He is struggling with one thing. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 375. Jiang Feng is entangled. Once this matter is revealed, the clever emperor will definitely think of this thing immediately and think of this thing. Certainly, this thing is a great weapon when he is going to go to the Imperial Court when the time comes. Also, I want to rely on this thing to have a good relationship with Fang plans and Du decides, and Wei Zheng and the others. At this time, is it appropriate to say it? But when I saw Old's sad face, Jiang Feng couldn't help but feel numb. Come on, old Du, you don't want to worry about this mess. Oh, I prepare this thing after entering the Imperial Court in the future, have a good relationship with Fang Xuanling, Du Yui and Wei Zheng and several old guys. Forget it, it's cheaper for you. Jiang Feng is depressed talking to himself, but Du Yui hearing this, almost blurted out and pointed at his nose and shouted, "Don't wait, I'm Du Yui." But when the words came to his lips, he swallowed alive. Although he is excited, Du Yui also knows the priorities. Jiang Feng brother. Then I am here, old Du, thank you in advance. When the time comes when you want to be an official, old Du, I will definitely offer all the belongings and recommend it for you. Hey. Jiang Feng smiled. Old Du, are you questioning me? No. Du Yui waved his hands again and again. Jiang Feng doesn't want to fool him anymore, and he still has something to do. Okay. This matter is easy to handle. You just have to remember that no matter who it is, if you go to your site, then you have to be under your control. The so-called state-owned national law, the family has its own rules. This is the Chamber of Commerce. Naturally there are rules to speak of. If everyone is like this, then I advise you not to do this business. A few of us are good. Why are you looking for excitement? Jiang Feng shrugged. Since everything has happened, let's not talk about it. In this way, you can tell old Lee about it as it is. The method is actually very simple, is to make a synonym form. And it's still a work synonym form. Du Yui, who listened carefully, was stunned. What is it? Check-in form? Check-in at work? What is this? Listen to me slowly. Jiang Feng waved his hand, poured a bowl of wine for Du Yui, and took out a plate from the counter to fry it. The yellow-orange Locust said, actually, you can understand this work as work. Can you understand this? You do things with me. Do you come in the morning, and then leave after work at night? That's a day? Yes. It's such a reason. Nodded by Du Yui, looking thoughtful. But what does this synonym mean? Jiang Feng has too many horrifying sentences, and many of them are numb, so it's no surprise. But this new term still makes Du Yui somewhat startled. More are actually shocked. Can you be shocked? At this time, the imperial court was basically crazy because of the locusts, and plunged into it. This made it impossible for many government officials to implement it. If this continues, everyone wants to make a fortune. That's it. Although His Imperial Majesty also knew about this, and deliberately did it, he waited for the locust plague to be over and swept him in a pot. But now it's not when the time comes. Many things have to be done now. Business with Cambodia, Tibet, Tuhan, and plans for Turkey in the future. Which of these things shouldn't be done? Once this happens a little bit, it will surely lead to irreparable disasters involved. Du Yui was excited. Jiang Feng, brother, what do you say is this synonym form? Is it a system rule? No. It can be said to be a let's plant a system. But this thing only restricts whether the person is on duty, whether he comes, and whether he does anything. As for other things, it's up to you. Yes, I don't know exactly how you run your Chamber of Commerce. As for how to run it, you still have to do it yourself. But, you just have to remember a little. Hang this watch in the most conspicuous place. Whoever slept on duty, or did not come, or was sabotaged. You don't need to say anything, for this interests, and those who want to fight for the big business of locusts. I think there are still a lot of them. When the time comes, you only need to put each of them what is the situation of doing things for you. After you finish writing it down, where to hang it. People want faces, trees want bark. When the time comes, you pass this soft knife out. Naturally there will be countless people who will poke you go down. And it doesn't matter which senior official that person is. After all, the locusts' interests are and the meat is so big, isn't it? Just like this. Du Yui was confused. But he really heard something from it that made him feel that he has one's hair stand on end. As long as this thing hangs in the Imperial Palace, or the Imperial Court, then who dares to slow down? Who dares to take His Imperial Majesty's order improperly? Who dares to sleep and drink while on duty? Who would dare not come to attending the Imperial Court for the innocent? Or would you just report illness and have fun at home? Who dares? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 376. In Du Yui's muddy eyes, there was a faint glow of excitement. Just now he was still thinking, how can he do a vigorous thing in his lifetime? Now, isn't it? That person, don't want to do a career? Who doesn't want? Everyone wants it. Especially people like them, who basically end up with official positions. If you can be so vigorous when you are about to return home, even if you die on the spot, your life will not be in vain. This is bring honor to one's ancestors. This is the blessing he has established for the next generation of his Du family. I thought of this. Du Yui excitedly wanted to get up and bow again, and was silently pressed onto the bench by Jiang Feng. Okay. Do you really want to give me a discount? If you really want to thank me, then do it well and give me more money. That's the key. This bone strengthening powder, damn it, I would not tell you if I had known it. Would he not fragrant if I don't make a fortune? Jiang Feng is quite depressed. The Jiang Feng brother, today, the old elder brother, many thanks for your doubts. Today ... I won't bother too much, your great kindness. My Du family will never forget. Thank you. When it's okay, you can get out. What's the matter with you? Do you think you are a great writer of that generation? Jiang Feng got up and was speechlessly chaste. Dunuyui is also interesting. Hurry up and squeeze out 3 silver bills from the embroidered robe and put them on the table before leaving. It's not that he picks up the search, it's really that little money on him. When out of the little tavern, looking at the locusts in the sky. For Dunuyui, where is the locust? This is simply the copper coins flying all over the sky. Turning around and glanced at Jiang Feng's little tavern, Dunuyui just performed a peer official ceremony, and then left in a hurry. Obviously he has forgotten, asking Jiang Feng for the multiplication table. At this time, he still remembers even if you remember, so what? This thing won't run. It will come again when the time comes, but the method Jiang Feng brother said must be implemented as soon as possible. This will work for His Imperial Majesty's plan. It's very useful, even in the future Imperial Court, as well as all officials. A new type of rules and regulations will be used. For the Ministry of Appointments High Official, this is a very important thing. He has a foreboding that if he does this, then when the time comes on the Imperial Court, it will be another scene. Who dares to slow down? Who dares to delay? Those who stare at this position will try their best to get you down. Although it is shameful to do so, so what? But this thing Jiang Feng brother said, does it really apply? Dunuyui couldn't help but feel confused again. Once this thing is done, it will definitely be left behind forever. But what if? What if this thing is made? Not only will it not have a miraculous effect, but it will make people offensive. Cannot help Dunuyui's pace slowly stopped. Looking at the sky full of locusts, I couldn't help but think of the faces of everyone in the Imperial Court. Even from His Imperial Majesty, princes, and local officials. Dunuyui could not help but realize. The thin layer of cold sweat on his forehead not only couldn't help dripping down. If you copy what Jiang Feng said before, then within a day, he will be verbally criticized by numerous officials. This is simply a business model. He forgot one thing. That is, they die to the end. What Jiang Feng told Jiang Feng is that they are businessmen. That thing applies to Merchant's Way, but it does not apply to the management system of the Imperial Court. Imperial Court now has its own set of perfect system. If this thing is made at this time, although it can play some role, but it runs counter to the retired emperor and His Imperial Majesty. Although the previous dynasty system is still used, to a large extent, it has been slightly changed. But the current system is contrary to what was before. Once he dares to raise it, he will definitely be charged with conspiracy. His Imperial Majesty and the retired emperor dared to change the things he made. What is this? This is not treason. What is it? Dunuyui took a deep breath. I'm not leaving anymore. Sitting under the saponaria tree on the mouth of Huitong Lane, staring blankly at the canopy that hasn't been faintly affected by the locust Huo Guang, rethink the original Imperial Court system and criminal law, and then compare a vague thing in my heart at this time, one after another. Slowly, he finally figured it out. It turns out that the key point is the integrity of this system. The integrity of this system is too high, and the Imperial Court Minister still needs to supervise the implementation. But once illegal people take advantage of this loophole, it will definitely have a great impact on the order of the Imperial Court. However, if it is the original courtier system, a slight reward good is added. What about punish evil and what was signed in by this attending the Imperial Court? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 377. Several days in a row, numerous officials are all there, busy preparing for the locusts. Even the rumors in Chainan City pop up from time to time. What is experts' advice? The punishment from heaven is the supreme auspiciousness bestowed by the heavens pitying Great Tang. But everyone does not understand. This damn guy has eaten up all the rations, and even everyone's favorite wild vegetables have all been eaten up. Is this thing still auspicious? Zhang's is the same thing as Yakshaw. Can this be called auspicious? Everyone is puzzled. But just now, if you say that, someone will point to your nose and yell at you for being ignorant. Why? Because this is internal news from the Imperial Palace. His Imperial Majesty has said that this thing is auspicious, so you snap your fingers and say, this is a harmful insect, Are you tired of life and crooked? Such things are constantly appearing in Chainan City. As things ferment, the mysterious bone-strengthening powder also faintly spread. It's even more wicked. In a tea house, Mr. Storyteller came early this morning. These locusts are all over the sky. Basically everyone can't do anything. Just stay at home. This damn thing can hold back the illness. And it's hard to stay with the woman every day. Simply, now everyone has a little money left in their pockets. So no, this cheap and affordable tea house has become the best place for everyone to escape the heat, and it is also the best place to find work. Norrily, the tea house with poor business has become the sweet pastry of Chainan City at this time. As the storyteller Wang Xiazi, after fiercely patted the coffee table, the noisy tea house instantly quieted down. Wang Xiazi is not in a hurry. Slowly drew out the folding fan from the back door of his head, and slapped it slowly. Then he said, "Dear folks and elders, let Wang Xiazi say something different today. Otherwise, it's something else. My son, you all vomit when you hear it. And the person I said was damn about vomiting." Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter and was instantly attracted interest. Wang Xiazi, what are you talking about today? Is it talking about the widow's grandson in Anil Township, Chengdong last night? Or was it Patriarch Ge found out that you stole the book and was kicked out? Ah ha ha ha. The laughter of everyone makes Wang Xiazi a rare jump. Chainan people have 3 good points. The first is to squat in the Yanlai building to see the real courtesan lady. Secondly, that is to stroll along the newly built river, and walk around East and West markets with your hands behind your back. But at this moment, neither of these 2 things can be done. The door lock of Yanlai building is tight, for fear that the apprentice can't hold back to break in. And on the edge of the river, East and West markets has become a breeding ground for locusts. That guy, you can step on several locusts when you step down. Who dares to go out? Then third. Naturally, Wang Xiazi jumped. But very rare. This time, in the face of everyone's teasing and joking, Wang Xiazi was as if he hadn't heard it, still shaking the thick paste fan that could not see the words on the paper, and smiled slightly. It seems to be endowed with extraordinary intelligence. The old man reads sage, so how can I be done by scholar, such as dirty things? What the old man wants to say today is the auspicious flying in the sky. Fart. Everyone is hearing this, and it's this old thing again. Everyone couldn't help but roll the eyes. Wang Xiazi said slowly, I didn't know last night how many masters were sitting there. Have you heard of bone strengthening powder? Bone strengthening powder. What's this? I seem to have secretly listened to what the club said about the ball. It seems that this thing is something extraordinary. Yes, this master is right 1 inch. Wang Xiazi suddenly slapped the fan into his palm, and then said, this bone strengthening powder, it is indeed an incredible fun thing. Last night, I was outside the Tikeng temple and heard a woman talk about this thing. The woman seemed to be the lady of a certain adult in Tikeng temple. That lady seems to be asking for bone strengthening powder for her elderly father again. Here, so long as I drink a bowl of bone strengthening powder, it's just this tea bowl sized bowl is worth a large bowl of mutton soup. What? Is it so magical? Wang Xiazi, you are not fooling people. In this world, it is possible that there is such a thing? Wang Xiazi mysteriously shook his head. When everyone was about to make trouble, he continued, not only that, the old man also heard that this thing can strengthen the bones. Although it is not the thing of recovering one's youthful vigor, it is 70. The year-old bastard only needs to drink this stuff for 3 days, so that he can have his back straight in an instant. And he can also pick up a bucket of water in one hand, and walk 10 miles without blushing or breathing. Hiss. Everyone is hearing this. Can't help being sucked in a cold breath. Impossible. Wang Xiazi, maybe you are fooling people again. 1 inch. Come on with your grandma. This matter, if it's so awesome, why haven't you heard it? Everyone was furious. But Wang Xiazi only raised his mouth slightly. This is the last time the retired emperor was born. You aren't Dangang master monk. When he prayed for the sky, things descended from the sky. and His Imperial Majesty and retired Emperor also tried it themselves. All the ministers of the Imperial Court, I have tried all of them. Do you think this is because His Imperial Majesty can't wait in Huil? This Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 378. Li Shimin is very comfortable, especially looking at the documents on the bookcase that were passed back from Chainan. He seemed to see a pile of gold falling from the sky. The rumors indeed came from here. Zhang Sun Wuji is very mindful in doing this kind of thing, and he has done it once. If this is a setback, then something strange will happen. At this time, everyone is affected by the locust plague, and everyone is affected. If you can make money at this time, who doesn't want it? The bone strengthening powder matter has been finalized, so next. Just as Li Shimin elated thinking about the next. During the incident, he suddenly saw a different memorial among this pile of papers. As for where is it different? This memorial was actually sent by Du Yui in his own name. Will this be necessary? Li Shimin looked at the thick memorial and opened it curiously. The word isn't in reward and punishment system that came into view attracted his attention deeply. I couldn't help but Li Shimin was also interested. This Ministry of Appointments high official actually used this method to hand over the folds. What does this mean? Clearly speaking, it means, looking at the memorial, the joy on Li Shimin's face slowly solidified. Little Gizzy, pass Du Yui. Yes. Li Shimin's expression is serious. No wonder he uses this method. I'm here to pass the papers. If this is for others to know, what is it? This is treason. Dare to touch the regulations of the Imperial Court. This is to touch the interests of the Imperial family. But Li Shimin knows that if it is an ordinary person, he does not need to look at this kind of thing, and waved his hand. Play first. But this Du Yui is different. He can tell, then it shows that this kind of thing is very serious. And Li Shimin recalled that there was indeed a problem with the Imperial Court system. Moreover, this thing is really something Du Yui could think of. He didn't believe it. On the contrary, from the line between the lines, he saw the shadow of Jiang Feng. And this Du Yui didn't Yui visit Jiang Feng the day before? When I think of Jiang Feng, Li Shimin's face has a touch of excitement. After a while, Du Yui hurriedly entered the Imperial study room. Old official Du Yui pay respects to His Imperial Majesty. Du King, please start. Quickly talk to me about this. What is the duty of rewards and punishments? Back to His Imperial Majesty. This ... is the accidental experience of the old official the day before yesterday. Li Shimin twitched his lips. Speakers. Du Yui said, since His Imperial Majesty can see it, this is indeed the idea of Jiang Feng brother. On the Imperial Court now, everyone is twisted into a rope because of the locust matter. This is a good thing, but the long-standing backlog of improper duties still exists, and now that everyone is thinking about profiting, if things go on like this, who can respect the discipline of the Imperial Court? So, you discussed with your Jiang Feng brother and came up with this thing? Li Shimin was sitting next to Du Yui drinking tea and glanced at the memorial on the table and said, yes, but this thing is basically made by the old official, but it is also because of a sentence from the Jiang Feng brother. What are you talking about? Li Shimin is interested. He said, these people will give you part-time jobs again. Li Shimin hearing this, I could not help being frowned. But at the next moment he couldn't help but suddenly said, do you mean that the Imperial Court system should be rigorously perfected? Yes, His Imperial Majesty, you also saw it before when it arrives. Everyone is lazy. Although His Imperial Majesty advocates wide-ranging speeches, you have also seen that the disadvantages of doing so are also obvious. That is the 5 surnames 7 clans, as well as Guanlong, aristocratic families of Shandong. For the the court did not do anything. So many things on the Imperial Court, although there are many people, among them, there are playing games, some tired, and even some people are hanging on lucrative post. I've been hanging around all day. I couldn't target them before, but now, this locust matter, His Imperial Majesty, you came to a big squad. Then, if at this time, let them go on like this, Who else is at the imperial court? Want to really do things? The old official worries that if such things cannot be rectified for a long time, then if everyone in the imperial court follows suit, the consequences will be disastrous. This time the big team reshuffle is an opportunity. So when the minister went to the Jiang Feng brother, there was some depression, so I asked the Jiang Feng brother to complain. But the Jiang Feng brother felt that this was a trivial matter. By the way, I started talking. This small official is also under the guidance of the Jiang Feng brother, and this system of rewards and punishments on duty has been established. Although this system is a new system, but all books are streamlined and added in accordance with Great Tang's original regulations. While speaking, Du Yui knelt on the ground excitedly and said, "His Imperial Majesty." The old official knew what would be the consequences of this arbitrarily acting on the Great Tang law, so the old official risked his death and asked His Imperial Majesty to implement this order. Li Shimin was speechless. I personally helped Du Yui and said, "I didn't say anything. I read this thing too." Alright. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 379. Li Shimin actually wanted to clean up the Imperial Court a long time ago. Every morning, he basically wanted to kill people. This was before the Locust plan. Now that everything is done, it is time to rectify. But didn't expect Du Yui actually thought of his front. How could this not make Li Shimin happy? Minister, I've got it right. If I hadn't suppressed the anger in my heart, I would have killed a lot of people, everyone. I think I have a good temper, but only you know that this is actually I am waiting for an opportunity. Guanlong and 5 surnames 7 clans. It's time to clean up. Li Shimin suddenly felt sad. He could not predict what would happen if he confronted the Guanlong forces at this time, but this is also something that must be done. A country, a monarch, if even his own people cannot control, then how can we dominate the world? But if this and these two forces collide now. One night, Li Shimin worried about this all night. Early the next morning, the moment the clock rang at Maoshi, Li Shimin came to the Palace of Political Statement early and looked at the empty imperial court. He suddenly and slowly wrote a big word on the rice paper, and all ministers who entered the Palace of Political Statement were blinded. But seeing His Imperial Majesty in a daze, everyone did not dare to speak and stood quietly. After everyone entered the Palace of Political Statement, Little Gizzy gently called, "His Imperial Majesty, it's time to attending the Imperial Court." Li Shimin just lifts the head and looked at the people under the Imperial Court. Attending the Imperial Court. Kneel. Long live my Emperor. You may rise. Li Shimin faintly waved his hand. Today, is there a memorial? Hearing this, a minister hurriedly got up and said, "Back to His Imperial Majesty. The old official has the original play. Announce." Recently, although the rumors of bone strengthening powder and the locusts have been issued, and the people are rushing to tell about this, the enthusiasm of all the people has also skyrocketed infinitely. No one complains about the catastrophe of this thing, but there is still a problem! Oh, what's the problem? Return to His Imperial Majesty. Recently, the old official statistics gave me a look at Chainan and in the surrounding area of Chainan. Although there were early reserves of grain and grass, the livestock in the livestock industry suffered severe losses, and even many livestock showed signs of starvation. His Imperial Majesty Cheng Yojin clasped his fists and said, "In our army, especially in Longyu, there is an emergency report. The 100,000 horses in the army have almost exhausted their forage. Yu Prefecture on the other hand, as well as the Chainan garrison, Jianan Road and other places, such problems have also appeared. The locusts are raging, and all things with a little green are eaten up, and the current season is the season to increase the weight of horses." But, although Cheng Yojin didn't say anything, but why doesn't Li Shimin understand? If things go on forever, then all the animals of Great Tang will definitely starve to death because they don't have fodder. What's more terrifying is how can there be horses in the army? His Imperial Majesty, the grandson undoubtedly hesitated. Li Shimin frowned. Say, there is news from Tibet and Tuihan that 5 days later, The first batch of livestock will be delivered to Great Tang in Hezu, Yozu and other places in Jianan Road. Longiu Road will also have. But the current situation. How much? Li Shiman has a headache. Everything has been thought of, but everyone ignored that the locust not only ate the dealer, but even the grass and leaves were gone. This livestock is very important, but how to breed it? Don't let the grazing beasts eat locusts, right? It's this time. Little Gizzy took a memorial from Zhang Sunwuji and handed it to Li Shimin. Tuihan delivered 58,300 horses in the first phase, 37,000 cows, 59,000 bulls, 30,000 cubs, 390,000 sheep, pigs, chickens and ducks. Looking at the number of these one by one, Li Shimin is suffering from headaches. This is undoubtedly another pressure. This will not drive all the livestock to the south, right? Ministers, what good strategy do you have in this matter? Li Shimin rubbed his forehead. At this time, these things, His Imperial Majesty, the minister suggested that you should not accept this batch of cattle, sheep and horses for the time being, otherwise it will undoubtedly worsen the situation. His Imperial Majesty, the sudden addition of these cattle, sheep, pigs, chickens, ducks are all good to say. They can be distributed to the local people, but this horse, His Imperial Majesty, Chen meant that if these cattle, sheep and horses came from Jianan Road, it would be better if they were sent directly to the south. Now the south is less affected by the locust plague. As for the Longiu Road, let Longiu know how to breed properly. When the time comes, wait until a horse of fodder is shipped from the south. The ministers each shares his own views. At this time, no one sings the opposite, because what does this mean? This represents interest. Moreover, they occupy a lot of fields everywhere, and there must be a lot of stored fodder. At this time, once these things are left behind, they will ultimately benefit. There is no fool here. Everyone has his own way. This one of the benefits. After discussing for an hour, Li Shimin still failed to find a suitable solution after all. He suddenly thought of someone in his mind. Maybe that person can solve this problem perfectly. He also knows the benefits of this matter. If he followed what these people said, wouldn't he not get a penny? Okay, I have a countermeasure for this matter. By the way, I have something to announce today. Li Shimin waved his hand. The ministers fell silent in an instant. Li Shimin then slowly said, the order of my imperial court, since the retired emperor, has basically followed the previous dynasty system, and has not been replaced by a new one. Therefore, what I want to announce is that I want to make a slight correction to the original system. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 380. Everyone was shocked. This matter of improving the system is indeed coordinated by His Imperial Majesty, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Appointments and other departments, but why is it today? And why didn't you hear a word before? What does this mean? Could it be that this is another method used by His Imperial Majesty to stand up against this locust plague? Everyone is a human being, and they all know some things. They have actually thought about reforms, but they didn't expect that it will be today. You can talk about the relevant system. After all, you and the eldest grandson decided this matter together. Yes, 1 inch. And the grandson was stunned. What is this about me? But it is obvious that His Imperial Majesty is pulling the back, so he can only say yes. Then, Zhang Sunwuji first said, His Imperial Majesty, in view of the imperial court system, although the until now is very complete, the old official believes that there are still many drawbacks. So it is in contact with the Ministry of Appointments has been coordinated and improved. Lord Du, please come and tell the adults about the situation for His Imperial Majesty. Zhang Sunwuji kicked this stall to Du Yui again. Du Yui then slowly took out a copy from his arms and said, in view of the chain and government treasury and various aspects, there are many idle jobs, or many of them are just named, and there is no one on duty. At this time, all aspects of my Great Tang are just getting started, So His Imperial Majesty discussed with the old official and the others and deliberated on this matter. The first point is that too many idle gaps have caused people in various departments to abdicate and delay in dealing with daily government affairs, especially the last chain and government treasury. A little thing, delayed for half a year, this is still at the feet of the emperor. What about other places? So in order to improve the imperial court system, this series of system updates have been formulated. Second, now Great Tang is in a hurry. Look at the boots of His Imperial Majesty. They are all sewn by Empress Zhangsan one stitch by one stitch. Why is this? Does His Imperial Majesty lack the money for a pair of boots? No, he is trying to save. And the amount of money spent on the Imperial Court's monthly fee is $1,000, and this kind of atmosphere, if this is the case, if everyone is like this, then this government affairs, who will implement it? So, this official, together with His Imperial Majesty, and Ministry of Justice High Official Lord Zhangsan, renewed the imperial court system for reasons. After that, Du Yui only then signed the reward and punishment system that had previously been established as a servant, and finished reading the book. And everyone is confused. Everyone is not a fool. This is definitely what Du Yui did. But this Du Yui, what does this mean? You think everyone is very idle now? Isn't this driving them all to death? Everyone was shocked. But after a glance, His Imperial Majesty really wears shoes made by Empress Zhangsan stitch by stitch, and even the dragon robe on her body shows signs of stitching. Is this a fake? At this time, if anyone dares to say nothing. So, when His Imperial Majesty pulls on the patch on his clothes, who has anything to say? Although everyone is dissatisfied, they dare not say now. This is a typical thing about giving a sweet date and giving a sap. Who dares to say? Li Shiman carefully took everyone's look into his eyes, and then said slowly, I know that once new things are unfolded, many people will feel bad. Today Imperial Court, if we think something is not good, can we solve it in court? If anyone has different opinions, they can bring it up. But, who dares to say? At this time, even if you are dissatisfied, you have to wait until later. But, just now, Wai Zheng made a sound. His Imperial Majesty, the minister has something to ask. Speak. His Imperial Majesty, the old official is dull. I don't know how to be rewarded and punished system. What exactly does this mean? Li Shiman touched his chin and said, Lord Du, you can tell Chancellor Wai. Follow the purpose. Chancellor Wai, this matter is bluntly similar to the previous system, but it's just like we deal with government affairs every day. If everyone enters the dynasty as early as the early dynasty, register their names. Obvious at a glance, whoever comes, who doesn't come, and who is sent back to Dali Temple for sorting, can become a record. The advantage of this is that His Imperial Majesty can always know who is on the errand. What are you doing? Who did not come? What did you do? In this way, you can ensure that every order of His Imperial Majesty can be delivered to the officer's hand on time. As several people sang and made peace, everyone finally figured it out. This thing is actually an assessment. Although His Imperial Majesty has added rewards and punishments, if you don't come on duty for no reason, you will be fined 1 month's salary. For the 4th time, you will be directly reduced to first class. Isn't this too strict? But what about this reward? If you sign in every month, you will get half a month's salary. What the hell is that? Every month, I can work as errand on time, and I can add points to my performance. If there is a fat gap, I can give priority to it. What the hell is that? This is too damn pit, right? At this time, everyone only felt the pressure. If anyone took up a job like before and went to drink at the first shot, the days are gone forever. Now, where everyone is, isn't that one person with blood red eyes? Once such a thing happens, the fines are small things, and if you miss an errand, that's true. Especially, once there is a lucrative post. Where did this lucrative post come from? Isn't it the place of everyone? Doesn't that mean that everyone's ass is now sitting on the blade of the knife? If you don't pay attention, You will be finished. Everyone cried in their hearts. But who dares to say anything? I can only grit my teeth and admit it. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 381. Imperial Court Assembly is over. Although the Imperial Court Assembly is over, the problem still lies in front of Li Shimin. That is the matter of animal husbandry. Once this matter is not done well, not only will it be caused by this matter, all the animals of Great Tang, or even the horses, will be destroyed. At that time, if a war breaks out, what will happen? The Great Tang will have no more horses available. There is no more cavalry to contend with Turkic. Imperial Study Room. Li Shimin looked sad at everything bare outside the window. Originally it was midsummer, but now there is nothing but dead branches and leaves. Second brother, are you worrying about the locust again? Zhang Sanwagu asked Li Shimin from behind, fanning a fan. Oh, Guanyin, tell me, now, this damn locust. Although the matter is basically resolved and human food is available, but I have forgotten store fodder. Now, who would have thought that this locust plague would be so severe, and that Zhang Feng brother is really so? Don't make things clear. Guanyin, don't say that. Li Shimin shook his head, grabbed Zhang Sanwaga's slender jade hand and said, at the time, Zhang Feng brother did say it, but I underestimated this locust plague. So, it's somewhat indecisive. In the beginning, if I had listened to his words and concentrated all the chickens, ducks and pigs in Longyu, then the current problem would definitely not be so serious. Now, even if I want to gather chickens and ducks on a large scale, it's very difficult. Zhang Sanwaga pursed his lips. Then why did you not confront Tibet and other countries last time? Just chicken and duck, pig. You think they are stupid? Li Shimin nodded Zhang Sanwaga's forehead. At that time, if my expression was wrong, it might make the last thing fail. Not to mention it was just a chicken, a duck, and a pig. Once I said that, if you believe or not, they would definitely not give 1 inch. And I will think of a solution to the locust plague in a short time. Zhang Sanwaga bit his lip and thought about it, and couldn't help cry out in surprise. Second brother means to borrow chickens to lay eggs, use their chickens, ducks and pigs to deal with the locusts in Great Tang, and then send the news back to them. And then we can just and honorable use this. The matter goes. Yes, Li Shimin praised nodded. However, the key issue now is that no one knows exactly when this locust plague will erupt, let alone the locust plague in the next year. If this happens, then, His Imperial Majesty, Chancellor Y. Please. At this moment, the voice of little Gizzy hurriedly sounded outside the Imperial Study Room. Li Shimin slightly frowned. Announce. Zhang Sanwaga broke free from Li Shimin's hands. Then concubine will retire first. While speaking, Zhang Sanwaga left when Wei Zheng and the others entered the Imperial Study Room. This small official, etc. pay respects to His Imperial Majesty. Get up. Li Shimin said, a little tired. What's the matter? His Imperial Majesty. The minister waited off for the livestock matter. This matter is far earlier than today. Sir, you said it's even more serious. Just now, the ministers personally sent people to visit Chainan and Chainan City, near Mount Longzhou outside Chainan City, and near Shilipo. It used to be lush and green, but now, except for the bare trunks, withered branches and rotten leaves, there is nothing else. And all the cows and sheep are hungry and become skin and bones. If you don't solve it anymore, then what can you think of later? Li Shimin interrupted Wei Zheng and the others and asked this. Wei Zheng hesitated. There are only 2 roads now. Either the locust eradication operation will be launched immediately, and then all the cattle and sheep will be concentrated to go to the south, and then people will be transported for 800 miles, so that the states and capitals in the south will immediately dispatch the hay. Cheng Yojin sighed bitterly. The livestock of the people outside Chainan City are like this, His Imperial Majesty. This military camp is more serious. Then what do you let me do? Do you still let me let the grass rain in the sky fail? Li Shimin was angry. He waved his hand lightly. Distribute a large number of bone-strengthening powder immediately, so that people will disseminate this matter to me within 3 days. At the same time, be sure to let all imperial family businesses and all the courtiers' industries all begin to concentrate on the purchase of locusts, and then let the local government soldiers cooperate with the local yeomen to start a 3-pronged control of the locust plague according to the previous method. Li Shimin was annoyed. But at this time, things can't be delayed. If it is dragged on any longer, it will only make the people more confused. Only by diverting the eyes and keeping the eyes of the people in one place, can this plague of locusts not be set back. By the way, Minister Cheng, what happened to what I ordered you to investigate before? Cheng Yojin hurriedly said, there is indeed a locust plague in Turkic. It is extremely disastrous. It seems that all the tribes are annexing each other and grabbing resources. Have you found that they are dealing with Tibet and other countries? I haven't found it yet. Li Shimin frowned for a while. Then, can you send the news to Turkic? It has been sent. Okay. So now, let everything go first, and then be sure to pin all your energy on Turkic. Once Turkic has any trouble, immediately report 1 inch. Follow the purpose. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 382. With an order from Li Shimin, Chainan City, under this command, in all the hidden corners, either the broken-mouthed woman, or the idle beggar, the slutty, the street slipper, or even the storyteller, the fake Taoist who reads palm mystery are all at this time, in no one's corner, have entered a secret room. In the secret room, Fang Yi looked at everyone with a cold face, and the moment they entered the room, they no longer looked like outside. Everyone has a collective name. That is the Foreign Affairs Department of the Ministry of Justice. Participate in the director. Get up. Fang Yi lightly saying, there is a new mission today. The secret order of His Imperial Majesty. Everyone hearing this hurriedly fell to the ground respectfully. There is only one thing today, and that is, no matter what method you use, you must spread the locusts as bone-strengthening powder to me all over Chainan within 3 days. If someone doubts or creates rumors, immediately lock this person, track down all the information about this person, and then report it back to me. Yes. Dare to ask the secretary, this locust is really the raw material of bone-strengthening powder? An old Taoist-like person asked more. An impatience flashed across Wai Shui's face. Think more about the previous locust insect egg incident. You shouldn't ask. Don't ask. Yes. Old Taoist hearing this, a cold sweat broke out all over. Seeing that Wai Shui didn't speak anymore, several people hurriedly left the room. Until this time, everyone was deeply sighed in relief. The few people did not communicate at all, and then hurriedly merged into the streets and alleys like strangers, and disappeared into the crowd. Next moment, in Chainan City, a shocking news spread like wildfire. In the government treasury, some people were distributing porridge for disaster relief, and some people mistakenly gave bone-strengthening powder as porridge. This news came out. Everyone was shocked. One after another flooded into government treasury. Even those who dared not go out in their homes, after hearing about it, hurriedly went out with dustpans and the like. Not for anything else, just because of this thing. But it is said that it can strengthen the yang and nourish the kidney, and it can also make people immune to all diseases. What do all the people want? Don't you just want to without worries? And this thing is an auspicious thing bestowed by heaven. Such beautiful things can unexpectedly flow out a little bit from the government treasury. How can this not be a surprise? Quick, go to government treasury. Government treasury has something wrong. Isn't the government treasury's granary opening the granary? Someone mixed 3 bags of bone in the grain. Strengthening powder is sold as flour. What? There are other good things? Walk, go and see. With this kind of news, the spread became more and more fierce, and even less than 1 hour, the people of Chainan City knew about it, and even in the end, Jiang Feng heard about it. Old Scholar looked at Jiang Feng with a weird look and asked, Feng Tsai, honestly, where did the bone-strengthening powder you gave me come from? Although the old man is old, he still has his brain. At this time, the government treasury heard about the bone-strengthening powder, and you arrived 3 days ago. Could it be that you invented this thing? You and His Imperial Majesty. Hush. Jiang Feng made a silent gesture with a dark face. He is not afraid of anything, just because this old bastard guesses. This guy has seen the world before, so he can fool others, but old scholar, he can't. Old scholar, you actually know this. Didn't I know those stubborn ones before? Didn't you say that I should have less contact with them? Jiang Feng shrugged. This is a bit difficult. Although these guys are hanging around all day, they are not bad in nature, and these guys' fathers all know me, and they are commensurate with the brother. They are businessmen. Which one didn't you know? The officials. So, am I not lazy? I will cooperate with them in this business. Hey, old scholar, hearing this exploded. You asshole. Do you know that this bone-strengthening powder can give you Jiang family a chance to stand up for a year at most? Are you? I don't want to contribute this to His Imperial Majesty. Maybe His Imperial Majesty is happy and has made you a full-time official. Can't you be a lintel at that time? You asshole son. The old man is angry too. Old scholar's angry beard is shaking. He has eaten 3 kilograms of bone-strengthening powder. He believes that in this Chainan city, besides him, Grandma Wang, and Jiang Feng, the future sir will also have neighbors. They are the first to enjoy such beautiful things. This is something that waits to get rich overnight. Wastrel, you just give it to others. Are you looking for your sir? Isn't he fragrant? Anyone knows the truth about don't let one's own fertile water flow into others' field. You fool, don't you understand that? Old scholar is so angry. Want to slap this wastrel to death. But now that everything is given, what can he say? Jiang Feng is also dead. When old scholar pointed to his nose and yelled, he was a little bit suffocated. But his plan, he was afraid to say it, would cause old scholar to burst and die on the spot. So clenched the teeth, endure it. Old scholar, there are some things that are not what you think. This merchant's way is easy, but if you don't know how to operate, it will only cause you to kill yourself. So, don't worry about this matter. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 383. Old scholar is very stubborn for a lifetime. Jiang Feng's heart, he has the style of Tao Yuanming, but Jiang Feng can't do it. This world, he only knows that it's easy to break. This business he really wanted to swallow it, but when the time comes, he will have trouble sleeping and eating. With these huge benefits, many people will take risks, even though it will attract the attention of His Imperial Majesty. At that time, it caused killing intent and jealousy. He couldn't figure out the Emperor's meaning. Because he can think of things, others can think of too, in case when the time comes. So Jiang Feng doesn't dare to bet. He can't afford to bet either. Old scholar, I know what you mean, but many of the raw materials of this thing are not available to ordinary people. They are all controlled by the government. If you don't do business, link up with the government and build a good relationship. Then when the time comes, you don't know how to die. Don't talk about making money, this is killing you. I know the benefits of this thing, no one knows better than me, but we can't be greedy about this thing. Once we are greedy, then when the time comes, we really won't report it to Xiaming! Look at me now. I don't care about my ass now. When the time comes, I still sit back and receive benefits. Who can compare to such a good thing? So, old scholar, this world has changed. Some things cannot be measured by common sense and books. Jiang Feng filled a bowl of wine for old scholar. Old scholar did not drink it for a long time. However, he stood up dumbly, murmured something in his mouth. Go slowly. Jiang Feng knows that what he said was a big blow to an old scholar who respected the sage book and the principles of Confucius and Mencius, but he has lived in the arrogance of the book all his life. How can His Imperial Majesty not know his existence? His Imperial Majesty didn't speak because they didn't want to care about you as an old guy, but once one day he entered the dynasty by himself, then the character of old scholar would not change at that time. That when the time comes, not only will old scholar be unlucky, but also extremely unlucky with yourself. So, Jiang Feng simply at this time, directly expose this layer of obscurity to Old Scholar. Let him see this reality clearly. Just when Old Scholar left, Chainan City has already turned afloat. The cause of the incident was that a shocking news came from a tea house in Zai Market. Wang Xiazi, still sitting peacefully in his exclusive seat, while up and down the tea house, everyone stared at him and watched him slowly sipping tea. There are even impatients who have already tightened the tea bowls in their hands at this time. Just when everyone couldn't help it, Wang Xiazi shot the shocker and said, "Everyone, listeners, today, Wang Xiazi won't be too long-winded. Let's talk about the bone-strengthening powder flowing out of the government treasury." When everyone saw Wang Xiazi straight ahead, they couldn't help but boil. "Wang Xiazi, are you telling me what the hell is going on with this bone-strengthening powder?" I think Butcher Zheng from Kangdingfen was still sticking a cane a few days ago, but yesterday I heard he did it. I took a bit of bone-strengthening powder and ate a big bowl. I threw all the sticks this morning. Is this true? Is the bone-strengthening powder really that amazing? Then Butcher Zheng is already 80 or 3 this year. Actually this morning, the spiritual leader of his family is better than those of us. He can carry a bucket of water and raw Kinkiang in Chainan City is showing off. This is the effect of that bowl of bone-strengthening powder. This, God. Is this true? Does bone-strengthening powder really have the effect of recovering one's youthful vigor? You and I exploded in the crowd. Wang Xiazi smiled and stroked his beard, nodded from time to time. When everyone was arguing, Wang Xiazi said slowly, "Dear young grandpa, the bone-strengthening powder does not have the effect of recovering one's youthful vigor. We have said this before. Now, the reason for this is because, as the name suggests, this bone-strengthening powder is a real thing. Think about it. Why is this called bone-strengthening powder? Why? Everyone's eyes widened. Because, this thing is already strong bones. Strong bones stuff. Then Butcher Zheng grew up with us in open crotch pants in his early years. The old man doesn't know him yet. He is as strong as a cow. When he gets old, his bones are weak, but once there is this thing to nourish him, although he is not as young as a young man, he is much stronger than me. So, don't believe the rumors. This bone-strengthening powder. Wang Xiazi, you are really talking nonsense. Just now, the 3rd floor belongs to the rich and powerful. Someone made a contemptuous voice, which interrupted everyone in an instant. The middle-aged person slowly shook the fan and said, "I heard the imperial physician of the imperial court rumored that this thing can strengthen the bones and muscles, but also nourish the yin and yang. The most important thing is to invigorate the kidney and yang!" Exclamation mark. My father. Do you all know each other? Master Zuo of Gwengalu Temple. Everyone was hearing this, and their eyes widened. This is a master. Furthermore, you can still know some things that everyone does not know. If people can stand up and speak, then this shows that the matter is stable, nourishes yin and yang, and strengthens bones and kidneys, the most important impotence. This. At this moment, the man glanced at Wang Xiazi from the corner of his eyes, and nodded without a trace. "Do you know? My father took a room yesterday concubine, and that coquettish wine girl. My father is 75 years old." What? Master Zuo Cao has a concubine? Question mark. Fucking this ... This Lord Zuo, is what you said is true? This thing. Can it be so amazing? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 384. No, this noble son is also used, and it's not only me, but also all imperial court officials and ministers. It works. Originally, I ate this food 3 times a night, and 5 times a night I didn't blush or breathe. This is a must-have good thing for a man. Hiss. Everyone couldn't help being sucked in a breath of cold air. This is all right. Imperial court is used by all the dignitaries. This. Everyone is crazy. Even many people can't sit still. It's crazy. I ran away like crazy. Their purpose is only one. That is to go to government treasury. Even if you have spent all your money, you have to buy some. This thing. If there is only such a small amount, then you don't use it, and there will be fewer items. then the price will be the same as the previous locust insect egg, and the price will be doubled. This is the Guanzhong people. In the bones are all fine. As soon as I heard that the imperial court was being used by all the rich and powerful, what was wrong? Whether he is good or bad, let's talk about it first. When the hot people came to the government treasury non-stop, looking at the people at the gate of the government treasury, their scared legs were soft. At the gate of government treasury, almost the people of Chainan City came. And at the gate of government treasury, a sold-out sign was hung up early. This time, all the people who just arrived, exploded. Fuck, what's the matter? Nothing? Question mark. Fuck ... What's the situation? Not right. Since government treasury has 3 sacks, it means that he still has a lot of this stuff. Yes, everyone was hearing this, and their eyes lit up. Could it be that this government treasury wants to fill his own pockets and don't want to sell it to us? Fuck. Is there a king's law for this? Is there a law for this? No. Children, let's open his stall to him. I don't believe him, and the government treasury manager won't come out and give us an explanation. Yes, yes. Niang Sippy, do these porcelains think we are done with a broken card? Come on, let them see how good the people in Guanzhong are. The people on government treasury are also impatient. This acting is acting. Why does it change the taste? I couldn't help but, government treasury was in charge, and hurriedly sent someone to the palace to inquire about it. Under strong pressure, government treasury clenched the teeth and produced a sack of bone strengthening powder, which was divided into pieces, countless small porcelain bottles, and then said slowly, "Everyone, quiet. This officer knows that you all want to buy this thing. But this thing is really gone, and now there is no such thing in the Imperial Palace, and now this is the last bit that I asked someone to bring out of the palace. So, this official is also helpless. After all, the cost of this thing it's also placed there. This kind of divine object is not as good as that, right? But let him talk about the lotus. But he said that this is the only point. Everyone is afraid that they are not fools. My lord, you said this is a divine object. We are impeccable on this point, but you are unfair. Since you open the door to do business, do you think that the money I am waiting for is smaller? Yes, my lord. You see that the people in front have bought that many. Why are there some bottles and cans left here? What's the use of this? Sir, do you sell this item, or give it away? Will it be sold in the future? Yes, my lord. You won't be sloppy with us. This opens the door to do business. Where can you be like you look like a little daughter-in-law? Are you ashamed? This government treasury panicked, sweat profusely in an instant. But what can he do? Although the above said that no matter what happens, he must be forced to suppress, as long as today, everything can be easily solved. But in this situation, how can he be able to suppress it? I'm afraid he won't be able to get through tonight. These people have to tear him up alive. Even the 7 aunts and 8 aunts in his family have to break his legs. He couldn't help but wipe the sweat on his forehead and said, "My fathers and folks, I am also a janitor. This bone strengthening powder, if you don't believe it, you can go to the government treasury to find it. As long as you can find it, this officer will give you as much as you can find." Can it? This is really gone. If there is, I will search like this. Everyone in government treasury now has a big head, and originally thought, when the time comes, leave a bag, this stuff, but the item of great nourishment, when the time comes, get some back to the old man, father and mother, wives and children eating together. Don't they all die? But now, it depends on the situation. If you don't understand this matter today, you will be dead if you go back this evening. What should I do now? Everyone is worried. And those people naturally don't believe in government treasury's affairs. Since everyone has let us in, wouldn't we be sorry if we didn't go in? Several brothers, let's go. No one enters. Let's go in and take a look to see what Wang Quainan said is true or false. Among the crowd, an old man trembled with one stroke of the crutches. He rushed up angrily. The government treasury manager named Wang Quainan fainted instantly when he saw someone coming. Weeping and crying, "Sir father, my son-in-law is on duty." "You, fuck off. You prodigal gadget." "Old man, it's okay if you don't listen. and when you hear it, you get angry in an instant. Lifting the crutches is a beating. Such a good thing. Don't you buy something to honor your father and me? Are you still my son-in-law? Kill you a prodigal thing. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 385 Report. His Imperial Majesty, Government Treasury is here. It can't hold it. Wait. This matter is overwhelming. Then Do you want to mobilize a batch of bone strengthening powder? It's okay. Li Shimin faintly flipped through which division table in his hand, and looked at it with keen interest pleasure. Fang Xuanling is anxiously brow-beaded with sweat. This Chainan is going to be chaotic. Is there still a leisurely mood? But he can only clench the teeth and went down in a hurry. But as soon as he went out, he saw Zhang Sun Wuji also holding his belly, gasping for breath, running. His Imperial Majesty, now, almost all the locusts in the palace are used up, and the locusts secretly collected by the Chainan garrison are basically stepping up the baking process. There are only 3 bone strengthening powder in stock. 100 stones. So much? Li Shimin slightly frowned. This is pretty good. His Imperial Majesty, you know. If this thing is a little bit turbulent now, the people of Chainan are like crazy, rushing to buy it. At this time, do you want to start the acquisition of locusts? If it starts today, it will definitely expand the industry of bone strengthening powder in a short time. If you are procrastinating, maybe in 3 days, Chainan will be messed up. Zhang Sun Wuji still picked it up. The news from Zhang Sun Chong from the military camp outside of the city just now said, don't look at the group of civilian court official normally. There are too many people, but the special one is now in the morning. Which one is safe? Every steward went out of the city in search of grass and fodder, hunting locusts wildly, and even hired the people to catch them cheaply. Now that they are done in their own fields, they will go outside the city to catch them. If this matter spreads out, before tomorrow, there will be smart people who will smell business opportunities from it. Zhang Sun Wuji finished his report on the guess in his heart, and Li Shimin fell silent. This posture seems to be the rhythm of breaking the sky if nothing comes out now. But this is what Li Shimin wants. Li Shimin closed the division table in his hand, tapping his fingers on the table rhythmically. Wait. Bone strengthening powder matters first. The Ministry of Justice people, all the people from the Ministry of Justice, throw them out for me to keep Chainan watching. And Li Shimin groaned for a while. Immediately send a message and let people spread the news, saying that I want to buy Chongcai, and that locusts are not harmful insects. Go out. By the way, the locust is the business of bone strengthening powder. How did you arrange it? Back to His Imperial Majesty, I haven't said it yet. If this matter is said once, then the secret of bone strengthening powder will no longer be a secret. So the old official boldly didn't tell me this time. Okay. Then, don't tell anyone about this matter. This matter, son, if anyone passes it out, cut it. Zhang Sun Wuji instantly understood the meaning of His Imperial Majesty. With a fist, I went out. After 1 hour, a rumor suddenly spread in Chainan City. His Imperial Majesty is sympathetic to the people and is willing to open the state treasury and take out the money in it to cure locust plague. 1 stone locust can be exchanged for white money. As soon as these 2 news came out, the bone strengthening powder matter was overwhelmed in an instant. After all, the bone strengthening powder is good, but it is scarce. Now everyone depends on the sky for food. This damn locust has eaten up all their food and food for their families. At this time, let alone give money, but if it's just a bowl of porridge, the people are very willing to eradicate locusts. After all, His Imperial Majesty is doing this for the people. Now, if anyone dares to sit on the ground and doze, he will be overwhelmed by a mouthful of saliva stars in an instant. You are not ashamed. Now when Great Tang is in distress, His Imperial Majesty doesn't need anything. He opened the distribution of money to eliminate the locusts and fight for a bite of food for us. Isn't your special mother better than His Imperial Majesty is still moisturizing? The man in Guanzhong is bloody. Who can stand up to such an aggressive general? After a while, all the people with red eyes were holding poles, hammers, and even dustpans, and there were also old men woven into a circle from the corner of the house. Jang spider web, and then inserted or tied to a long bamboo pole or long stick, and set off. Not to mention, this method is really easy to use. As long as the net is swiped, a big net can be caught instantly. A knock on the bucket. It fell off. This is what His Imperial Majesty wants. No one dares to be sloppy. If the locust gets dirty, he will wipe his clothes. If anyone dares not to be clean, he will stick to the spider web. In an instant, he would suffer ordinary spit stars that should cover the ground. That's it. From the people to the servants of the wealthy, and to the wealthy, they can't sit still. Although everyone keep on saying yells not to have money, but when the bulging chest is filled with copper coins or silver bills, everyone laughs. Is called a toothlessness. Where can the merchants who have been locked in the house by locusts a long time ago? One after another, shirtless and carrying their heads, they chanted chants, knocked on the gongs, and even rich people, in their own yard, on the ground, and on Chainan Street. A piece of fishing nets were taken out, one by one, led by one, and then riding a mule, they ran wildly in Chainan City. When everyone saw it, they were instantly taken over by the locusts weighing several hundred catties or even several thousand catties. I learned too much, and ran home after throwing things away. No net? What does the mosquito net do? It really doesn't work. Let's tie the library pipe together and tie it up with a rope. Wouldn't it become a net if tied to a bamboo pole? And now, those officials, after seeing His Imperial Majesty's move, couldn't sit still. He blushed while roaring. Come here, look at Chainan. The people are so enthusiastic about catching locusts. Are you ashamed? Come here, enclose this place for me. This place belongs to our house. Come here. Since Lord Jang dares to enclose land, let's come too. The locusts on this hill are mine. At this moment, Madam of Cheng Yojin, slowly carrying the basket, stared at the crowd and shouted. In an instant, all the officials touched their noses and left without saying anything. Cheng Yojin they dare to scold, but this shrew they don't dare provoke. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 386. On a Mount Longzhou outside Chainan City, Li Chengqian was riding a white horse, standing on the top of the mountain, looking at the shadowy crowd below, with infinite emotion. With an order, the world do not dare not obey. This is the style that an emperor should have. This is his father emperor's method. Since he has been in contact with Jiang Feng for longer and longer, he can see the deep and unmeasurable abyss from Jiang Feng's body more and more. He has a feeling, if Jiang Feng really taught them the ability he once said, what would Great Tang look like at that time? He dare not think about it. From all the things now, he can see a bit of excitement that makes him difficult to fall asleep, especially the heart algorithm, and the unfathomable division, and the classic of wonders that he never mentioned, and what physics and so on. Although he doesn't know what it is, Li Chengqian understands that this is not Jiang Feng's reluctance to teach, nor is it that Father Emperor doesn't want to learn it, but Father Emperor thinks they are old. On the other hand, they are not even qualified now. That is not worthy. This feeling is strange and uncomfortable. But during this period of time, Li Chengqian learned the wide-ranging and profound from the division. Even the Yuan Dangang master, after seeing the division, has not yet been able to recite it completely. Divide within 10. While Li Chengqian can recite now, how can this not make him a little complacent? Even early today, he went to the Father Emperor Mother Empress to show off. After seeing Father Emperor hear the division within 10 digits, he persuaded him. I finally know the gap. Chengqian, is it time for a beacon? When Li Chengqian was thinking about it, Cheng Chumo asked as a small yellow sect came hurriedly. The trend was only shown to Li Chengqian. When Li Chengqian saw that small yellow sect was flying towards here on the mountain road, he waved lightly. Burning a beacon. After receiving the order, Cheng Chumo waved his hand coquettishly. Burning beacon. Burning beacon. Ready for medicinal herb. Speed check medicinal herb. Forage. Are you all deaf? All fucking move for Lao Tzu. Hurry up. Who? What do you want to do? Get out of the beacon for Lao Tzu. It's cool there. Amid a noisy preparation, angrily. All the beacon towers are ready, and there is even a group of soldiers standing upright holding the torch body, waiting in front of the beacon tower. And just now, the small yellow sect finally reached the top of the mountain in a hurry. As soon as I reached the top of the mountain, I hurriedly roared, "His Imperial Majesty has an order." When the bell rang, the flames will be burned. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the voice of the small yellow sect fell, the bell of Huashing Temple rang, and Li Chengqian also took a deep breath and took the torch from Cheng Chumo, then raised it up and shouted, "Today, this beacon, although it is not because of an emergency military situation, it is about the life and death of all the people in Great Tang. You have seen this forage. It is not a fire beacon, but a medicine ingredient that we have all seen normally. Do you know, what are we doing here? Exterminate the locusts. Exterminate the locusts. Quiet the locusts." All the soldiers raised their torch weapons, even flags, and roared. Most of them are the people around Chainan, and even many of them are people from Chainan City. The locust plague broke out. Everyone was tortured and exhausted. Everyone has encountered a locust plague, and no one dares to experience that kind of terror again. And now, His Imperial Majesty actually sensed heaven and got this medicine recipe for killing locusts. What is this? This is good for the people who dare not do it. So, at this moment, all the soldiers screamed excitedly. At this time, the bell slowly struck the 9th. Boom. The moment the bell rang, Li Chengqian raised the torch high, and slammed the horse's rein. The white horse seemed to feel something, and raised his front hoof and neighed. "Ignite!" Li Chengqian gave an order. The torch in his hand was also fiercely thrown into the beacon tower, on top of the tung oil that had already been poured on. With dozens of torches thrown out at the same time, the 5 beacon towers on Mount Longzhou were instantly lit. The raging ash-grey smoke, following the wind, slowly blown in the direction of Chainan City. At this moment, Yachi Bailin, who had been waiting here on the beacon tower of the Imperial City, after seeing the beacon one on Mount Longzhou, he drew his sword brazenly and shouted, "Boom the drum, light it." Boom, woo, woo, woo. With the beating of the drums there was also the sound of the charging horn, which was also sounded. At this moment, the 24 beacon towers above the Imperial City were setting off beacon fires at the same time. The people inside and outside Chainan City are also in an instant here, and everyone is stagnant. Everyone stared blankly at the dense fire beacon in the sky. They have already seen this on the notice, but didn't expect. This time His Imperial Majesty's handwriting is so big. Even when Geely came, he never set off a beacon like this, let alone ringing 9 bells. But at this time, His Imperial Majesty actually rang 9 bells in order to kill the locusts. What is this? Everyone choked. They all blushed and bowed hoarsely in the direction of Imperial City. Long live His Imperial Majesty! Long live His Imperial Majesty! Long live His Imperial Majesty! Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 387. Zhang Feng looks up at the floating fire beacon in the sky, as well as the strong smell of medicine ingredient in the air. I couldn't help but let out a deep sigh of relief. This thing really came out. I just don't know, what kind of abilities do they use for old Li, or are they researched by His Imperial Majesty and Sun Simiao? After all, Great Tang's Imperial Physicians Hospital is not to be trifled with. There are many capable people, plus that Sun Simiao, something you can know, people who play medicine ingredient all day. Don't you know? Zhang Feng shook the head. I put my mind again on the tricycle in my hand. The carriage of the tricycle is still made of wood. If it is all made of iron, then when the time comes, it will have to be pulled by a cow instead of riding. The carriages are easy to handle, and the most affordable is the fur, which is cheap and light. The car is not complicated. The most complicated thing is the tires and the transmission chain. Zhang Feng took 10 days to build the entire transmission system using 5 large and small gears and a chain with a thick thumb. Look at the smoke in the sky. As well as the rain like locusts, Zhang Feng patted the seat of the car and prepared to take it out for a walk. However, just as he had just brought the tricycle onto the street outside the store, a discordant sound suddenly sounded behind him. Huh? Feng Tsai. What are you tinkering with? The voice is naturally from Cheng Chumo. At this time, Cheng Chumo, Li Chengqian, and Zhang Sanchong came together. Just completed the control of locusts. A few people couldn't sit still. I want to come to Jiang Feng for a drink in a hurry. After all, there were so many things during this time that they were so busy that they were paralyzed. Besides, Li Chengqian came straight here after coming down from Mount Longzhou. In total, just form a group together. But where did everyone know that Jiang Feng gave everyone a big surprise when they met? Jiang Feng, hearing this, his face turned black. It is impossible to hide the car now. When I turned around, the three of them had already surrounded the tricycle. Where I felt to take a look, the damn Cheng Chumo actually picked up one hand and slammed it on the ground. Jiang Feng's eyelids jumped. I said, you guys, why are you guys here? Hi, isn't this just finished with this stuff? I haven't drunk your wine for a long time. This, didn't you think about it? Zhang Sanchong grabbed Cheng Chumo, who was about to overturn the tricycle. By the way, Jiang Feng brother, what is this thing? Li Chengqian pointed to the tricycle. Hey, isn't it okay? I have tinkered with a car these days and walked around. This is not a fun thing. Iron Nox, give me resistance to enter the store. Let's drink. You just came here. I had nothing to do to go swimming in the river yesterday. I wiped a few 3-pound carp by the way and walked around. I will give you an appetizer today, 1 inch. Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sanchong looked at Li Chengqian with weird faces. Li Chengqian walked in without blushing or breathing. Although the father emperor ordered no one to eat carp, who is Jiang Feng? That's everyone's brother. Others can't eat it, but this Jiang Feng brother can still eat it. It didn't take long. Jiang Feng came out with a pot of sauerkraut fish and a roasting pot burning with charcoal fire. The pungency of pepper and the pungency of cornel in the roasting basin, coupled with the numb taste of fresh pepper, instantly filled everyone's mouth. Where can everyone wait? When the food was on the table, I couldn't wait to eat it. Li Chengqian did not eat. He pointed to the backyard behind the curtain and said, brother, what is this? You haven't said yet. Hi, isn't this an improved cart? Look. Jiang Feng took a bite of the fish head. He simply held the fish head in his hand and tilted Erlang's legs and said, that thing is actually a cart. There is nothing to say. It's just a replacement of the horse and mule pulling the cart with a manpower. In an instant, several people came to be interested. Li Chengqian signaled that Cheng Chumo put down his chopsticks angrily, went to the tricycle and slammed into the hall. Seeing this, Jiang Feng also knows that these goods, if you don't make it clear, who will not give up, simply put down the fish head, sat on the seat of the car, and showed it to everyone in the hall. And everyone's eyes are straight. Walk around. This is pretending to be divine artifact. Brother, didn't expect Feng Tsai. You in the bones are also a stubborn thing. Ha ha. Go, let's take a stroll on the street, and make sure that the big girls and little wives of Chainan City will be fascinated. Fuck off. Jiang Feng was anxious. This thing, he is used for soliciting goods. What is pretending to be divine artifact? You guys, don't be foolish. I spent a lot of money on this thing. No one is allowed to make ideas 1 inch. While speaking, Jiang Feng pushed the tricycle to the backyard. Extremely precious. While Li Chengqian knocked on the wine bowl, Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sanchong understood instantly. Didn't you let us play? Is this the brother? Wait until I get you drunk. Your special mother will be more troublesome than anyone else. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 388. Come on, brother, what are you talking about? We are brother. Since this is Feng Tsai, your beloved thing, how can we be a brother who can pick up the beloved thing to make a joke? Come on, Iron Nox will punish myself for a cup. I also punish myself for a cup. Li Qian, I am abrupt. Brother, what self-punishment for a cup? Let's get a bowl. Feng Tsai, don't you think? Zhang Sanchong blinked. Jiang Feng was getting goosebumps all over his body. The three of them changed into the wine bowls and filled a large bowl with gurgling. They breathed, and no longer needed chopsticks. They grabbed a handful of fish and started stuffing oneself with food. By the way, Feng Tsai, we are the brother? I really took a bite. Chen Sheniu was unhappy, and looked at Jiang Feng who was eating fish eye beads with a look of disgust. Jiang Feng was taken aback. Yeah, what? That's brother, my 3 brothers have drunk them. Why don't you drink it? Question mark. Fuck, you fucking ... fuck. Don't you want to drink it? What does it matter to me? Jiang Feng. Love ha. I don't ha. Jiang Feng, panting with rage, turned his back. When it comes to drinking, he will definitely not be able to drink these counselors. These few have been soaked in wine tanks since they were young. Can you compare with them? He only needs 8 gills of wine to get drunk. This sea bowl. A sea bowl is half a catty dam. Why is it drinking? Furthermore, these idiots also took the 65-degree liquor, and he didn't even dare to drink it. Oh, I thought Feng Tsai was really taking us as brothers. It seems that I was the one who made love to myself. Isn't it? We thought he was a brother. We felt embarrassed at the meeting, so we sneaked to the Imperial farm and got him a tiger. This is good. This ... Oh. Okay, don't drink it if you don't drink it. Let's walk around. It's boring to drink. Iron Ox, and Yanlai building arrangements. Go. While speaking, the 3 mystifying ones are going to go up. Where can Jiang Feng stand such an agitation? Isn't it just drinking? I don't believe him anymore. Can I give up my life today? Come on, don't fucking act. Who do you think you are? Come on, give it to Lao Tzu. Who doesn't drink it? Who is Gishan? Jiang Feng finally couldn't help but explode. This group of turtle grandsons are really fucking irritating, don't you say them? Is this fucking God? Well, since you want to drink, then. Jiang Feng disliked that the wine jars on the table were all opened, and they were taken out directly from the wine cellar. A few jars of good wine. But he prepared this and gave everyone a drink. He had long known that these bastards would come to mess with him. The last time he went to Yanlai building made him scared. Where can I be doing stupid things? When Jiang Feng, gasping for breath, came up from the wine cellar, several people looked at him playfully. These jars of his wine are all tricks. These guys are all smart. Learn to read the numbers on the wine jar. This is incredible. How capable is Jiang Feng? This wine taken out of the wine cellar, except for himself. No one knows which jar of this wine is a low degree. I said ... brother, your wine. Come on, I don't know you yet. This is something I just brewed and hasn't processed it yet. Normally, I can't bear to drink it. Today, let's drink the wine we just brewed. Okay. Sheng Chumo, hearing this, great joy, hurrying to pick up a jar, remove the mud seal, and sniff the fragrant smell of wine. The whole person has changed. A few people see this. How can they care about their manners? They are all alcoholics, so don't pretend. Even Li Chenqian put aside the identity of Crown Prince, and like everyone else, he opened the mud seal and began to taste it. Good wine. Feng Tsai, you are not kind. With this good wine, why don't you bring it out earlier? Come on, brothers, drink. Slow. But just now, Sheng Chumo smiled and held down Jiang Feng's hand, and said, brother, we are all brothers. Come on, it's not fun to drink like this. Come on, let's change to ha. Exhaustion can increase the relationship between our brother, how about it? Then Sang San Chong and Li Chenqian are of course nothing to say. A slap and agreed, but Jiang Feng was dumbfounded. What kind of wine is this? Can he not know? The wine he can drink is definitely the last one, which is basically the same as drinking cold water. In this journey, Iron Ox's wines were all burnt knives of more than 70 degrees, so it's over now. Jiang Feng regrets it. But where can he say anything now? I saw that damn Chen Sheniu raised his mother's neck, and started gushing. And it's still the kind without letting go. Don't spread it at all. In this scene, Jiang Feng's eyes stared out. Come on, here you are. Sheng Chumo handed the jar of wine that originally belonged to Jiang Feng with a playful look, and said, what can Jiang Feng say? Close your eyes and pour it into your stomach. Come on, you guys have been cheated. The point is, I can't say this yet. In this way, a jar of wine, 4 people circled down, bottomed out. This is the amount of 2 kilograms. On average, this person has half a catty in his belly. Even though this is a basic wine, Zhang Feng feels dizzy. However, the horror is not over yet. That damn Chen Sheniu actually picked up the wine jar and poured it out. Brother, come on, it's your turn. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 389. What can Zhang Feng say? Looking at those 3 pairs of dizzying eyes, what can he say? Now everything is sophistry. I had to clench the teeth and looked at the people as if generously going to justice. Brother, let's do it. When the 3 saw them, it was a happy brow! Don't even eat the dishes, staring at the eyes. Even Zhang Sanchong is still breaking his fingers. Don't ask why. They are all waiting for Zhang Feng to get down. Zhang Feng can't drink. This is something that several people know. And every time you come to drink Zhang Feng. It's basically a basic action. If this time Zhang Feng was not poached, but one of them was poached, then it would be embarrassing to say it. Several people have all grown up, and they are all veterans in the wine market. Boom. The first sound. It is the sound of Zhang Feng falling on the table. The second sound is the sound of a wine jar falling to the ground. Feng Tsai. Hey. Feng Tsai, wake up. Your wife is here. Feng Tsai. Zhang Feng brother. The 3 tentatively shook Zhang Feng and saw that Zhang Feng was as drunk as a pig, which gave a deep sense of ecstasy. It's done. Iron Knox. Carry Feng Tsai to the bed. Punch, go, see that so-called tricycle. I want to try it myself. This baby. Yes, where can they sit still? Things that can make Zhang Feng like this treasure. That's a real treasure. Since he is not allowed to ride this. Okay, I got you drunk. I've got it. Then isn't yours ours? Hee. Several people threw Zhang Feng on the bed very quickly. Cheng Chumo slapped Zhang Feng's ass and said, Feng Tsai, what kind of tricycle is yours? Brothers will try it for you first. Try it. While speaking, the 3 of them ordered their hands to squat and watch the door before closing, and then the 3 of them sacked and slid in the car. As soon as Tongyue Street exited, Li Chenqian became anxious. The 3 people squatted on the ground, looked at the tricycle, and asked, Chong Tsai, how did Feng Tsai ride just now? Do you remember? Hello, I want to remember that Feng Tsai stepped on this pedal with his foot, and then the car moved. Chumo, let's just have your strength here. You can try it. Why is it me? Come. Cheng Chumo stared at this magical thing and didn't know what he was doing. Alright, I will come. Zhang Sanchong is also excited, and I spit on the palm of my hand. This is what Zhang Feng said in my memory. It looked like he got on the tricycle and put his feet on the pedals, but no matter what he did, the tricycle wouldn't move. Now, several people are stunned. Chumo, you fucking push me. Is this thing broken? Why won't it move? Shall I try? Cheng Chumo slapped Zhang Sanchong's ass fiercely and patted it down. The painful Zhang Sanchong barked his teeth. Fuck, your uncle. I told you to push, but didn't let you fucking shoot. You treat me as a horse. Oh. Cheng Chumo shrank his neck and hurriedly pushed the back of the tricycle, pushing it forward. Let alone, this thing really moved. In this scene, the 3 of them could not help but jump up with excitement like children. And Li Chenqian was also excited. Chong Tsai, step on it. Yes, step on it. The faster you step on it, the faster this thing seems to run. Wait, you two wait. Help me up, I sit on it and experience it. Wait. Your uncle. Yes, I will tell you two to stop. Seeing that Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sanchong couldn't be caught up, Li Chenqian was also on fire, and he burst into anger. When the two heard this, they turned a corner in the street and stopped beside Li Chenqian. Uncle, please get in the car. Li Chenqian just put on his clothes and sat in the car with a big thorn. One person rides, one pushes, one sits. And it's still that kind of weird thing. This is actually the two great demon kings of Chainan who appeared in person. This. Is it crazy? The people who caught locusts in Chainan City, as well as those wealthy households, were confused. Looking at the strange appearance of the three people, Everyone was puzzled. I said ... What's wrong with this Chen Great Demon King? Is this drunk? Yes, for sure. It's drunk. Otherwise, this. Hush. Are you crazy? Do you dare to chew the ears of Chen Great Demon King? Don't you want your legs? Fuck. The point is, what is the thing they rode on? Which of you have seen it? I don't know. Maybe it is people from Ministry of Works. Have some good things come out again? The three of them are having fun. Everyone on the road has a strategic withdrawal, and people who know three people are also as if was struck by lightning at this time. Especially when you look at Crown Prince, everyone's eyes are staring. My God. This. Is Crown Prince? Question mark. Lord Sun, I thought I was wrong. Crown Prince didn't go to Mount Longzhi to order is the flames out? Which is the cause of the trouble? Unconscious. Come on, let's report it quickly. At this time, Zhang Sanchong under the influence of ethyl alcohol, the three of Li Chenqian and Li Chenqian also had fun. Although this thing is not as real as Malay, without a sedan chair, it is more laborious. But this thing is really cool. Cheng Chumo glanced at the Yanlai building in front of him, pointed a finger, shouted angrily, "Target Yanlai building, let's go." Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 390. Chainan City is very lively today. With the addition of the beacon, the locusts, like the rain, fell sternly. Everyone ran out to pick up locusts, and Yanlai building was no exception, but only the noble singers. The remaining people, especially the humble prostitutes, have long been sent out by the old bust to make money. Almost half a month has not opened. Yanlai building is so poor and crazy, this is a good thing to fall into the sky. Not making money now? When will you earn? And this is clean money, who dares to say anything? Then his old bastard, or the man who promised to spray the spit in his mouth, his face is all over the face. This is clean money. But at this time, how can such a period of prosperity lose the stubborn children of Chainan City? Although they don't need to work, it's okay to drink and listen to music at Yanlai building. By the way, there is also the delicate wine girl, which is so refreshing when you hold it in your arms. If they haven't been out for a few days, they have been suffocated long ago. But at this moment, in front of Yanlai building, there was a burst of exclamation. And all the stubborns sitting on the second floor could not help being interested. They turned their heads and looked towards Chainan. On the street, even Jingxiu, who stayed at home, was drawn attention at this time. On the street, Cheng Chumo was riding a weird thing incomparably. While walking, he excitedly took out a lot of money from his arms and sent them to the crowd. Although Cheng Chumo and Li Chenqian and the others are incognito and even put on a little makeup, a few of them still know the three. At this time, the chins of people who are acquainted with each other are hanging on the ground, let alone those who don't know. Fuck, what is Chen Great Demon King doing? Is this driven by his father? Oh, damn it. The plague of locusts. At this time, another stubborn sighed and raised his head. This must be the plague of locusts, which made Chen Great Demon King and Sun Great Demon King crazy! Exclamation mark. Isn't it? Otherwise, what is this? Everyone, you know what is under their crotch, don't you? I don't know it, but this thing seems to be struggling. With this effort, why don't you ride a horse? 10 cents, will they not have it? Crazy. This must be crazy. My God. Everyone couldn't help but grimace. But some people are also excited. Everyone was tortured crazy by these 4 great demon kings. Now 2 of them are crazy, so everyone's chance is here again. Once, these 4 set the rules. Any stubbornness will do nothing, but once you do that kind of robbing women, or bullying the weak with guns, then these 4 will it makes you better than death. And what stubborn rules are formulated? As long as you are a rich young master from Chainan City, no matter who you are, you have to remember it, or else you won't have any crippled legs. No. Moreover, the relationship between the 4 great demon kings seems to be very tough. Even if someone sue him, second day, you will be finished. Especially which is called dudarbing, must tell you to cry. If you don't cry, You have to drive you crazy. This person is the most terrifying. One of the four most terrifying people in the Great Demon King. This is Chen Sheniu who came down. He once heard that he was drunk, and one person carried a big stick and entered Zongxing Temple. The third leg of Zongxing Temple's superintendent was blown up, but the first on the second day. This grandson could actually wander down the street with a swagger. This thing is all about it. This one. It was also Chen Great Demon King's fame battle. After this incident, the four Great Demon Kings' names, who doesn't know, as long as you see it on the street, you are guaranteed to turn around and run. At this time, looking at Chen Great Demon King's comical appearance, everyone was holding back a smile. Someone couldn't help it even more and hurriedly shouted, "Brother Chen, brother Sun, what are you doing?" "Brother Chen, brother Sun, you guys are sitting here, what is it?" "Yes, three masters, your mounts are quite strange, can you tell me what is this?" Ha ha ha. People don't know Li Chenqian, because, under normal circumstances, Li Chenqian cannot go out of the palace at will. His identity is placed there, so few people know him. Only occasionally, he would sit with Cheng Chumo and the others in Yanlai building. Very loc. So it's normal that no one knows him. Cheng Chumo drove the car directly to the door of Yanlai building, and he was about to hit it. Cheng Chumo just pressed a piece of iron fiercely, the car's whoosh sound, and slipped away. With a touch of yellow soil, he steadily stopped in front of the Yanlai building. "This is a new thing, my brother came out." "No, what's the matter?" "Brothers will try it for him." Everyone was shocked by hearing this. "Brother Chen, their new brother. If you shouldn't know, don't ask his mother." Cheng Chumo is called a cold wave. The three of them entered the Yanlai building with a stab. At this time, Li Chenqian's walking posture has changed. Most of the Chainan city is paved with bluestone. The bottom plate of this car is hardwood. Although the section in front of the Yanlai building is also bluestone floor, it was caused by a flood last year. There was a lot of mud and sand that was not cleaned up, and even more so, it was a pit and a wow. He seriously doubted whether his ass was in half. But now is not the time to watch. And there are people he knows among them. He can only endure pain, shaking his folding fan, smiling and holding his fists at everyone. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 391. The arrival of three gold masters. The old bastard was excited instantly. The money on the road is gone. He reprimanded everyone. "You idiots who have no vision, the distinguished guests are here. What are you fucking doing? Why don't you go and greet the distinguished guests?" To the old lady. "Come here. Have a good tea. Kia. Bring out your newly arrived wine, girl sisters." To the three masters. "Wait for the old lady." He yelled at everyone. The old bastard twisted his fat ass, arched his waist like a dog, and came to Li Chenqian's side. The one who smiled was called a brilliant chrysanthemum. Li Chenqian, she definitely knows her. Furthermore, which family in this chain has a rich young master? If she doesn't know, then she doesn't deserve to be a bastard in the Yanlai building opened by the imperial family. "Noble son, please sit upstairs." 30 wine girls came from western regions yesterday, of which 9 are stunning beauties. They are already ready for you. Then, trouble old mother. Li Chenqian nodded, without turning his head. He went upstairs. When Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sunchong saw Li Chenqian turned around, they immediately blushed, and asked in a low voice, "Is it true that you said?" While holding the collar of the old bastard, the old bastard scared ashen-faced to little National Duke, "We have great abilities, so we dare not lie to that man." Ha ha ha. That's good, that's good! Exclamation mark. Come and see. I am happy today. All Yanlai building consumption is counted on Chen Shenius' head. Ha ha ha. Good, good. Then many thanks, brother Chen, brother Sun. Come on, madam, serve wine, serve good wine. Give us 2 wine girls from western regions. Money rewards are indispensable. Everyone is stubborn, so naturally, Those who have more money are the ones who have nowhere to spend. See Cheng Chumo. Several people even took out the gold ingots and threw them away. He must be suffocated and stupid. What excitement everyone. Once excited, they also grabbed a sling of money and threw them down. Cheng Chumo is indeed mad. The old bastard always guarded them before. But coming to Li Chengqian today is different. This rare item is really plentiful and easily available. Cheng Chumo and Zhang Sanchong are happy. The silver bills in their pockets are plentiful and easily available, thrown out. A kind of woman is jealous, competing for fear of coming forward to snatch. And the old bastard is also holding 2 gold ingots tremblingly in his hands. And the one who smiles is called a brilliant flower. The second floor, Ying Chun Pavilion. Under the orders of the old bastard and pimp, they were completely renewed without a cup of tea. Even the teacups, chairs and benches were replaced with new ones. As soon as I walked in, I saw 10 cheerful wine girls standing on both sides. Seeing the 3 people, Chi called noble son. That voice. The 3 people's legs are soft. Then what? Since Brother Chen is a treat today, why not let young lady Jingxiu come and play a piece? It's this time. I don't know which one screamed without opening his eyes. In an instant, the entire Yanlai building became quiet, and even the old bastard shook his hand, and the 2 gold ingots ding-dong in his hand fell to the ground with a sound. Quiet. Silence. Death silence. It seems as if someone had pressed the pause button. Everyone stared at the person who had just spoken like a ghost. The man was also dumbfounded. What's the matter? Everyone, what's the matter? This. Isn't it just for young lady Jingxiu to play a song? Fuck off. Who the hell do you think you are? Are you worthy to let young lady Jingxiu play a song? Come on, give it to Lao Tzu. He dragged it out, and his leg was broken. Send him back to the house. Tell his father, I said. Chen Sheniu and Li noble son said, ask his father if he is worthy. I said before, this young lady Jingxiu is my brother's wife. You all know young lady Jingxiu's vows back then. Damn, I haven't been here for a few days. Who dares to break Lao Tzu's rules? Old bastard, you shit. Die for the Lord. Cheng Chumo was furious. Even Li Chengqian is complexion ashen. This Jingxiu, although Jiang Feng did not agree, but this was the father emperor's default. He was a member of the Jiang Feng brother, and he didn't dare to make any ideas. Who on earth would dare to be so bold? Because of this incident, Father Emperor also mentioned it on the birthday of the retired emperor. Among the numerous officials, who does not know, who is this? The woman who dare to move, brother? The legs of the old bastard and pimp have long been frightened, stumbled and crawled in front of Li Chengqian crying. And that person was also dumbfounded. He was about to question something, but the people around him said something in his ear, and he suddenly looked at Li Chengqian's face changed. Li noble son ... the villain ... the villain is drunk ... I beg Li noble son to put a small horse. Come on, interrupt his third leg for me. Send it to his father. Li Chengqian didn't say anything. He threw a Han-white jade token and threw it to the old bastard. Then turned around, walked into the Ying Chun Pavilion. Where does the old bastard look at the jade token and don't know what to do? At this time, when this person was pulled down by the hand of Yanlai building, he recovered a little again. But at this moment, in the attic, there was a cold voice. May I ask this noble son? The thing at the door. But noble son Jiang made it. Noble son Jiang, why not come? Diff. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 392. Hearing this, everyone said that their expressions suddenly changed again. Who is noble son Jiang? This. Damn, this Chainan is stubborn. It seems that there is no such person. And who can be remembered by young lady Jingxiu, who will crack her zither tune? There was a cloud of mist, and everyone could not breathe. But at this time everyone was also acquainted with what to do and what to do. No matter if you don't ask, what do people say is their own shit. Beware of small lives. See Jingxiu for questions. Li Chengqian is also worried. I touched Zhang Sanchong with his arm. Zhang Sanchong meeting, hugged her fist and said, young lady Jingxiu, we meet again. Yes. The thing outside. called a three-way car, was created by noble son Jiang during this period. He is very busy, but I miss young lady Jingxiu every day. Then why didn't he come? Is it because he disliked the birth of concubine? In the cold voice, Jingxiu fluctuated. I clicked the strings, and seemed a little annoyed. Zhang Sanchong is not good at speaking upright, so it's difficult. Li Chengqian shook his head. This is a lightly saying, young lady Jingxiu, don't worry. Now, although Cheng'an people know about your affairs, there are still young, talented people who are not convinced. I heard that this Dragon Boat Festival poetry meet will still be held. Although it is a bit late, it will definitely be held 3 days later. When the time comes, Brother Jiang will naturally meet with the world, so that young lady Jingxiu can be dignified. Walking out of Yanlai building 1 inch. Hearing this, Jingxiu in the attic, a touch of excitement flashed in his cold eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. Then, many thanks to a few noble sons. Regarding the poetry club, please trouble someone who can help him. After all, little girl and others know, this 18 refrains on Tartar pipes is a shame. Since noble son Jiang has cracked the tune, then today, Jingxiu announced the name here, but it must be Li noble son already knows this song, right? How can she not know the identity of Li Chengqian? The first thing they can mix here is to recognize people. So, they can know that 18 refrains on Tartar pipes is too easy. But this time, everyone present was dumbfounded, also shocked. 18 refrains on Tartar pipes. This. I seem to have heard that this is Ki Wenji's famous song. What? Isn't this lost a long time ago? This ... How is it possible? My God. I finally know why no one can crack it. This damn thing is lost. But who is this so-called noble son Jiang? How could he crack this song? Ding. With the sad ancient zither sounded, the entire Yanlai building fell into silence, and when the angry zheng in that song sounded, everyone feels as if they have fallen into that kind of endless sorrow, anger, a kind of leisurely anger, instantly floods everyone's hearts. 18 beats, it's over soon. But it was very fast, and it took more than an hour. After an hour, the zither tune bandit, and there was no sound from above the attic. Cheng Chumo can't sit still. Since young lady Jingxiu is performing, let me show brother Zhang's tricycle for the girl. While speaking, Cheng Chumo found a few strong and agile guys among the stubbornness, and came downstairs. Everyone can't sit still. I want to see what is magical about this magical thing. And Cheng Chumo sat on the tricycle and waved his hand coquettishly. Everyone, I can tell you this thing. Although my brother didn't tell me the magic of this thing, but I can tell you, these things are much more interesting than riding a sedan chair. Every time you pedal, it is regular. If you master it properly, even if there is no horse to run quickly, but once you think about it, if this is used as a carriage, or war chariot, how spectacular will it be on the battlefield? This is faster than all the wooden carriages we use now. While speaking, Cheng Chumo doesn't believe it himself. This thing, I'm struggling. But considering that I'm showing it to Jingxiu to see Jiang Feng brother's good things, how can he fail to do his best? You should know that at this time, behave better here. Once Jingxiu passes the door, as long as it is a soft breeze, Jiang Feng still don't you be obedient? Ask him what kind of man does he look like when he learns everything? Jingxiu looked very carefully. But in the attic, watching the Cheng Chumo 3 people playing in the car, she even keenly saw a few things falling off the tricycle, and the wheel seemed to be bumping in a pothole, are all deformed. Although this thing looks so amazing, but this, is it just an unfinished thing? Otherwise, with noble son Jiang's character, why didn't you tell them? Could it be that they secretly took it out? I thought of this. Jingxiu momentarily no interest. Many thanks to Chen noble son's display. I hope Chen noble son will return it to noble son Jiang as soon as possible. Today is running out. Jingxiu retired first. While speaking, Jingxiu disappeared in the attic window, and those ministers' sons are even more daunted. Noble son Jiang. Who is which noble son Jiang? Who is the person who can let Jingxiu be like this? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 393. Although Jingxiu retired, But the banquet is still going on, especially the participation of those wine girls. It makes the atmosphere suddenly become more lively. The song and dance full of exotic flavors made everyone more poetic and even drinking. Even Li Chengqian stood on the table and held up the jug when he was drinking to the fullest. Lang shouted, "Bring in the wine, the cups must not stop. Let me sing you a song, let your ears attend." Everyone was in an uproar, even Jingxiu in the attic was shocked. I hurriedly sent a maid to find Cheng Chumo for inquiries, only to be shocked to learn that this poem is actually a poem by noble Sun Jiang. Now, Jingxiu feels relieved. She was still worried that at the time of the poem meeting, even if noble Sun Jiang was brimming over with talent, it was impossible to convince all the talents. But now it is different. With this poem now, Jiang Feng will surely shut up all the great writers in the world. Noble Sun Jiang, what have you experienced on earth? Will you have such a mood? Bring in the wine, the cups must not stop. When will my concubine be by your side? In a lively banquet, there are also times when the song ends. No matter how drunk you are, there is a time to wake up. When the sky was getting dark, Jiang Feng woke up groggy. It's not that he doesn't want to wake up, but he's urinating. When he went out groggy to pee, he almost made a pee in his crotch. Looking at the tricycle that had been severely deformed, and could even be said to be scrapped, Jiang Feng was stunned. Next moment, Jiang Feng is angry. "Chen Sheniu, I care about your ancestors." "Damn it, you fucking. Don't let Lozi see you." I saw the tricycle. At this time, the tires were suffocated, and the wheels of the car turned into a triangle. "Don't talk about riding now. I can't even push any special tweets." He seriously doubted how these three products did it. The wooden boards of the carriage are all broken. Even the chain of the tricycle is broken. Anyway, the tricycle now can only be used as scrap for later generations. This damn thing, this old man has never rode. That's it. Scrapped. Drafting Uncle Feng Tsai, what are you howling? At this moment, Father Zuzi, who heard the howling of the wolf, rushed into tavern with old he holding a pole in a hurry. They thought Jiang Feng's little tavern had been thief. This is a major event. But as soon as I entered the door, I was puzzled looking at the strange thing in Yinying's Yuo in the courtyard. Feng Tsai, are you missing something, or something? Yes. You mean, what's up? What's wrong with you? Are you thief, or something? You are saying something. Uncle, my heart is bitter. Jiang Feng sad from the heart. My damn, this is worse than being a thief, this bunch of damn things. This is not taking my hard work seriously. The two understand. At noon, although they were also busy catching locusts and making money, they also saw the three stubborns perfectly clear. They got this thing out of Jiang Feng's tavern. At the beginning, they thought it was Jiang Feng's agreement. But now it seems that there seems to be another reason. Feng Tsai, just talk about it. This is what's wrong. If these grandsons dare to grab it, even if I die, I will bite off a piece of his body. I will give you revenge. Jiang Feng, hearing this, looking at the red-eyed two people, hurriedly waved his hands. Forget it, this is drunk by these three, this is what they say. Next time this place, I will find it personally. The two people are hearing this and don't say anything anymore. The two of them don't understand. What kind of wine is this stuff? But now they fly into a rage out of humiliation. It's alright, I'm counseling myself. Don't try to fight with others. I have asked you to make an early marriage appointment and marry Ms. Jiang family. How good. You do it yourself, and still don't hurry up to find someone who can give you a door. Your life must be accounted for. The two shook their heads and sighed, and left without stopping. Jiang Feng smacks his lips. What else can I say? Isn't this doing it yourself? From birth, people always have to let the old man take a sip of wine in his mouth, and then he will cry. As soon as the mother falls, he will drink. What do you drink with others? Is this all right? Jiang Feng kicked the tricycle in anger. No way. I'll go to old Chen tomorrow. He has to lose money, and he can't make him feel better. Mother. At the sight of the tricycle, Jiang Feng had a toothache. I didn't even look at it, and who fell asleep with his head covered. And when Jiang Feng was sleeping with his head covered, in the imperial palace, Li Shimin was also listening to the report with great interest, bursting into bursts of hearty laughter from time to time. Okay, ha ha ha, I really want to go and see what that tricycle looks like now. If this thing is really like Cheng Chumo said, if it is, then I am looking forward to the future of Great Tang. Yes, let Crown Prince come. I want to ask myself, is he back yet? Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 394, His Imperial Majesty. There is no news from Eastern Palace yet, so I don't know if Crown Prince will return, but now Chancellor Wei and Lord Zhangsun are waiting outside the temple for summons. Little Gizzy hurried to the door to inquire, and then said. Li Shimin hearing this, waved, announce, Wai Zheng, Zhangsun Wuji, Fang Xuanling, see you. Little Gui after yelled a word. The three people who had been waiting outside the hall entered the imperial study room, neither too fast nor too slow. Old official pay respects to His Imperial Majesty. Ministers, sit down. I just heard an interesting anecdote. Jiang the Feng brother has come up with another interesting thing. Oh, dare to ask His Imperial Majesty, what good thing is it? Although everyone knows what happened, the matter, but at this time everyone didn't dare to say that they knew it, so they pretended to be confused and surprised. When Li Shimin saw him, he carried his hands on his back and walked in the imperial study room. I heard that Crown Prince, Chonga, and Chumo, the youngster, got a name from Jiang Feng brother. I wandered around Chainan City for the tricycle, and I heard that something happened in the Yanlai building. Tricycle? This ... is it what? Why haven't you heard of it before? Jiang Feng brother, this is hiding from us 1 inch. Isn't it? I went to him last time. If I hadn't gotten a pot from him quickly, I guess his pot is still hidden. It's okay if Zhangsun Wuji doesn't say it, but if I say this, it's an instant a few people rolled their eyes. This product was from the Jiang Feng brother before. Is it still here? If it weren't for Jiang Feng brother, sorry. What do you think you can do? You have the thickest skin in this. Come on, don't talk about that. When I see your pot, I will be angry. Tell me about the tricycle. What do you think of it? His Imperial Majesty, about this matter, the old official also learned about it from Chonga and from the people of Yanlai building. Although this car is good, it doesn't take much trouble. The old official probably estimated that the cost of this car was thousands of renminbi, which ... To be honest, it's not as good as the wooden carriage. Li Shimin hearing this frowned. Fang Xuanling also touched his beard and said, His Imperial Majesty, the minister just went to the government treasury and took a look at it. Although the thing looks awesome, the minister always feels that there is nothing there. The horse runs fast, and there is no reality that the carriage comes. If you remove the front wheel and put the carriage on, it will definitely be the same as Cheng Chumo said. Yes, it's lighter and faster than the bronze war chariot. Hearing this, Li Shimin's eyes couldn't help but brighten, and Wai Zheng is also nodded. Yes, there is a drawback of that thing, that is, the wheel is too small. Once this problem is solved, then all problems will no longer be problems. That's it. Li Shimin touched the beard on his chin, wondering if he would go to the Jiang Feng brother and take a look in person. He always feels that these three goods have made this thing out, and Jiang Feng has not followed. Is it like Zhangsun Wuji? It came out Chun Wuji. Did you ask Zhangsun Chong? Did they get the car out with the approval of Jiang Feng brother? Or did they ... And did the Jiang Feng brother introduce this in detail? This. Zhangsun Yuji's face stiffened. His Imperial Majesty, this, Jiang Feng was drunk by those little bastard. They stole the car, and now it has been returned. Li Shimin won. His face was speechless, but it's hard to say anything. He waved his hand and said, wait for you to see and ask about the situation in detail. Okay. Yes, His Imperial Majesty, I just learned that old Cheng has returned from Longyu. Why not let him go? The old official and so on still need to talk to the Ministry of Appointments and Chain and government treasury officials at all levels. There are some things to explain. Then go. Li Shimin rubbed his forehead speechlessly. If it's okay, just withdraw. His Imperial Majesty, the old official has something to play. Wai Zheng, hearing this, hurriedly said, speak. His Imperial Majesty, Chain and Garrison, and you Prefecture, etc. sent an emergency military situation, and all the horses' forage at this time was basically exhausted. Okay, I know about this. Let's step down. Li Shimin has a headache. I just met Jiang Feng's anecdote, and now I am involved in this matter again. How can this not give him a headache? Moreover, the memorials and documents of this matter have been piled up like a mountain on his book table. All memorials have only one thing, and that is forage. And now, the forage from Xiangzhou, Suizhou, which is the nearest here, still has 5 days to reach Chainan. Not to mention the farther place. The livestock in these places are all hanging from their mouths. There is no problem for a short time. There is hay to maintain, but once the time is long, what should be done? Little Gizzy, what does the outside of the city look like now? Li Shimin asked after a few people stepped back. Little Gizzy was taken aback. His Imperial Majesty, slave servant, I don't know. Oh, go. Let me go for a walk. I want to see for myself. After the Locust control, what is it going to be? Is there any grass fodder? Yes. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 395. Chainan City. All the people are crazy, catching locusts, and the insecticide of yesterday's beacon is still burning far and wide. From the starting point of Chainan, all the beacon towers on Hedong Road, Henan Road, Jianan Road, Shannon Road, Jiangnan Road, and Longyu Road were all lit. There are even people in suitable areas, using the fire belts mentioned by Jiang Feng, burning with fire, and adding those auxiliary medicine ingredients burning in the fire, which instantly weakens the deterrence of the locusts. But this is just appearance. The locusts hiding the sky and covering the earth continue to come continuously from the direction of Longyu and Tuihan, Tibet. Although Li Shimin waved his hand again, all the pharmacies have been mobilized, and all the medicine ingredients that can be used have been solicited, and this momentum has been somewhat weakened. But now, the momentum is dead, and Tuihan and Tibet didn't believe Li Shimin at first, but when they saw the momentum, these two countries picked up the medicine ingredient prescriptions Zhang San Wuji gave them, and they also learned from Great Tang. Appearance. Do it a little bit. Don't say, although people are a little dizzy, even some people have diarrhea, but at least the locusts have been wiped out. This is undoubtedly exciting news for them. At this time, none of the Tibetan people in Tibet Tuihan thanked their king, but thanked His Majesty, the Emperor of Great Tang. If it weren't for him, they would have died at this time. In 3 days, this locust finally stopped at its root. But looking at the bare ground, everyone was dumbfounded. How can you grow crops like this? This year, the food in the fields has been fed to those damn locusts. What will happen to everyone next? And now, Li Shimin's entire group has already arrived near Shilipo outside Chainan City. Li Shimin's party is about 300 people. But everyone is disguised as a locust catcher. But at this time, the tree is still in Shilipo, but there are no leaves on the tree and they are all bald. On the trees and on the ground, there are all densely stunned locusts that are stunned by the insecticide. Looking at this endless bare land, Li Shimin asked in amazement, Little Gizzy, this is Shilipo. I remember that this place used to have lush vegetation, and it was all jungle. This why the trees are bald. Where is this turf? His Imperial Majesty have been eaten by locusts. All gone. Little Gizzy is full of grief. Li Shimin's head dizzy. Had it not been for Wai Shu's sight, he held Li Shimin with an arm. Maybe Li Shimin was already sitting on the ground. This how is this possible? Li Shimin was shocked. Is this the formidable power of locusts? If there is no Jiang Feng brothers formula, let alone the fact that most of the locusts can be contained in such a short period of time. Even if you want to achieve the current results, it is estimated that you will have to more than a month. When I think of next year, that is, 3 years in Zhengwen, there will be another locust plague that is more serious than now. Li Shiman can't help but feel frustrated. If this is true, all medicine ingredients have been consumed this year. What about next year? What will happen next year? He didn't expect that if they did this year, they would wipe out all the locusts before the breeding season. With the addition of all the chickens and ducks on the expedition, then where will there be locusts next year? Plus fire. And if Tibet Tuhan uses the medicine ingredient that can directly kill locusts, then, where will there be locusts next year? Even if there is, it will only be a little bit sporadic, far from reaching the scale of this year. All of this, Li Shimin didn't think of it at this time. He was just startled by everything in front of him. Gaga. It is this time. A large group of ducks and chicken cubs that can't be seen from the edge, driven by hundreds of people, came from a distance. At this time, the ducks were eating with bulging stomachs, and driven by the herders, a large area was circled on the Wai River to let the ducks rest temporarily. It seems that tomorrow, this Shilipo is their next battlefield. Until seeing these ducks and chicken cubs, Li Shimin's mood was a little better. After all, although everything is bald now, as long as there are no follow-up locusts, within a month, these 10 miles will recover again. It's just a matter of time. The locust plague can be controlled this year, let alone next year. Since Jiang Feng can think of this way, what about next year? Thinking of this time, Li Shimin was a little tired, and started patrolling again. Old Li? You have come to make a fortune with the servant too. At this moment, from behind everyone, someone suddenly appeared and looked at Li Shimin waving his hands. At this time, he has been held up by the makeup Jinwu guards. When Li Shimin heard the sound, where did he not know who it was? Turning around hurriedly, drinking back everyone. What are you doing? Let go of the Jiang Feng brother. Brother, why are you here too? Li Shimin hurried over asked. Jiang Feng pointed at the back basket behind him. Isn't it all right? Come here to see if you can get some game. But you also saw that besides the locusts, it's the grasshoppers. Didn't you see the group of ducks? Buy a few and make marinated duck in soy sauce. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 396. Jiang Feng is very depressed. I can't stay in tavern. Then Grandma Wang didn't know where he had cramps. He came in 2 days and asked him to make a horoscope. And what else to say? Next month will be a good and auspicious day. But they were all blocked by Jiang Feng. No, today, I have encountered such a thing again. How can this not make Jiang Feng crazy? Lock the door and leave without rest, so that the ears are quiet. The two of them sat in Li Shimin's soft sedan and returned to their little tavern slowly. Jiang Feng tinkered with Li Shimin a bowl of bone-strengthening porridge with preserved eggs. Now, Li Shimin was stunned. Looking at the preserved egg in the bowl, I curiously asked, Jiang Feng brother, this is preserved egg. It's not that Grandma Wang always comes to me like this. I got a basket of duck eggs for me last month. I can't finish eating it, so I just trapped him in a preserved egg. What is preserved egg? Also, this duck egg, isn't it all fried at a very expensive price now? This Li Shimin is not good at all up. Looking at the translucent preserved egg of the black raccoon, asked. This egg, the ordinary person is absolutely reluctant to eat it, and as far as he knows, now this duck egg or egg can sell for at least 10 cents. You have to know that food now only costs 6 cents, and still in such a severe situation. Hi. Jiang Feng sighed heavily. Brother, you don't know anything. This egg, she is definitely not willing to take it out. Even more, how is it 30? This is the one whom I have never seen before. Secretly give it. She, let her bring it. Jiang Feng was a little speechless. Li Shimin is stunned. Everything makes sense now. But this encountered another problem. That is this egg. What is it? Although he has never questioned Jiang Feng's craftsmanship, He really lost his appetite by looking at the shiny black hair in the spoon. But at Jiang Feng's instigation, he took out a whole preserved egg from the back kitchen and ate it with keen pleasure in front of Li Shimin's noodles, and also drank a sip of wine. Now, Li Shimin's eyes are staring out. He also subconsciously took a bite of the preserved egg in the spoon, but at the next moment, his brows wrinkled deeply. This egg has no strange smell, and it tastes very chewy. This egg. Don't ask. You won't know if you ask. Jiang Feng interrupted Li Shimin directly. This thing is a treasure. This is what I am going to give to His Imperial Majesty when the time comes into the dynasty. When you come in a hurry today, let you eat something. Let's say it first! This thing, you must not tell me, especially Chen Sheni Uchong Tsai, Li Qian a few goods. Li Shimin twitched his lips. He looked at Jiang Feng with disgust. But Jiang Feng didn't let him go. After a while, after Li Shimin had tasted a large bowl of bone-strengthening powder porridge, Jiang Feng was mysteriously poked at the door and said, "Old Li, look, I'm right." "What's right?" Li Shimin looked dumbfounded. "What else? Just this locust." "Look at what I said, let you move faster. If you don't listen, now it's all right, everything you guessed. His Imperial Majesty has thought of it. Just take a look, brother." "Can I guess exactly?" "What can Li Shimin say?" "Thumbs up directly." "You are awesome." "Oh, it's a pity that this business has started. I originally wanted to make a fortune with you, and even let you touch some advanced officials. It seems that everything was guessed by the wise His Imperial Majesty." "By the way, what happened to the bone-strengthening powder factory?" "Well, let's do it again." Li Shimin touched his nose, pretending to be drinking, and said vaguely, "What can he say?" He is sitting next to him now. He really did a little bit inauthentic about this. But isn't it impossible? The Jiang Feng brother hasn't decided yet. He can't say when to go to the imperial court. I could not help but Li Shimin asked subconsciously, "Brother Jiang Feng, I heard Ministry of Justice High Official Lord Zhangsun say that there is a vacancy in Ministry of Justice. You, old son, told me about this, but that grandson is not authentic. When you are talking about things, you just say chant, and give me a damn pot of Lao Tzu." Jiang Feng is speechless. This Ministry of Justice, I won't go. I don't want to offend people, but I'm still worried about anything special. Let's not talk about this now. By the way, old Li, looking at your appearance today, have you encountered something? Jiang Feng wanted to ask Li Shimin directly for the loss of the tricycle, but when he thought of Li Shimin's appearance, he couldn't help but some can't bear to say it now. It's okay if Jiang Feng doesn't say anything. As soon as he said, Li Shimin's face instantly exaggerated. "Brother, you don't know anything." Being an elder brother, it's painful. When Jiang Feng heard it, he couldn't help rolling the eyes. "What's the bad thing about this again? I remember, isn't it time for you to make a fortune now?" "What's the bad thing about this? What can't be solved without 100 catties of bone-strengthening powder?" "Don't tell me that the bone-strengthening powder in the Imperial Palace is not yours 1 inch. Do you know that stuff? Now I've been fired up to 100 cents a catty. This money is earned. When the time comes, I only need this number." While speaking, Jiang Feng stretched out a slap. Looking at Li Shimin's eyes are straight. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 397. I said, "Brother, you want 50%? Jiang Feng twitched his lips. "Although we have not married yet, but we are an official. Shouldn't this matter? This has to be prepared. We have to get a house. The best is that kind of other hospitals. And, should I give the future son a family property? Where can't you spend money? And if you enter the dynasty, if His Imperial Majesty also likes our food, you say this is don't you have to spend money? So, we have to save a little now. And the profits of this bone-strengthening powder are all non-capital trades. If you believe or not, His Imperial Majesty is a shareholder! Otherwise, Where can people get 100 yuan per catty? This can't be messy. Li Shimin's mouth twitched. Money is not a problem. He has to give as much as he wants. Let's not talk about the bone strengthening powder. These all are Jiang Feng's invention. Just talk about the salt making, the Cambodian business, and the water transportation, which is not a profitable business. It's not that Li Shimin doesn't give money, he has to give it, and even if Jiang Feng wants a city, he has to give it. But these are all things, if you give it now, it will only harm Jiang Feng. So after Jiang Feng grows up to full of wings, at that time, even if you give him a prince and a prefecture, does that count? Thank you. When the time comes, we will give you 50%. But first, you know the profit of this thing. It is not only that His Imperial Majesty has a stake, you also know that old in Chen, almost numerous officials have already participated in shares, so when the time comes. Furthermore, the business of bone strengthening powder must be done quickly, and now locusts are all involved. After a lot of hoarding more is good. What's the benefit? Now, old elder brother, when I hear locusts, my brain hurts. What's wrong with you? Jiang Feng couldn't help but said curiously, this money is not good for him. Do you want to publish all this stuff? Well, that's it. If it's this, it's fine. Li Shimin shook his head speechlessly. Isn't this the damn locust gnawing the turf bald, and now watching the mountain like locusts and bone strengthening powder? This can't be shipped out. Your cattle and sheep have been expropriated. Jiang Feng peeled another preserved egg and stared at Li Shimin while eating. Don't talk about cattle and sheep now. The horses in the barracks are almost hungry. Think about it, my mule and horses. Where can I still have the energy to pull goods? I'm going to starve to death. Jiang Feng got it. No wonder old Li looked at the bare ground outside Chainan City. His legs were soft. It turned out to be so. Old Li, are you doing something wrong for this? Jiang Feng couldn't believe it. Then, what else do you think can cause me to worry? Li Shimin seriously doubts Jiang Feng's intentions. It may be that he is despising himself now, but as soon as Jiang Feng said this little thing, Li Shimin's heart settled. Once this guy says that, then fucking, there must be a solution to this matter. But the grass is gone, unless you can let God rain a lot of grass, otherwise all the animals won't come out. In 3 days, death must double. Not to mention the livestock brought from Tibet and other places. That Tibet is also a real chicken thief. At the beginning, I twisted an eye, but when I saw Great Tang, the locusts were stopped. I wish I could treat people as animals and throw them to Great Tang. This idea is called a shrewd one. Once Great Tang starves these animals to death, what are these things? When the time comes, they should ask for as much as they want. Once Great Tang doesn't take it out, then everything they took before has to be sent back to others. This is where Li Shimin really worries. Old Li, you are still too much. This is not a problem, since we are all partners now, and this is useless. This also affects the income of our bone strengthening powder, doesn't it? Come on, this matter. I'll give you an idea to make sure that your cows and horses are fatter and stronger than pigs that eat locusts outside. Although Li Shimin wanted to despise Jiang Feng, what the next moment Jiang Feng said made Li Shimin's eyes pop out in an instant. Old Li, do you remember the bone strengthening powder processing plant I talked about before? You can adapt a little bit, what this person can eat, why the cow can't, sheep and horses eat. Seeing Li Shimin was stunned. Jiang Feng patted Li Shimin on the shoulder, and then he was earnest and well-made advised and said, actually, this is nothing. You think about it, our current output of bone strengthening powder and the speed of harvesting locusts are seriously out of balance. I guess many of the locusts in your warehouse are broken, right? Think about it, this person eats everything after cleaning and taking out the internal organs. But what do the cows and sheep eat? This locust originally eats grass. You think, once we collect this stuff, we will grind it into powder, give him a little processing and mix it with the hay to make it into fodder. Will the cattle and sheep eat it? This person, you have to learn to work. Once this works, it will be done again. Isn't it a business to make a fortune? While speaking, Jiang Feng glanced at Li Shimin and said, Sometimes I really doubt whether you are a businessman or not. I can't even think of that. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 398. Li Shiman was shocked. Automatically filter out Zhang Feng's words that hurt him. He has eaten locusts countless times, and has even become a must-have dish for drinking before going to bed every night. And this bone-strengthening powder is the same. This locust tastes nothing. But this bone-strengthening powder is different. It has a faint fragrance of grass. Think about it at this time, everyone can eat it. But what about horses? Once this thing is really useful, isn't it all the dilemma of Great Tang now solved? And this thing can be eaten by humans. So what about animals eating it? Although it sounds bad, the truth is that, and every day he will receive information from government treasury and do Yui, every day, tens of thousands of locusts will be destroyed. This is not man-made, and the weather is too hot. There are many locusts. However, if it is brought up directly, or the locusts are about to go bad, don't deal with it, just take it out and bake it and grind it into powder. The effect will be much higher. Li Shiman took a deep breath and held a fist. Brother, you really are. The god of wealth came to the world. I really have an illusion when I have time. Are you not the god of wealth who came to the world that day? Why is everything, even a stone, a pile of shit, can become treasure in your hands? Zhang Feng's face went black. Why do I think you are scolding me? Li Shiman smiled freely. No. I just praise you from the bottom of my heart. Come on. Zhang Feng waved his hand and didn't care these details. Old Li, you can't do this business. This benefit is definitely not the bone-strengthening powder. Okay, if you don't do it, I will let the neighbors do it. By the way, I can let us hew it on lane. Everyone earns a little bit. Fuck it. Who said I won't do it? Li Shiman hearing this, someone wanted to grab business with him and grabbed Zhang Feng instantly. Don't let go. Zhang Feng is a bit speechless. Thank you. Come here, so you can see that the terrain of Shilipo is very good. Where do you want to build a feed factory? In this case, wait. What is a feed factory? Li Shiman hurriedly interrupted Zhang Feng and said silently, can you tell me in detail? Every time you are focused I passed by the place. I have to think about it for a long time when I go back. A large group of people can't figure it out all night, and I have to come to you. When Li Shiman said this, Zhang Feng was staring. Li Shiman said, who said I was long-winded? Come on, brother, old Li is wrong. Okay, you have to make it clear about this matter. What is this feed factory? Is it that forage yard? Li Shiman said that he definitely couldn't talk about Zhang Feng, and hurriedly changed the subject. Zhang Feng hearing this, after thinking about it, he said, it's almost such a thing. Then what profit is there? Li Shiman shrugged said. Zhang Feng patted Li Shiman on the shoulder. Like a profiteer, he said with a smile. Old Li, can't you think of this? I ask you, now, are all the horses in the barracks of His Imperial Majesty hungry? I heard before that Tibet seems to give Great Tang all the livestock that can be taken out of the family. Do you need it? This market is born out of demand. Think about it first. Not only do these two places need to be used, but also those merchants, landlords and old wealth also have a lot of poultry, cattle and sheep. Do you want to eat these things? Li Shiman slightly frowned, nodded. What you said is not a problem, but the problem is, once someone sees that this thing is bone-strengthening powder, isn't it fast, our interests will fade. Yes. Didn't I say that? This benefit is very weak. Zhang Feng shrugged, added with a smile, although the benefits are weak, as long as you seize the barracks and the large herd of livestock waiting to be fed by His Imperial Majesty, your business will not be broken. It is also because of this incident that you can make a lot of money. I think your Li Qian has the attitude of being an official. Once His Imperial Majesty is happy, not only will you make a profit, but also Li Qian may be blocked directly because of this incident. Isn't that good? Isn't he fragrant? Now you still think, does he have no profit in it? But the premise is that you have to speed. As long as you can contribute before His Imperial Majesty thinks of a solution to this problem, Then he. Jiang Feng also knows that there is a super think tank next to Li Shimin. If not, can he be better than his own transmigrator? Impossible. Unless he is also a transmigrator. But this is also impossible. If Li Shimin is also a transmigrator, he would have come a long time ago, and his appearance must have attracted the attention of His Imperial Majesty, but it has not been paid attention until now. This shows that either His Imperial Majesty is waiting for the opportunity, or His Imperial Majesty feels that it is not enough. At the very least, Jiang Feng felt that Li Shimin was the impossible bird himself before he did a shocking the world thing. People are the Emperor of Dragon. I'm just a petty man. Does His Imperial Majesty come to himself for a little bit of shit? Think too much. All opportunities are created by ourselves. But I thought of this. Jiang Feng could not help but cursed system secretly in the heart. This damn bastard system. Drafting Master. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 399. Jiang Feng and Li Shimin talked about the feed factory in detail. The Li Shimin mentioned is called a heart-wrenching way involved. Li Shimin's heart became warm. After all, tens of millions of mouths are waiting for you now. As soon as he finished talking about business, Li Shimin was about to slip away, but Jiang Feng caught him. Old Li, we are done with your business, but you have to wait for my business. Li Shimin was stunned. Jiang Feng looked up and down, seeing that he had no wounds all over his body. He couldn't help but asked in confusion, what are you ... what are you doing? The first feeling is that Turkic is coming again. But when I thought about it, something was wrong. The Turkic hasn't acted for a long time, and even the Turkic spies in Chang'an City haven't acted at all. Turkic's own country has long been hot, and every tribe has been fighting and fighting. It's like being beaten up with chicken blood. Does Li Shimin want to be free? Now, Jiang Feng brother, have you found any clues? Li Shimin could not help but sat down, but Jiang Feng got up and urged, walk around, talk to Tang. Backyard. Let's talk about it. As soon as he entered the backyard, Li Shimin understood it instantly. Jiang Feng brother, I am looking for compensation. The tricycle, although Li Shimin has never seen it before, but looking at the three wheels, the iron bump that parked slantingly in the yard at this time, why doesn't he understand the truth? I couldn't help but sympathize with Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng brother, what is this? You ask me. Why don't you ask your son? Those three goods are at my expense. Jiang Feng, think of them as brothers. They came here yesterday. Not only did they get me drunk, they also stole my tricycle and scrapped it. Old Li, just talk about it. This thing. What should I do? This is something that I spent a lot of effort to get out. Jiang Feng said that he was heartbroken. And Li Shimin finally found out, this thing is really the three guys who let it go. Jiang Feng brother, what is this ... what? Tricycle? No, I mean, this what's the use of things? You iron bumps. Why did I see three wheels that don't look like wheels? This. Hey, come on, old Li, I ask you. Do you think don't want to get rich? Jiang Feng had an idea. Instead, interest came. This thing is broken, just ask his father to pay for it. But Jiang Feng took Li Shimin and sat on a recliner in the yard and said, Old Li, I ask you, what happened to you about the tin boat? Li Shimin hearing this, nodded. It is underway. It is estimated that in 3 months, the first pure iron tin boat can be built. Good. Jiang Feng nodded, pointing to the dilapidated tricycle lane. Then now that the tin boat is available, do you think the iron car is still a problem? No. This thing, he can still use horses. Look at it. This is a car wheel. Think about it, if this is taken out. Let's not talk about soliciting goods. This is an empty car. It has to be scrapped. Look at all of Great Tang's carriage shafts and car shafts. Then look at yours. Jiang Feng is despised. I was impatient in an instant. He pulled Li Shimin and said, wow, old Li, you are irrational, are you? If it wasn't for your precious son to do such a good thing, please. Maybe it is now. I'm riding a tricycle in Chang'an City. Don't look at his wheel on this thing. Although his speed is not as fast as that of the car, Do you see the thing on this wheel? Once I tinker with him to the size of the mouth of the sea bowl and put on the fastest horse, then think about it, your product, your fine product. When the time comes, let alone travel thousands of miles a day, a normal car, pulling a cart of goods, basically 300 stone road and 500 stone, walking on 100 miles road, basically the car is also scrapped, and you can't hurry. The loss is greater, but this thing is good. No matter how much you load, you are like riding a horse, sprinting. There is nothing wrong with it. You taste again. This thing is nothing. What's really great is that this thing, if it is put on a mule, it is 100 times more comfortable than your normal carriage. The key to all this is it's on this black thing. Once I get him out, even if your carriage runs fast, people who drink in it will not spill the wine in the bowl. Don't you believe it? This Lee Shimin was already confused. Although he doesn't know which thing is soft, what is it? Maybe this is the same as shoes and horseshoes. But once this is exactly what Zhang Feng said, let alone a car wheel as big as Heiwanku, even if it is the size of a fist, you can. While speaking, Li Shimin got up and looked at the tattered tricycle that could not be broken. Zhang Feng lifted the tricycle and flicked a good wheel with 2 fingers. Old Li, you can see clearly. Great Tang's Unparalleled National Teacher Chapter 400. In Li Shimin's horrified eyes, the wheel turned incredibly fast and violently. He even saw that a small piece of wood flour was gently blown when the wheel turned. How powerful is this? How fast? Zhang Feng only used 2 fingers. Unfortunately, Li Shimin grabbed the fast-turning wheel, and then imitated the appearance of Zhang Feng, an iron piece on one of Fiercely's wheels. In an instant, the wheel turned at an almost incredible speed. Old Li, this thing was ruined by your son. Originally, I was wondering when to wait for you to come. Let's discuss it together and see if we can test this thing. Sending a fortune can even make us live forever. But oh, what a pity. I can't do it now. Li Shimin, hearing this, couldn't help being surprised. Cautiously asked, how do you say this? Isn't this, the raw materials of this wheel are limited, forage materials are limited, and I only got so little, and you haven't seen the awesomeness of this car, so naturally you don't understand the way. Zhang Feng really wants to tell all the rickshaws in the memory of later generations, but I was afraid that Li Shimin's little heart would explode because of his son's impulse. So he could only postpone it. And Li Shimin, hearing this, the fiery heart could not help being poured into a basin of cold water. This thing. He also just remembered, when he was in the Imperial study room before, when chatting with his grandson and the others, what war chariot he had talked about. At this time, this little car wheel is not good enough. But as Zhang Feng said, then, with a big sea bowl, will the army's heavy lifting in the future be as difficult as before? In the future, if all war chariots in the army are replaced by this thing, then only 1,000 this thing is needed. If a strong crossbow is installed, who pays? Will it be the opponent of the great tank cavalry? Every army in the army only needs this small 1,000. But Li Shimin couldn't help but in the heart secretly scolded Cheng Chuma and the 3 came. If it weren't for the 3 of them, I wouldn't be able to say that I would be the first person to experience this thing now. These 3 wassrels. Do you know what I have lost because of your impulse? What did Great Tang lose? I couldn't help but Li Shimin was in a hurry. Zhang Feng, brother, this car, wrong, is a tricycle really that good? That's not it. See Li Shimin in a hurry. Zhang Feng is not in a hurry. Slowly said, let's talk about the purpose of this car first. Think about it. Right now, cars are basically made of wood, right? This kind of car is cheap and simple to manufacture, but the lifespan of the car is relatively short, and this car can't help but toss. It breaks after a little toss, but this iron is different. Once it is built, it will be a long-term solution. What do you think? Do you have any ideas? Do you want to do it together? Once this thing comes out, it will be a great thing. Old Li, think about it. All the cars in Great Tang were made by your family. At that time, what kind of magnificent scene would be like? Whether the cars are good or not, you will know the difference between iron and wood. Think about it. I'm sleepy. Don't tell me, brother. The more Jiang Feng said, the more anxious this Li Shimin became. Once this thing, if it is implemented, he has seen the feat of this iron ship. Would this iron car be more difficult to build than an iron ship? No. If this thing is that Li Shimin is really a businessman, then it is definitely not attractive. Most of them are interested, but his emperor. As soon as Jiang Feng said, he instantly thought of two places that could be used. The first one is in the military, and the other is in commercial operations. Of these two, Li Shimin pays most attention to it, and it is also in the military. After all, only a strong military industry can ensure that he can have everything else, otherwise everything is empty. But the military is not strengthened, so once it is coveted, when the time comes, it will only be made wedding dresses for others. How could Li Shimin do something like this? Impossible. This kind of thing, Li Shimin impossible to do it, is even more impossible to let go of the opportunity to strengthen the military industry. After all, after experiencing the Wire River Treaty, Li Shimin paid more attention to this military facility. He never wanted to experience the feeling of being blocked by people anymore. I couldn't help but Li Shimin excitedly took Jiang Feng's hand and said, Jiang Feng brother, sometimes I always wonder if you are the god of wealth, but sometimes I feel like you the Zaiwa star who was on that day went to the world. But now I really understand that you have been alive. Jiang Feng threw away Li Shimin's hand with a look of disgust. Don't, I am me. Then Zaiwa Star Officer, God of Wealth, and Luban have nothing to do with me. Don't dare to wear this high hat indiscriminately. Once you bring it on, then in the most superstitious Great Tang, he may really be killed by others. Such a foolish thing, he would not dare to kill him.